Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Frankie, Xiao-Chun had a puzzled expression on his face. Why is he there and about to be executed? World government is so exaggerated. Frankie was even arrested? Even if they guessed that Frankie had Pluton's design drawings, that wouldn't be the case, right? A little strange. He originally thought about asking Frankie and Bingshan to build a ship again after this incident was over. After all, now that Mary is gone, he can't use the Ark every day, right? Although it seems to be possible, but I didn't expect to see him here. The plot is a bit outrageous. World government. What the hell is going on? Xiao-Chun is now a little curious about what Marine will say when the reasons for execution are explained later. Because the world government will not let too many people know about things like Pluton, let alone this is a live broadcast with countless civilians watching. You can't wait to make up a reason to accuse Frankie of being scantily clad, right? Isn't that a bit childish? While Xiao-Chun was still thinking, something suddenly changed in the picture. I saw a sudden surge of waves in the Notch Sea area inside Marina Fando, and then a ship broke out of the sea. That iconic look is none other than Whitebeard's ship of the Four Emperors, the Moby D **K. Then countless ships emerged from the bottom of the sea at the same time. All of them were ships of Whitebeard's pirate group. After these ships came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became different. Although Whitebeard had not yet appeared, the atmosphere had begun to become tense. After a while, a tall man slowly walked to the bow of the Moby D **K. The moment they saw this man, everyone present stared at him and murmured unconsciously, "Whitebeard." That's right, this man is none other than Whitebeard, who holds the title of the strongest man in the world. Even though his strength has declined a lot due to his age, no one dares to despise him, because this is the strongest confidence in the world. However, at this time, Whitebeard frowned completely as he looked at the people opposite. Five elders, Fegalando, ancient St. Green, these are all his old acquaintances. But what puzzled him very much was, why are these people here? You know, he only knows these people because he saw them during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and he has never seen them at any other time. And why are they all here now? Whitebeard is very curious and confused. He still has a certain understanding of world government. In their eyes, as long as it does not endanger the rule of world government, they will not care about it no matter how fierce the trouble is outside. For them, having fewer pirates and more pirates makes no difference. When one person dismounts, another person will always take over, as long as the balance between the various forces in the sea is maintained. But now, and for what? At this time, Whitebeard felt very heavy, because the chance of him rescuing Ace was already very slim. But Whitebeard's eyes flashed with an extremely determined look. He had to save him even if he couldn't, because he was his son. How could Lousy watch his son being executed and remain indifferent? Moreover, he has a white beard. Art proverbs above. Xiao-Chun looked at the white beard in the picture, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then looked away from the picture, slowly walked to the front of the ship, and looked into the distance. He could already see the shadow of an island in his sight, and Malin Fando was very close to them. It would probably only take a few minutes. At the same time, Xiao-Chun felt a little excited because he was finally about to have the long-lost check-in session. Although it had only been a short time since he last checked in at the capital of Seven Waters, so many things had happened in the meantime that it always felt like a long time had passed. Of course, his strength has also improved significantly during this period. I wonder, what can he get this time? Xiao-Chun had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He always felt that he would hit something good this time, something that would have a huge impact on him. Time passed slowly, and a few minutes passed by in a flash, and the Maxim had arrived in the sky in front of Marinavando. In these few minutes, there was no real war between Whitebeard and Marine, but the atmosphere of the scene became more and more solidified, and the momentum continued to rise. Maybe in the next second, the war may really break out. The arrival of Proverbs broke the solid atmosphere, and everyone's eyes were attracted to the ship flying in the sky. When they saw the person standing at the top, both Marine and world government had solemn expressions on their faces. Demon King, Xia, Warring States, narrowed his eyes and murmured word by word. At the same time, CP0 and Garp, who had played against Xiachun before, had solemn faces, but a hint of joy flashed in Garp's eyes. For him, who has personally fought against Xiachun, he can be said to be very aware of Xiachun's strength. With Xiachun's participation and his superb performance, the chance of rescuing Ace should be quite high. Originally, he was going to despair about the 5 elders and others coming out together with the arrival of the Knights of God. Unexpectedly, things have turned around now, and if he read it correctly, those people behind Xiachun, Crocodile, Jinbei, these are the people imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impelled Down City. Akiji, who was sitting under the execution platform on the other side, looked at the pirate behind Xiachun with a slightly solemn expression. It's so scary, Demon King Xiachun. Kizaru on the side also said with a vulgar expression. But he was clearly saying it was scary, but he was still cutting his nails leisurely in his hands, which looked somewhat abstract. Such an evil pirate shouldn't exist in this world. Let's just leave him here today. Akainu looked at Xiachun and said fiercely. But as soon as these words came out, Akiji next to him turned his head and looked over with a strange look on his face. He really wanted to tell Akainu that if you go up to him and fight with him, you would be beaten badly, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. After many years of getting along with him, he can be said to know Sakaski very well. With his arrogant character, he won't listen even if he says it, so it's just a waste of words. It's unnecessary. Is he the Demon King Xiachun that my lord is talking about? I don't know what your lord's purpose is, but he actually asked all 5 of us to come over, and even mobilize the Knights of God. The most important thing is that it is still not possible to dispatch such a large formation. Shut up, Sardan. Your Majesty's decision is not something you and I could discuss. We just need to do what your Majesty tells us. The Saint of Saturn Sardan was interrupted midway by the Saint of Venus Nasharang. After that, the 5 people fell into silence. In fact, they were all dissatisfied with such a big battle this time, and felt that there was no need to do so, but as they said, this was the Lord's will, and they only needed to obey it. At this time, Xiachun, who was at the center of all the focus, was wandering in the sky, because he heard, ding, the check-in of Marin Fando is successful. The Monkey King's form will be promoted, the Devour Demonic form will be activated, and the first stage of the Monkey King's form evolution, the Stone Ape form, will be started. This form will turn into a Stone Ape, with extremely powerful attack and defense power, but the speed will be reduced. The moment he heard this voice, Xiachun's eyes flashed with a look of surprise on his face. Xiachun has been in this world for a while, and his fruit development has been continuously improving during this time. Some of them are improved through the system, and some are improved through doing sit-ups on their own or through daily practice. Today, after his unremitting efforts and a little help from the system, he can finally take the first step to become a great saint. Although it is only the first step, he believes that, with destiny, he will one day be able to exert the true power of this fruit. It's just that it's a pity that the demonized form is gone. Although the Stone Ape form is much stronger than the demonized form. One thing is that just hearing the name, he felt that the appearance of this thing might be a bit not very satisfactory. I don't know if his face can hold up to his transformed appearance. It feels a bit hanging. If he had the beauty of readers, it would be fine. But now, I can only take a look at it when the time comes. But it doesn't matter. There's an old saying that goes well. I have become stronger and bald, so it is normal for him to become uglier and stronger, right? Shaking his head, Xiachun shook off the thoughts in his mind and looked downward. At the same time, Nami also began to control the arc to slowly fall downwards. Whitebeard looked at Xiachun above, with a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. With his intelligence network, he naturally knew what happened in the capital of 7 Waters. To be honest, if the intelligence was true, then Xia-Chan would definitely be a big help to him in rescuing Ace this time. After all, even he couldn't do it facing so many general-level combatants like Garp Akiji at the same time. Although he heard that this was because of the opponent's special fruit ability, which could create several clones with almost the same strength, Xia-Chen's own strength was not enough to deal with so many opponents at the same time. But this is completely surprising enough. After all, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. So many top combat powers are definitely an object that everyone is afraid of. Fortunately, the other party is now a friend, which gives Whitebeard a lot of comfort. Otherwise, he would really not be able to handle it. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xia-Chun and others, including the people on the execution platform. Frankie looked at the reactions of the people around him and looked at Xia-Chun with great surprise. He knew what level of existence these people around him were. To be honest, he was a little puzzled that these people would be so afraid of the young man in the sky in the distance. In that case, does he also have a chance to be rescued? Although he knows that the other party is definitely not here for him. What if it goes smoothly? To be honest, when he knew that he was going to be executed, he was completely confused. What virtue and ability could he have? He could chop off his dog's head in front of the whole world. He really wanted to say that he really didn't deserve to do this. He originally lived a cool life as a gangster in the capital of Seven Waters, but suddenly one day a group of men in black came over and beat him up, and then he was taken away by them. Although he had somewhat guessed why he was arrested, he was also very confused. There were only two people in the world who knew that the thing was in his hands, and one of them was himself. The possibility that another person would tell this matter is also close to zero, so he doesn't know how he was exposed, or he was not exposed at all, they just suspected it. He has long known what world government is, and he still clearly remembers what happened to Mr. Tom. I just didn't expect that it would be his turn today, and he was even more honorable than Mr. Tom back then, and was actually executed in front of the whole world. If he went down there, he might be able to brag in front of Mr. Tom. Maybe a cow. Hey, now he can only hope that the young man can give him some help and see if he can save his life. Ace, who was beside Frankie, was very shocked when he looked at Xia-Chun. After he was arrested, Garp had chatted with him once, and he happened to tell him about Xia-Chun. He was also very shocked at the time. You must know that it was very difficult for them to join forces to fight against Akiji, but how long has it been now? Xia-Chun actually had such strength, which made him feel shocked and regretful at the same time, because the main reason why he was caught this time was himself. Xia-Chun had told him at the beginning that he would most likely not be Blackbeard's opponent. He actually seriously considered this issue after seeing Xia-Chun's strength, but when he met Blackbeard, he still couldn't restrain his impulse and went ahead rashly. And the final result was just as Xia-Chun said. He was no match for Blackbeard. He lost. What he regrets most is not this, but the consequences of this, that is, the impact that all members of the Whitebeard Pirates will have when they come to save him. This battle will definitely kill and injure many people in their pirate group, which Ace absolutely does not want to see. And there's another problem. His father, Whitebeard's physical condition is actually very bad. As sons, they know this best. Whitebeard is now basically on intravenous drips on the ship, and his physical condition is getting worse day by day. He is not much worse than the high-spirited Whitebeard back then. If anything happens to Whitebeard this time, Ace will never forgive himself, no matter what. Xia-Chun Luffy. On the other side of the execution platform, Robin stared blankly at Xia-Chun and others, her friends. Her mind couldn't help but recall what Zoro had said to her when she was a child. One day, you will meet a partner who is willing to protect you. After a moment, he thought of what Xia-Chun had said to her before. No matter what happens, they will never give up on her. He is her strongest support. As she thought about it, tears welled up in Robin's eyes. She knew exactly how mentally prepared she had to be to come to Marine headquarters to save her. And because of this, she was extremely moved because it meant that her friends were willing to risk their lives to save her. Robin looked at Xia-Chun and others blankly, and Xia-Chun also looked at Robin. Then he said calmly, "Robin, don't worry, I will rescue you right now." The sound was not loud, but it resounded throughout the audience. Then a stream of light instantly appeared beside Xia Chun, and then Xia Chen's figure disappeared instantly with the stream of light. The five elders and the strong marines near the execution platform all looked in a certain direction for an instant, only to see that Xia Chun, who was still far away just now, had appeared beside Robin at some point. He also made a mocking gesture to them, and then the two of them disappeared instantly. Everyone seemed to feel something, and they all looked in a certain direction in the distance, and saw that Xia Chun had already appeared on the motto that had fallen to the ground. But it was different from before. Now, there was someone in his arms who shouldn't be there. Nicole Robin. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, and even people all over the world were dumbfounded. The battle hasn't even started yet, and you've already rescued someone? If I read it correctly just now, he came here on clouds? Garp asked, a little confused. If there is no problem with both of our eyes, then he's indeed stepping on clouds, he said thoughtfully. After the words fell, the two fell silent, and everyone else fell silent. After a long time, Garp asked quietly, if his speed depends on this cloud, then I'm a little bit interested in whether anyone can buy this cloud. Poor Salino, if it were you, could you reach this speed? Akiji said solemnly under the execution platform. Speed is possible, but I can't do something like him. I definitely can't do it with someone. Kizaru's wretched face also showed a little surprise, and then he said lightly. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Xia Chen's shocking speed, and their fear of him grew to a higher level. Xia Chen looked at Robin beside him. His eyes fell on her handcuffs. Then he wrapped his right hand around Haki and headed toward her. Crack! The seafloor stone handcuffs shattered in response. Xia Chen was already familiar with this kind of thing. Just like when he used Somersault Cloud to save Robin this time, he would never have been able to use it so skillfully before it was replaced by him. Naturally, this cannot be done. Although the speed of the Somersault Cloud is controlled by his mind, the speed is not that easy to control. This is why he rarely used the Somersault Cloud in previous battles. Because in a close situation, using the Somersault Cloud is not as flexible as not using it. But it's much better now. Not only can he increase his speed by a lot in close combat, but he can also achieve the same thing just now. With lightning speed, Robin was rescued before anyone could react. Of course, something like this can only be done once. Marine and the others are already prepared, and it won't be so easy if they do it again. Even though he was very fast, didn't you see that when he appeared on the execution platform just now, all the strong men looked over? The powerful sense of sight can allow them to quickly sense Xia Chen's existence. So don't ask why Xia Chen only saved Robin, because there is really no other way. If you choose to save one of the three people first, it must be Robin. Ace and Frankie, these two rough guys, let them continue to stay there. Anyway, it's not that they can't be saved, it's just that the rescue will be slower. So this is why Xia Chen is very satisfied with his stone ape form, except for its appearance. If the stone ape form is slow, what does his Somersault Cloud have to do with it? Xia Chen looked at Robin, smiled lightly, and said, It's okay, Robin. Xia Chen. Robin looked at Xia Chen, with an unknown meaning flashing in his eyes. However, Xia Chen didn't notice this. His eyes were now focused on Marine and world government opposite. His behavior just now has broken the deadlock, and now both sides are ready to make a move. The reality was just as Xia Chen expected. In just a blink of an eye, a shining person who had eaten the obscene fruit appeared in front of him. At the same time, he thrust his right foot towards Xia Chen fiercely. How scary, Demon King Xia Chen. With a wretched face and the word terrible always hanging on his lips, Xia Chen couldn't help but want to slap him. Uncle Kizaru, since you know how scary it is, do you still dare to come? Xia Chen turned sideways slightly, easily dodged Kizaru's kick, and then said calmly. Kizaru frowned, as if he didn't expect Xia Chen to dodge his attack so easily, but what happened next moment really made his pupils shrink suddenly. Xia Chen's fist appeared in front of him at some point and hit him hard in the stomach. Whoosh! Kizaru's body quickly flew out like a meteor, turning into a stream of yellow light in the air, and then landed on the wall of Marina Fando. Boom! There was a loud noise, countless gravels flew, and smoke filled the surrounding area. General Kizuru, Marines yelled around them. After a while, when the smoke slowly dissipated, Kizuru was seen sitting on the ground, rubbing his belly with his right hand, his wretched face twitching a little, and then he looked up at Xia-chun in the distance, with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Expression. Why? Why didn't he sense Xia-chun's attack? Kizuru was extremely puzzled, but then he seemed to have thought of something, and said slowly word by word. Kill on sight. He had only heard of this ability, but had never seen it before. He didn't expect that the first time he would see it would be here. Kizaru's face was a little gloomy. For those with Logia fruit abilities like him, this ability can be said to be a big killer, which can greatly weaken their Logia's advantages. For example, just now, when he found Xia-chun's fist coming in front of him, he subconsciously used the fastest speed to elementalize that part. But in the end, only a part of it was elementalized, and the other part was still intact. A punch. And the most important thing is, isn't this punch a bit powerful? Although he does not pay much attention to physical fitness, he is not that weak. It's just that his physical strength is a little weaker compared to the strong men of the same level. But now he felt extremely cramped in his abdomen, and at the same time there was a strong fishy smell in his throat. This was caused by the blood he had just swallowed. Kizuru stood up slowly and walked step by step towards the generals around him, as if nothing was wrong. Since Kizuru had already transformed into elements in mid-air, even though there was a lot of movement when he landed, his clothes were not stained by any dust. As expected of General Kizuru, an attack of that level is useless. Marines around him shouted excitedly. In an instant, the momentum on Marine's side rose sharply. Looking at this scene, Kizaru looked calm on the surface, but felt dissatisfied in his heart. What kind of attack? How about you give it a try? But now this situation is what Kizaru expected to see, which is why he forcefully swallowed it, even though he was about to vomit blood. In this kind of battlefield, momentum is more important, and the side with more momentum has a great advantage in the battle. Xia-chun on the other side raised his eyebrows when he saw this situation and murmured in a low voice, "It's a bit interesting. Ice Cube, two-thorn spear." Just when Xia-chun wanted to do something, Akiji suddenly jumped into the sky not far away from him, and then gave him a friendly greeting. Xia-chun was a little helpless. In the original work, these were all the treatments Whitebeard enjoyed. Why are they all coming to him now? Moreover, when Whitebeard encounters these moves in the original book, his dear sons always help him block them. Now Xia-chun casually used his armed haki to shatter the ice cubes coming from Akiji's attack, and then looked at the people behind him. I saw that Nami and others were greeting Robin, who had just been rescued. Luffy and the others looked at him, but that's all. Several people just watched these attacks coming towards him, without any thought of taking action. Seeing this, Xia-chun couldn't help but feel that the gap between people was really a bit big. When Whitebeard was attacked, their sons all stood up, but although he and Luffy were partners on the same boat, he, who had received higher education in his previous life, really treated Luffy and the others as adopted sons. Now that their old father is being treated like this, they actually look at it like this. It's really too much. Shaking his head, Xia-chun stopped thinking about these things and turned to look at Akiji again. There was no way around it. There would always be many treacherous people in life. It was normal. Xia-chun looked at Akiji in the sky and said calmly, "Uncle Akiji, aren't you a little inappropriate? I remember we had a good conversation before, both in Alabasta and the capital of Seven Waters. Is this how it is when old friends meet?" Xia-chun, I admired you before, but now we are in different camps. You have been defined by the world government as an extremely dangerous criminal. So, Akiji stretched out his right hand, pointed it at Xia-chun, and then released 5 icicles from his palm to shoot at Xia-chun. Puck! Xia-chun looked at the incoming attack and smiled lightly. Uncle Akiji, there is no need to test me with an attack of this level. This is not the first time we have fought. There is no need to do all these bells and whistles. Xia-chun shattered the 5 icicles again, then bent his legs slightly and shot towards Akiji. The somersault cloud instantly appeared at Xia-chun's feet, and in just a moment, Xia-chun was already above Akiji. Then he whipped his leg hard towards Akiji. Whoosh! Akiji's figure instantly fell towards the sea level. The moment it hit the sea, a huge sound was made, and at the same time, centered on Akiji's landing point, the surrounding sea level began to freeze rapidly. After the commotion ended, the entire inner bay's water had been frozen, turning it into what it looked like during the battle in the original work. There was a huge, deep pit where Akiji fell, and a lump of ice scum was slowly crawling at the bottom. Akiji slowly walked up from the pit, wiped the blood from his lips imperceptibly, and looked at Xia-chun with fear in his eyes. Xia-chun has become stronger again. From a first time in Alabasta to the second time in the Seven Waters capital, and now here. Xia-chun's strength will become stronger every time he fights against him, especially when they fight in the capital of Seven Waters. His strength is much stronger than when he was in Alabasta. This time it's not much stronger than in the capital of Seven Waters, but okay. What the heck? Damn it. How long has it been since the Seven Waters capital incident? Was it a week? You told me that you have become stronger again in such a short period of time. Is this justified? Akiji now understands why the world government is so afraid of Xia-chun. With this growth rate, it won't take long to defeat every one of the world governments. If Xia-chun is given a little more time to grow up, it is completely unimaginable how far he will grow. His individual strength will definitely break the balance of the world in the future, which is probably something the world government cannot tolerate. Of course, this is just his guess. I'm afraid only the world government themselves know the specific situation. Everyone, come on, let's rescue Ace. A pirate group under the Whitebeard pirates shouted loudly. The ice in Akiji provided them with the opportunity to land, which was much more convenient for them. In an instant, after this shout, countless pirates jumped off the boat and rushed towards the execution platform. The war is about to break out. Xia-chun turned his head slightly and looked at the person who shouted the loudest just now, with a strange look on his face. Isn't this the filial son's sword skierd? You are shouting so loudly. Who are you acting for? Although the current situation is very different from the original work, Xia-chun feels that this sword of filial son will still do the same thing. Not because of anything else, just because he doesn't look like a good person. There's a saying that in the original book, if it were not for this filial son, Whitebeard would have been seriously injured before the war officially started. Whitebeard would never have a hard time facing a Kainu, and he was even pierced through the chest by a Kainu. It can be said that this filial son played a key role. Thinking of this, Xia-chun controlled the somersault cloud and flew in the direction of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's combat power is still very strong, and the title of the strongest man in the world is not for nothing. Even Whitebeard in his old age is still powerful. Even if Xia-chun now has emperor-level strength, he can't guarantee that he can win over Whitebeard in his later years. Of course, it is definitely possible to activate the Stone Ape form. You don't have to think about it. Any hesitation for a second is disrespectful to the great sage. Seeing Xia-chun's arrival, Whitebeard did not make any move. He did not feel any malice from Xia-chun. Xia-chun slowly landed next to Whitebeard, slowly raised his head, looked at him, and said lightly, "Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, are you still worthy of this title?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia-chun's body suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful conqueror's domineering energy, charging towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a surprised expression on his face after feeling this conqueror's, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the same powerful conquerors was released from his body, competing with Xia-chun's conquerors. The moment the two powerful conquerors collided, countless black and red lightning flashed around them, which looked shocking. And this scene also made everyone on the field confused. What do you want to do to Dad? You be asterisk 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 D. The Demon King. Diamond Josie on the ship nearby said with an ugly face, and at the same time wanted to interrupt Xia-chun. At this time, a hand stopped him, and Josie said, dissatisfied, "Marco, what are you doing?" Marco felt the momentum of the two people and said calmly, "According to the previous intelligence, Demon King Xia-chun is not a person who would cause trouble for no reason, and I heard that he has a good relationship with Ace, so he should not treat his father badly. Do what? Let's take a look first. The pirates are very confused, and the Marines are even more confused. Aren't these two people working together? Why do they seem to be starting a fight now? Although they don't know what happened, it doesn't stop them from being very happy at this time, because if these two people get together, it will be very beneficial to them. At this time, the two people in the center of the storm looked at each other with burning eyes. Conqueror's domineering power continued to be released and became more and more fierce. Pirates and Marines within the scope of their domineering influence fell one after another. Even some with good strength did the same. The only thing to blame is that the conquerors of these two are too powerful. Moreover, both of them released it at the same time, and the power was not something that ordinary people could withstand. After a while, ha ha, gula la la la, the laughter of the two people echoed around, making everyone around them a little confused. Weren't they still tense just now? Why are they laughing like good brothers now? He is worthy of being the strongest in the world. His courage is beyond comparison with ordinary people. Xiaochun looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile. Whitebeard also looked at Xiaochun and said with the same smile, "Boy, you really surprised me. At your age, you actually have such a level of conquerors. Even the red-haired boy is probably far inferior to you at your age." "Actually, I think so too." Ha ha, goo la 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 la. The two laughed again. After a while, the laughter gradually stopped. Xiaochun turned to look at the five elders and said lightly, "Those five old guys are here. How do you think we should handle this situation now? What else can we do? Just fight. As my son, Ace is definitely going to be saved. I just need to clear away the obstacles in front of him." Whitebeard said softly, with firmness in his tone. "That's right." Xiaochun nodded and responded. "Now that the war has begun, it is impossible and unrealistic to stop it. This war is inevitable." Xiaochun stood on the bow of the white whale and looked down. The mid to low-end combat powers of both sides were already fighting together, and they were inseparable. However, the high-end combat power of both parties has not come to an end yet. Xiaochun looked in the direction of Proverbs again, and saw that Luffy and the others were no longer on the ship, but appeared on the battlefield below, not far from the ship. Seeing this scene, Xiaochun couldn't help but smile like an old father. Now the strength of Luffy and the three of them have reached at least the level of Lieutenant General, and they're already quite powerful even in this war. In addition to Luffy and the other three, Usopp and Nami, two people who had just eaten a fruit not long ago, were also showing off their skills at this time, beating the soldiers around them to death one by one. With an excited smile on his face, Usopp said excitedly, "This is the place suitable for our level. What kind of hard life have we had before? It's obvious that our strength has improved a lot. But what kind of Gyuki snake gods are we encountering? It makes us feel like we are useless." Indeed, Nami on the side was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the powerful thunder and lightning ravaged Marine who was attacking her. For the two people now, these miscellaneous Marines can no longer pose a threat to them. All they can say is that there are no fruits of garbage, but only users of garbage. This is nonsense. A powerful fruit can make a person grow into a strong person in a short period of time. For example, the gap between ordinary animal species and fantasy beast species is simply unknown. Look at the top powerhouses in this world who have fruits, which fruits are not extremely powerful. If the fruits are really the same strength, then why do the five elders have all the phantom beasts? You can figure this out just by thinking about it with your toes. In addition to Nami, Chopper, Robin, and Brook on the other side were also struggling against Marine. However, compared to Nami and Usopp, the visual shock is much less. After all, their abilities do not have any fancy special effects. Especially Chopper and Brook. If you say they have abilities, they do. But if they don't, in fact, they don't seem to have either. In short, the main theme is that ordinary people contain great abilities, and it's really useful. For example, when a group of Marines saw Brook, they were chased by him without any desire to fight. Marine A. Skeleton, skeleton. Marine B. Can anyone tell me why there are skeletons that are alive and talking? Marine C. Mom, I must be dreaming. It's so scary. A group of Marines were crying, being driven from the left to the right by Brooke, and then from the right to the left. Yo ho ho ho, don't be afraid. Xia Chun then turned his attention to the pirates he brought out from eternal hell and said lightly, "You could do what you promised me now." Jinbei had already gone to join the war, and Crocodile had been staring at them. He didn't need to think about Xia Chun to know that he was not staring at him, but at Whitebeard. As for the other pirates, the old gods were still standing on the boat, looking like it had nothing to do with them. Of course, Xia Chun would not allow them to do this. He did not let them out just to let them enjoy the air here. Of course, as he said before, if anyone doesn't want to abide by the agreement with him, then he can only send them down to see Bernie Waldo. These pirates are useful to Xia Chun, but the effect is not that great. He could destroy them all by randomly dividing a clone with 90% strength. This is why Xia Chun felt a powerful aura when he was advancing to the city before, but he didn't invite him. If nothing else, the aura he felt at that time should be Bullet. Xia Chun recognized Bullet's strength, but his character meant that he would not be restricted by others, so Xia Chun didn't care about him. Bullet is strong, but he is even stronger. After hearing Xia Chun's words, the expressions on the faces of these pirates did not change much, but they felt a little unhappy in their hearts. But when he thought about Bernie Waldo's fate and the confrontation with the Whitebeard conquerors just now, he felt that they should abide by their agreement. It's definitely not because Xia Chun is afraid of him because of his strength. Absolutely not. Then these pirates jumped up one by one and attacked towards the battlefield. The ordinary Marines they passed were no match for the enemy. Seeing this scene, Warring States frowned slightly and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn Xia Chun. He actually released all these pirates. Don't you know how evil they are? The most important thing is that none of the pirates who could be imprisoned in eternal hell are weak. At least they are all at the level of Lieutenant General or above. Of course, seeing these pirates killing crazily in a Marine, needless to say Sengoku, a bunch of headquarters lieutenant generals rushed towards these people. Everyone found their opponent, and the war became more and more intense. Xia Chun looked at these fights with indifference. At present, the two sides were at a balance level, but generally speaking, Marine had a slight advantage. After all, Marine's foreign aide Shichibukai haven't made a move yet. As if to confirm what Xia Chun said, Doflamingo in the distance jumped from the wall to the ground. Then, with him as the center, everything under his feet turned into white lines. At the same time, Hawkeye slowly pulled out the knife. The moment Hawkeye pulled out his sword, many people around him looked over. On the contrary, few people paid attention to Doflamingo, who was holding his ultimate move below. But this is normal. What level is your Doflamingo? Do you dare to touch Porcelain Eagle Eye? It's not like the people present didn't know the strength gap between the two. As the saying goes, even if they are both Shichibukai, the gap is still very big. Hawkeye looked at Xia Chun with burning eyes. The last time I fought with Xia Chun in the East Asia Sea, although I was a little surprised by Xia Chun's strength, that was all. Because if he had tried his best at that time, Xia Chun wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. And now, judging from the recent news, Xia Chun has grown into a well-deserved strong man without knowing it. Thinking of this, Eagle Eye had an idea in his mind. That is to test Xia Chun's current strength, and at the same time, test the gap between Whitebeard, the man who is known as the #1 in the world, and him. He did it as he thought. Yin narrowed his eyes, and then swung the black knife twice, and two huge green swords rushed out, attacking Xia Chun and Whitebeard at the same time. At the same time, Doflamingo had already finished building up his momentum. He laughed sinisterly and then shouted, "The white line of wild waves." As the words fell, tens of thousands of transparent white thin lines combined together and surged towards Xia Chun. Although Brother Ming shouted with great momentum, most people's attention was on Hawkeye's sword energy, and everyone was guessing what kind of effect Hawkeye's move would have. There is no way. Even though your Brother Ming shouted loudly, "My Eagle Eye level A is my ultimate move." However, there was one person who focused most of his attention on Brother Ming's move, and that was Xia Chun, the target of this move. Xia Chun's face turned dark at this time. Why? Obviously, at present, Whitebeard's status is higher than his. But why, since he came to this place, all the treatment that should have been enjoyed by Whitebeard has now been enjoyed by him? First it was Kizaru, then Akiji, and now it's Hawkeye and Doflamingo. Especially Doflamingo, Xiachan was very dissatisfied with him at this time. Why did he and Whitebeard stand here and only attack him? It would be fine if that were the case, but the problem is you don't even cover your armed colors. Who are you looking down on? At least Hawkeye knows what it means to respect an opponent, and the sword energy that strikes him and Whitebeard is quite powerful. And your brother Ming, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Show me this thing? As Xiachen's thoughts surged, Hawkeye's sword energy and Brother Ming's attack had already arrived not far in front of him. However, Xiachen did not look at the two attacks at this time, but turned his attention to the sword energy that struck Whitebeard. Sure enough, a figure instantly appeared on the path of the sword energy, blocked the sword energy with his own body, and then directly lifted the sword energy into the sky. Okay, after seeing this, Xiachen doesn't want to continue reading. Comparing people with each other is so annoying. He suddenly understood Whitebeard's eagerness to take in his son. It turned out that when something like this happened, he didn't have to take action himself. His dear son would help him handle it. In this case, after this war is over, he will discuss it with Luffy and the others, and he will reluctantly become their father. Xiachen looked calmly at the two attacks coming towards him, while most of the people on the field were also watching. They all wanted to see how Xiachen would respond. But Xiachen didn't make the slightest move at this time, still looking at the two attacks indifferently. The next second, everyone watching the situation here couldn't help but shrink their pupils, and their eyes were filled with surprise. I saw that both attacks stopped a few meters away from Xiachen. If you look carefully, you can find a faint golden halo in front of Xiachen. After a while, the sword energy and the huge white line that had lost its follow-up power slowly dissipated, revealing Xiachen's figure. But Xiachen didn't make the slightest move from beginning to end. This is countless times more shocking than the scene where Diamond Josie shot his sword energy into the sky just now. Xiachen looked at Doflamingo. In an instant, Doflamingo felt as if he was being stared at by some wild beast. Although he was so far away, he felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. This pressure is even greater than when he faced Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Could it be? Is Xiachen more powerful than Kaido? This idea was immediately rejected by Doflamingo as soon as it came up. As someone who has been active in the underground world for many years, his intelligence capabilities are extremely powerful. He knew very well what happened in the capital of 7 Waters, even though Xiachen still had the upper hand against several generals at the same time. But that's because of the special ability of his fruit. He can create several powerful clones at the same time. He relies on quantity to win, not quality. He knew that Xiachen was very strong, so he decided to test it out. You want to know what Xiachen's strength was? Just as Doflamingo's thoughts were surging, his pupils suddenly shrank because Xiachen, who had been in his sight for some time, disappeared. At the same time, he instantly felt a feeling of heart palpitations, and then a faint voice sounded behind him. "Do you look down on me, Joker?" The moment he heard this voice, Doflamingo's face broke out with sweat, and he turned his head sharply. However, what greeted him was a fist that kept enlarging in his field of vision. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Doflamingo's body flew out like a meteor, drawing a trajectory in the air. At this moment, a yellow stream of light appeared on the path that Doflamingo must pass to fly upside down. It was Kizaru. Kizaru looked at Doflamingo flying towards him, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Tell me, why do you insist on provoking him? Didn't you see that I suffered a big loss just now? Now I still need him to take the blame. Otherwise, judging from the current trajectory of Doflamingo's inverted flight, he will definitely fly out of Malinfando, and he doesn't know how long it will take. The problem is that he will definitely not be able to stop on his own in this situation. So there was no choice but to let him catch him, and it was on their side anyway." Kizaru stretched out his hand in a gesture of relief, but even though he was prepared, his face darkened when he touched Doflamingo's body. "What power is this? This idea suddenly appeared in Kizaru's mind, and then he flew out with Doflamingo's body, drawing a long trajectory in the air before stopping. At this time, they were already several kilometers away from Malinfando. This is still the case where Kizaru has been unloading his strength. Thinking of this, Kizaru thought of something. This kind of power Doflamingo couldn't. Kizaru immediately looked down, with a slightly helpless expression on his face. At this time, Doflamingo's pair of glasses, which had never been taken off in 10,000 years, were broken, revealing his white eyes. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Kizaru shook his head and led Doflamingo towards Malinfando. Okay, this time you lose a Shichibukai level of combat power. Xia-chun, who had finished pumping his fist on the other side, stood quietly, watching Kizaru's series of operations indifferently. He didn't need to look to know that Doflamingo had definitely lost consciousness. You must know that the punch he just made didn't hold back at all. It was a punch with all his strength. There is no other way. Who asked Doflamingo to look for trouble? Xia-chan turned his head and looked at the 5 people standing on the wall with a smile on his face. Now that he has already taken action, there is no reason to go back. Among these 5 people, Hancock is the only one who has no interaction with him for the time being, and the others have more or less contact. Of course, if nothing goes wrong, Hancock will definitely be the one who has the deepest contact in the future. When Xia-chun glanced at Hancock, he discovered a strange situation. That's when she met Xia-chun's eyes, and she lowered her head subconsciously. And then, if there was nothing wrong with Xia-chun's piercing eyes, then she should be blushing. Seeing this situation at this time, Xia-chun was a little confused. Looking at Hancock's situation, even if he didn't fall in love with him, he definitely had a good impression. And once Hancock has a crush on her, capturing her will be easier than eating a meal. The problem is, they have never seen them before. He admitted that his appearance may be a little worse than some readers who have great beauty, but the problem is that it doesn't make sense. Hancock is not the kind of woman who cares about looks. In the original work, there is much talk about people who are handsomer than Luffy, but Hancock still hates those people and has no idea of contacting them at all. So after analyzing all the above situations, Xia-chun finally thought of a possibility and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Charos, it seems your death is not worthless. After knowing the situation, Xia-chun is now in a very happy mood, but he is not ready to talk to Hancock now. There is only one reason, and that is that now is not the time to fall in love. This kind of thing, the atmosphere is very important. As for whether Marine will find out and take action against Hancock, to be honest, Xia-chun is not worried at all. Strength is his greatest confidence. Moreover, the Shichibukai system will be canceled after 2 years. Although the plot has changed a lot now, whether it will be canceled by then is another matter. But it doesn't matter. Hancock originally joined Shichibukai to protect Kuja Island. And now, Xia-chun believes that after today, as long as he says that 9 Snakes Island will be protected, no one will dare to deal with 9 snakes. After thinking for a while, Xia-chun moved his eyes away from Hancock and scanned the remaining people in turn. Unless something unexpected happens, Xiong must have lost his self-awareness, so he won't take action against Xia-chun without an order. As for Moria, judging from how he deliberately avoided Xia-chun's sight, he probably wasn't ready to expose his strength and was ready to take advantage of the situation. If Hawkeye says that Xia-chun will definitely fight him in this war, he believed that he will not lose this time, but not now. So, Xia-chun looked at the last person and asked calmly, "Teach, are you interested in trying your hand? Also, there is something I want to ask you about. Who took the golden lion's body?" Thief Ha. Hearing this, Blackbeard burst into laughter and stopped after a while, looking at Xia-chun with a sinister look in his eyes. "Demon King Xia-chun, I was careless last time, and you took the opportunity to beat me so badly. This time I want to show you Laozi's strength. All devil fruit abilities are useless in front of Laozi," Blackbeard said confidently. "As for the body of the golden lion you mentioned," Thief Ha. Blackbeard did not continue speaking, but laughed, and then his body began to rise slowly, floating in the air, looking down at Xia-chun. In this case, do you know where the golden lion's body is? Understood. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Blackbeard, who could float in the air without any external force. It seems like you had already regained consciousness when I was fighting the golden lion. Then I'm curious. After the fight with the golden lion, I had already lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Why didn't you kill me? This is indeed a point that Xia Chen is very curious about. With Blackbeard's character, he will definitely do this to eradicate the problem. If he had this ability, he would never miss any opportunity to kill the enemy. Unexpectedly, after hearing the news, Blackbeard immediately showed an angry face and said with a ferocious expression, "Do you think Lousy doesn't want to kill you? If a man in black robes whose face I couldn't see had not stopped me at that time, you would have gone down to see you for being so naughty." The man in black robe? Xia Chen murmured in a low voice, with a thoughtful expression on his face. If what Blackbeard said is true, does that mean that Xia Chen was saved by an unknown man in black robes after he fainted? Xia Chen couldn't help but ponder, constantly guessing the identity of this man in black robe. But after thinking for a long time, he never came up with an exact result. Judging from Blackbeard's description, this man obviously didn't want people to know his identity. But he saved him at the critical moment. And this means that this person has probably been paying attention to him since he first started fighting the Golden Lion. But he didn't find anything. I don't know if Golden Lion noticed him. Wait, Golden Lion? A flash of light flashed through Xia Chen's mind, and he felt that he had grasped some clues. For example, why the Golden Lion, who has been living in a snail's nest, appeared on Gaia Island, and that he probably discovered someone's existence, but didn't say anything about it. And then why did the Golden Lion meddle in other people's affairs to save Blackbeard? Adding up everything, and the man in black robe concealing his identity, you may also need to add the characteristic of strong strength. If all these conditions are combined, a figure instantly appeared in Xia Chen's mind, and immediately an ugly expression appeared on Xia Chen's face. If it were him, then many things would be explained. Xia Chen felt a little unhappy when he thought of this possibility, because it meant that he might have been monitored a long time ago. Of course, no one should be monitoring him now. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable to say that no one would be able to find him based on what he sees now. After a few breaths, a smile appeared on Xia Chen's lips. The expression on his face changed from gloomy to indifferent, and he murmured in a low voice, "Since you like to play, then I will play with you." "Boy, what are you mumbling about? You don't take me seriously, do you?" Seeing Xia Chen muttering to himself there, Blackbeard was unhappy, looking down on him so much, right? Is this still distracting? Hearing Blackbeard's angry rebuke, Xia Chen raised his head slightly and said with a faint smile, "You have discovered this. I really don't take you seriously." In an instant, Blackbeard felt his blood surge and anger welling up in his heart. He looked at Xia Chen with murderous intent in his eyes. He said with a ferocious expression, "I hope you can still be so stubborn when I'm about to beat you to death. I will avenge Badgers and the others today. The sun is shining on your face. Are you dreaming before it reaches this point?" Xia Chen said calmly, and it was clear from his expression that he didn't take Blackbeard seriously at all. "I hope your mouth can still be so tough later. You will die to Lousy." Blackbeard roared, and then rushed towards Xia Chen at great speed. Under the influence of the piao fruit, Blackbeard's speed in the air was greatly increased. But Xia Chen still looked so indifferent, and there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Big black fat man, I will teach you how to behave today." Straw Hat. On the other side, Luffy, who was fighting a group of Marines, suddenly heard someone calling him, and couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the source of the sound. He saw a man in a black suit rushing toward him at high speed on the moonwalk. Xia Chen glanced at him doubtfully, and then looked at him doubtfully a few more times, confirming that he did not know this person, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who are you?" "I'm the one who will kill you later," the person said coldly. Hearing this, Luffy looked at him strangely, and then said disdainfully, "I'm sorry. You may be a little fanciful. Why do you think you have the strength to kill me? With the courage given to you by a certain singer named Liang?" Luffy's forward-thinking words stunned Rob Lucci, who came to attack him. He even stopped mid-charge. This was the first time he met someone talking to him like this. In the past, every time he said this to his enemies, most of them would kneel down and beg for mercy. Of course, there are those who say cruel things, but what they say are simple and straightforward things like, lackeys of the world government, come and try if you have the ability. This is the first time I've seen Luffy using an honorific title like this, but it sounds like it is insulting him, and it is actually insulting him. Coupled with Luffy's nose-picking look of disdain, Rob Lucci felt that these slightly respectful words made him even more angry, making him even more angry. He didn't know who the singer named Leong was, but he was familiar with the word courage. In an instant, anger filled his chest. Rob Lucci lost his mind inexplicably, turned into a human-animal form, and rushed towards Luffy. Luffy looked at Lucci, who was charging towards him with anger. A smile flashed in his eyes. Just kidding. This is a profound skill he learned from Xia Chun. Every time he and Xia Chun had a dispute before, Xia Chun would say these words to make him lose his mind. Then he would take the lead and be beaten by Xia Chun in self-defense. He actually didn't know why he became furious after hearing Xia Chun's words, even though he was not easily angered. In the end, it can only be attributed to the power of these few words. Looking at Lucci charging towards him in anger, Luffy couldn't help but sigh again. These words are really useful. Luffy flicked his arm and instantly entered the second gear mode. Looking at Lucci, who was attacking him, he just dodged and avoided his attack. Then the armed color instantly wrapped around his fist and punched Lucci hard in the stomach. At the same time, he said in a calm tone, "Losing your mind in battle is a very fatal thing." With a swish sound, Lucci's figure flew out like a meteor, hitting the ice in the distance heavily, and his body dragged a long trace on the ice. Luffy withdrew his fist and looked at Lucci, who was struggling to get up calmly. An aura of pretentiousness permeated the surroundings. Of course, I also learned this sentence from Xia Chun. It can only be said that his talent is not limited to fighting. Ahem. Lucci stood up slowly, looking at Luffy in the distance with horror in his eyes. The constant cramping in his stomach reminded him of how powerful Luffy's punch was just now. But the problem was, this is unscientific. Is this the strength that a person with 120 million people should have? Lucci must have never seen some people in this world who are born cheating, so naturally he can't understand why Luffy's strength improves so quickly. Moreover, those simple words just now made his Taoist heart confused. He had gone through countless killings. It's simply horrible. At this moment, Lucci seemed to have turned on some switch, firmly remembering this sentence in his mind, and would use this sentence many times in the future to achieve miraculous effects. Of course, this is all a story for later. Luffy looked at Lucci and slowly walked towards him, his aura getting stronger with every step he took. On the opposite side, Lucci felt the pressure coming from Luffy's body. His hair stood on end, and his back was wet with sweat. When he was still dozens of meters away from Lucci, Luffy's eyes narrowed, and Conqueror's domineering energy came out of his body and charged towards the surroundings. In an instant, quite a few Marines around them were lying on the ground like dumplings, but the pirates were not affected. As the main target of Luffy's Conqueror's shock, Lucci also lost consciousness for a moment. When he reacted, Luffy was already in front of him, showing a faint smile. Not good. The alarm bell rang loudly in Lucci's heart, and he hurriedly crossed his hands in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, most people's eyes on Marinefando were focused on Luffy. The 3 Marine generals, Fleet Admiral, and even the 5 elders all looked over. Luffy's Conqueror's haki just now was enough to make them pay a little attention. Sengoku looked at Garp beside him with a livid face, suppressing his anger, and said, "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Why do you let your grandson become a pirate? It will be great if he could be a Marine. It's not like I haven't tried to persuade you. I've been beaten and scolded, but it still doesn't work. I'm also very helpless." On the other side, Kizaru, who had just put down Doflamingo, felt Luffy's Conquerors and couldn't help but puckered his lips. It's so scary. The Straw Hat Pirates. Not only is there a monster like Demon King Xia-chun, the others are not simple characters either. It seems that the days to come are not going to be peaceful. Kizaru said it was scary, but the expression on his face did not change at all. Although the fight with Xia-chun just now was brief, he had a rough idea of Xia-chun's strength, which could be summed up in 4 words. He can't beat it. He could tell that he was not Xia-chun's opponent in terms of hard power, let alone that the other party had the perverted skill of killing by sight. Wasn't this a natural defeat of him? Kizaru has figured out now. He won't fight with Xia-chun again in this war. Isn't that just asking for the blame? He is just a salary earner. There's no need to work so hard. If you want to add money, you might consider it. Akiji on the other side had a smile on his face. Should I say that he is the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp? This pirate group is really difficult to deal with. This kind of dangerous pirate must be strangled in the cradle before he can grow up. He must not be given a chance to grow up. Akainu, who was sitting under the execution platform, looked at Luffy and said with a gloomy expression, "He now has a very serious intention to kill Luffy, and if given the chance, he will definitely try to kill him with one blow." However, Luffy had no idea what everyone was thinking. At this time, he was constantly suppressing Lucci. All kinds of attacks made Lucci miserable. It had only been a while since their fight, but he already vomited an unknown amount of blood. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that the speed he had always been proud of would be crushed by a rookie who had just gone to sea. I could barely see the opponent's movements clearly, but I couldn't keep up with him at all. His hands had been crossed in front of him for so long, and he never put them down, so he could only be beaten passively. He now felt that his hands were no longer his, and the bones were all broken. Luffy was a little surprised at this time. He didn't expect that the man in black, who came out of nowhere, was quite durable. It's been almost a minute, and I still haven't taken him down. Luffy became anxious when he thought of this. If he was really dragged down by this guy for a while, Zoro and those guys would definitely laugh at him. He had even thought of their mocking faces. No, absolutely not. Luffy stopped attacking Lucci, used his legs to jump into the sky. Then bite the finger with your mouth. 3rd gear. Luffy's arm became extremely huge when inflated, and then his armed, domineering energy instantly wrapped around it. Exudes a dark luster. Hey, Catman, I won't play with you anymore. Otherwise, those people will laugh at me then. Lucci was originally wondering why Luffy stopped attacking, but he heard this the next second and yelled at Luffy. Lousy is a leopard, not a cat. Unexpectedly, Luffy seemed not to hear what he said and said, "Catman, follow my move. Giant elephant gun." You. Lucci suddenly became furious. He really wanted to discuss the difference between leopards and cats with Luffy, but the huge black fist attacking him made his heart tremble. He hurriedly stepped on moonwalk into the sky, trying to avoid the attack range of this punch. But it turns out, he thought too much. The huge fist hit Lucci's body hard, and the powerful force carried Lucci and flew back at high speed. He didn't stop until he hit the wall. There was a loud boom, and smoke filled the surrounding area. After the smoke dissipated, Lucci's body slowly appeared. At this time, he was lying on the ground, and it could be seen from the blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth and the white eyes that he had lost consciousness. Since there was fighting all the time on the field, not many people noticed this scene. But no one who noticed it showed a surprised expression, especially for Marine and World Government, who knew Lucci's strength. The expression on his face might be better described as ugly. They never expected that the most powerful genius in the world government for 800 years would be defeated so easily. Is this because Lucci is too hydrated or because Luffy is too strong? Quite simply, the answer is definitely the latter. Lucci's strength is actually not weak at all. He is currently the strongest in CP9, and he was added to CP0 2 years later in the original work. He even played with Luffy in 5th gear for a while, and was successfully punched until he almost lost consciousness. Happy to be called Jinxing Brother. So to sum up, it can only be said that Luffy today is much stronger than in the original work. Although the 4th gear has not yet been developed, the 3 colors of domineering have been mastered. This is enough to improve Luffy's strength a lot. Moreover, his physique is also much stronger than in the original work, and this must be attributed to teacher Xia. After Luffy finished dealing with Lucci, he didn't look at him again and continued to run towards the execution platform. But at this time, another person stopped in front of him. The dress is similar to that of Lucci before, both in suits, but this man is wearing a white suit, while Lucci is in black. Who are you? Luffy was a little helpless at this time. These people were like groundhogs, one after another came one after another. I'm the purple rat from CP0. I don't even know what you're talking about. Then you still ask. Luffy. Luffy looked at the purple rat and said calmly, Are you here to stop me like the cat boy just now? No. I'm here to kill you, Zishu said with the same faint smile. The Catman said the same thing just now, and now he is lying over there. Luffy spoke calmly, as if he didn't take the purple rat seriously. There was no way, since he came to this battlefield, he was like a tiger among the sheep. Although it was not comparable to Xia-chun, theoretically speaking, it was not something he could handle at the moment. The problem is, a theory is always just a theory. Who can tell clearly what it will look like in practice? Therefore, Luffy was not very afraid of meeting a strong person like Purple Rat, but was instead very excited because the opponent was not strong enough for him to resist. And this means he can use the magic of sit-ups. Without hesitation, Luffy rushed towards the Purple Rat. It was important to strike first. Other side, bang! There was a dull sound, and a figure fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, hitting the ice heavily. A huge hole was made in the ice, and countless ice chips flew away. A figure fell to the edge of the pit, looked at the figure struggling to get up, and asked calmly, What's wrong? Teach. With this strength, you can immune to death. Why? A hoarse and angry voice came. Blackbeard's face was extremely ugly, and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Xia-chun. Why? Xia-chun asked lightly. Why does my dark fruit have no effect on you? Blackbeard asked with an ugly expression. Do you think my son can beat Lousy? Of course it won't work, because your fruit is so rubbish. It's just a dark fruit, but you still want to touch my fruit? Xia-chun said disdainfully. Hearing this, Blackbeard's face turned gloomy. The dark fruit was a fruit he had paid such a high price to obtain. He had endured it for who knows how many years. The dark fruit has always been the strongest fruit in his opinion. Every time he fought against fruit ability users, he relied on this ability to restrain the opponent, just like the fight with Ace. But now someone actually told him that his fruit was rubbish. He found it hard to accept it, but the situation before him is indeed that his ability cannot have the slightest impact on Xia-chun. On the contrary, because of the disadvantage of being twice as painful, he did not know how uncomfortable he was in the battle with Xia-chun just now. Could it really be his fruit? After hesitating for a while, Blackbeard looked at Xia-chun and asked, So what is your fruit? He knew a lot about devil fruits, but in his impression, there was no devil fruit that matched Xia-chun's abilities. It can't be said that he is too ignorant, right? You guess. The word Xia-chun almost made Blackbeard vomit blood in anger. If he hadn't considered that he had been beaten a bit badly just now, he would have rushed towards Xia-chun. It's just that he doesn't want to cause trouble for Xia-chun now, but it doesn't mean that Xia-chun doesn't want to cause trouble for him. In the blink of an eye, Xia-chun appeared in front of Blackbeard, and then hit him hard with a stick. Bang! Blackbeard was struck by the stick before he could react at all. His body that had just stood up was hit by the ice again. The huge force carried him and smashed countless ice blocks, and finally even penetrated the extremely thick ice layer directly and fell into the sea. However, seeing this, Xia-chun didn't hesitate at all and rushed towards the hole that was punched through. He rushed into the sea with a plop. Everyone who was watching this battle was stunned. Is it understandable that Blackbeard was forced into the sea? You, a normal devil fruit user, rushed into the sea on your own initiative? Isn't this lighting a lantern in the toilet and looking for shit? Of course, they didn't think Xia-chun was such a fool seeking death, so he must have a way to avoid the sound of the sea. Thinking of this, the faces of the people around them showed expressions of horror. In their knowledge, They had never said that a strong person who had eaten a devil fruit could achieve this step. The stronger you are, your resistance to seawater will indeed increase, but rushing directly into the sea is undoubtedly courting death. In an instant, everyone who saw this scene was full of curiosity about Xia, especially those who had eaten devil fruits. If they could also get this method. For a time, these people's minds became active. At this time, Xia, who was in the center of the storm, was rushing towards the black beard that was falling continuously in the sea. Since he dared to rush directly into the sea in front of everyone, he was no longer afraid of being exposed. Now he has very few people or forces in the world who can threaten him. And as long as there is a plot island to check in, his strength will increase extremely quickly, and he will not be able to improve his strength for several years after reaching a certain level like other strongmen. As for why he was still uneasy after Blackbeard had already fallen into the sea and wanted to come and kill him in person, have you ever heard of the protagonist's halo? Although the biggest protagonist in the pirate world is definitely Luffy, one thing is that Blackbeard is also present throughout the entire plot, and he has a somewhat aura about him. So to be on the safe side, he had to do it himself to feel at ease. A few breaths later, Xia had arrived a few meters in front of Blackbeard. Looking at Blackbeard so close, Xia didn't hesitate at all. He raised the stick in his hand above his head and kept spinning. The rotation of the stick drove the rotation of the ocean current, gradually forming a sea spout above Xia, rushing straight into the ice above. The next moment, Xia appeared in front of Blackbeard, and the stick that had been charged up hit him hard on the head. Jiang Sanshur Enai Luo. Bang! This extremely powerful blow caused Blackbeard's head to collapse, and his body quickly fell down like a meteor, even in the sea. At the same time, the surrounding seawater continued to stir, and the ice in the area above quickly shattered, eventually breaking through the ice from bottom to top, and countless ice fragments mixed with seawater rushed to the sky. This huge movement made everyone believe their guess even more. Xia definitely has a way to be immune to sea water. At this time, Xia was recycling the fruit from Blackbeard. After receiving Xia's blow, Blackbeard had successfully gone to see his grandma in advance. This big pirate who caused countless waves in the original One Piece world and was at the center of countless events ended his script so easily. This result is said to be unexpected, but it is actually inevitable. For Xia, Blackbeard's strength is really not enough, especially when his fruit ability is useless to Xia. If it hadn't been for the Golden Lion stop when we were on Gaia Island, Blackbeard would have gone to the Pure Land of Paradise with his friends long ago. How would it be his turn to be so arrogant with him today? But without Blackbeard, the plot of this world will be more skewed, right? Xia looked at the two fruits in his hands and thought. Bang! A dull sound came, and a figure was instantly knocked out. Xia looked with interest at the person who was sent flying more than 10 meters by him, and said calmly, "Sort of filial son, skewered. Fortunately, I didn't miss this good show because of Blackbeard's delay, otherwise it would have been less. Have some fun." As soon as he came out of the sea, he saw a very classic scene in the original work. So he didn't hesitate to ride on the somersault cloud and came over to give Skewered a kick, but he still wanted to see how Whitebeard was going to deal with this matter. So I didn't use much strength. Otherwise, if I just use a little force, I'd be done with it. He doesn't have a good impression of such an idiot who can be manipulated with just a few words. Obviously, there are no high ice walls on the outside. They can leave at any time if they want to, but they're still being incited to rebel. It is a bit mindless. Although there are also a bunch of idiots on his boat who always cause some trouble. But they all deeply trust each other, and things like this kind of alienation scheme will never happen on their ship. Thank you, boy Xia. Whitebeard first thanked Xia, and then looked at Skewered with a faint look. After a while, he asked silently, "Silly son, why do you do this?" After hearing what Whitebeard said, Skewered got up excitedly and asked, "Whitebeard, are you still pretending to be stupid now? Why didn't you tell me that Ace is Roger's son? You obviously know that all my friends were killed by the Roger pirates. And you've already planned it, right? Sacrifice the lives of our subordinate pirates to save Ace and the Whitebeard pirates. Isn't this your purpose? What? Squard's words immediately stunned all the members of Whitebeard's pirate group who were fighting on the battlefield, and murmured in disbelief. Is this true? Dad would actually do such a thing. For a moment, these pirate groups felt a little distracted. Is that so? Whitebeard's eyes were dark. Skyard continued. Since the assassination of you has not been successful, then I admit it, come on. After saying that, Skyard stood there with his arms open, closed his eyes, and looked like he was going to die calmly. Whitebeard walked towards him step by step. Most of the people on the battlefield stopped fighting at this time and looked at this scene, because what happens next may very well determine the course of the war. A few seconds later, Whitebeard arrived in front of Skyard, then stretched out his arm and waved towards him. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield held their breath, especially the pirates under Whitebeard, who did not dare to blink for a moment. But what happened next made a look of surprise appear on their faces. I saw that Whitebeard did not attack Skyard, but took Skyard into his arms and said in a deep voice, "Silly son, both Ace and you are my sons. Your pirate ship is parked outside now. You can leave at any time if you want. It's true that Ace is Roger's son, but should the father's debt really be repaid by the son? Think carefully about the relationship between you and Ace. How many battles have you gone through side by side? So, no matter what you do, I won't blame you." Dad! Skyard raised his head stiffly, and what came into view was Whitebeard's old father-like eyes. In an instant, tears filled his eyes, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. He looked at his hands in disbelief. What on earth did he just do? He actually listened to Marine's words and did such a thing. He attacked his father and denied the brotherly love between him and Ace. Everything made him blame himself extremely now. But fortunately, he didn't cause any harm to his father, otherwise he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Skyard couldn't help but look at Xia Chun gratefully. Xia Chun noticed his gaze and did not look at him. He doesn't want to have too much contact with such an idiot, as that will lower his IQ. Whitebeard slowly stood up and roared. As pirates, it's up to you to decide what you want to believe. Oh! In an instant, all the pirates on the field became excited, and their momentum became even stronger. I knew it would be impossible for Dad to do that. We all remember clearly how good Dad has been to us over the years. These hateful Marines actually want to sow discord between us and Dad. Kill them. Kill. Whitebeard looked at Warring States in the distance and said quietly, "It's really your style, Warring States." At this time, Warring States did not focus on Whitebeard, but stared at Xia Chun hatefully. Xia Chun also felt this hateful gaze. He also looked towards Warring States, and then spread his hands pretending to be helpless. Seeing this situation, Warring States became even more angry. He would have killed Xia Chun at all costs when he knew about Xia Chun's existence. Now it won't bring him so much trouble. Not only is it difficult to deal with himself, but it also makes Whitebeard difficult to deal with. If Xia Chun hadn't taken action just now, his plan would have been successful, and it would definitely have given Whitebeard, who was already in extremely bad health, a drink. It's a pity that the last point is missing now. Demon King Xia Chun, you really deserve to die. Xia Chun didn't feel the hatred in Warring States' eyes at all. There were so many people who hated him. He didn't care if there was one more person, since they couldn't threaten him anyway. On the contrary, Xia Chun is now more interested in Whitebeard's physical condition. Under his fiery eyes, he could clearly see Whitebeard's current body. How should I put it? It has almost reached the point where it has run out of fuel. Even without this war and good medical treatment, he wouldn't have been able to live long in this condition. There were too many hidden wounds left when he was young, and now that he is old, they're destroying his body all the time. This can also understand why Whitebeard was unable to avoid Squard's attack in the original work. Originally, he thought it was because Whitebeard was undefended against Skyard. Now, after actually seeing it, I realized that although there's some reasons for this, the most important thing is that my physical condition is very poor and I can no longer react and avoid it so easily. But now, due to his intervention, Whitebeard did not suffer the blow. So what will his battle against the kind be like? Xia Chun was very curious, and at the same time he admired Whitebeard immensely. The title of the strongest man in the world was indeed not for nothing. To be able to beat a Kainu in such a bad state in the original work, I have to say it is really awesome. And now, Xiachun looked at a place on the battlefield. Chong! The sound of metal and metal mingled was heard. Zoro looked solemnly at the man with 2 pinches of hair on his lips and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Vice Admiral Marine, Mole. In the name of justice, I will never let you pass here." "Oh, is that so? That's not good. Ace is Luffy's brother. We must save him." After saying that, Zoro slightly bent his legs and jumped back. Ghost Energy O9 Sword Style. Zoro directly activated his ultimate move. Although he had only fought with the Marine Lieutenant General in front of him for a short time, he understood that the opponent was definitely a strong man and that if he was not careful, he might fall into an irreversible situation. The mole across from him suddenly felt as if the pirate opposite him had turned into a monster with 3 heads and 6 hands, and he couldn't help but shook his head violently. But even if he shook his head and opened his eyes again, he still saw the same result. The hand holding the knife couldn't help but tighten, and he murmured, "Does the murderous aura form into a phantom? He is really a swordsman with great potential." After saying that, Mole's eyes suddenly condensed, and he was going to fight with all his strength. Although the swordsman in front of him could not pose a threat to him yet, he could already see the potential in him. If the opponent was a junior Marine, he would be happy to death. But the problem is that the other party is a pirate. In this case, he will kill him at all costs. He must not allow such a pirate to continue to grow. Then the 2 figures rushed towards each other at the same time. On the other side, Sanji was also fighting with a man in a white suit, and this man was still an old acquaintance of his. "Blackfoot Sanji, you surprise me. You were defeated so miserably by me last time in the capital of 7 Waters, and yet you dare to come to me this time. Although I'm just an ordinary member of CP0, I'm not something a pirate of your level can mess with." The member of CP0, also known as Black Snake, looked at Sanji and said calmly. At that time, he was also one of the CP0 who besieged Xiaqian in the capital of 7 Waters, but he hid very far back at that time, coupled with his superb ability to observe the battlefield. That is to say, he only suffered a little aftermath shock at the beginning. Later, he was paddling the whole process, just watching his Captain Zishu being beaten to death. There's no way, it's not that he doesn't want to go up, it's just a gift with his strength. He might as well save some combat power. Didn't you see that he punched the remaining crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates later? If he had been killed by Xiachun before, would it have no effect after that? Therefore, his approach is the most reasonable approach. Everything is based on reasonableness, and it is definitely not, because he is a coward. Later, Sanji was defeated and captured by him personally. At that time, the battle between the 2 was completely one-sided. Sanji was no match for him at all, and he was defeated in his hands not long after. But what really surprised him this time was that the other party still dared to come to him. It had only been a few days since their last battle. The scar was healed so quickly, and the pain was forgotten. Sanji slowly blew out a smoke ring, looked at the Black Snake, and said calmly, "The last time was the last time. Haven't you heard of the saying that people should treat each other with admiration for 3 days? I really haven't heard of this." Sanji, he made a mistake and forgot that this sentence was exclusive to their pirate group. Sometimes he also wondered why Xia Chun always had some very novel words coming out of his mouth. And the most important thing is that most of them are easy to use, especially those things that Xia Chun calls the quintessence of Daxia, which opened a door to the new world for him. Sanji shook his head and ignored it. He moved his legs slightly and disappeared in an instant. This speed, Black Snake's pupils shrank. A look of horror appeared on his face, and then he immediately put his hands in front of him. Bang! Sanji kicked the Black Snake hard, and in an instant, the Black Snake's body flew backwards like a cannonball, dragging its body on the ice for who knows how long before it stopped. Ahem! The Black Snake spit out a mouthful of blood, struggled to stand up, looked at Sanji walking slowly towards him, and asked in disbelief, How is it possible? How do you have such strength? Did you always pretend before? I've already said that Shibi was impressed by me for 3 days. Isn't it normal for me to become so much stronger in a few days? Isn't it possible for you? Black Snake, are you speaking human language? Should I do it? To be fair, Sanji's words really come from the bottom of his heart because the people on their ship are all like this, and they might suddenly become a lot stronger when they get mad. This situation is completely out of control on their ship. So, now you think there's anything wrong with me coming to you? Sanji exhaled another puff of smoke and asked calmly. 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. A huge thunder dragon galloped toward a group of Marines, causing thunder to fly everywhere it passed. This group of Marine soldiers encountered this thunder dragon and had no ability to resist at all. They were convulsed by the electricity and suffered numerous burns on their bodies. Whoa! Why are there so many of these Marines? After one batch, another batch comes. Nami said helplessly, panting heavily. Indeed, my physical strength is being drained. Usopp on the side also panted. That's right, but luckily we specially picked these Marine soldiers to fight. Otherwise the situation would definitely be worse than it is now. Yo ho ho ho, what Chopper Kuin said makes perfect sense. The 4 of them all have a clear understanding of their own strength, so they have been together from the beginning, which makes them feel more secure. Moreover, they also specifically picked out those weak Marines to fight, so far they have basically suffered no injuries except for a bit of physical exhaustion. This is also thanks to the fact that you can tell the military rank of those Marines through their uniforms. Those with lower military ranks must be weaker. This is common sense for most people. Of course, if they encounter a Marine who is strong but has a low military rank, it can only be said that they are out of luck, but at least they have not encountered it so far. After resting for a while, several people continued to attack Marine without hesitation. Boom! A figure fell from the sky and hit the ice hard, making a big hole in the ice. Then another figure fell from the sky and attacked the figure in the ice. As soon as Luffy struggled to get up from the ice, he saw a fist coming towards his face and hurriedly dodged aside. Boom! The purple rat's fist hit the hole in the ice, instantly shattering countless ice blocks around it. Luffy was frightened when he saw the power of this punch, and couldn't help but patted his chest in fear. Fortunately, he dodged the punch, otherwise he would have suffered less. Luffy looked at the purple rat solemnly. The pain from everywhere in his body told him that he was no match for the purple rat. The battle just now was completely one-sided, and he only deserved to be beaten. But this alone can't make him admit defeat. The purple rat won't make him unable to fight back, which means he still has a chance. Luffy waved his right hand and instantly entered the second gear form. He still had a lot of strength. Then Luffy rushed towards the purple rat, and the purple rat also rushed towards Luffy. The distance between the two was getting closer, and at this moment, a voice distracted the running Luffy. Mr. Luffy, don't do anything anymore. Suddenly hearing this voice, Luffy couldn't help but feel dazed. And since he was not as strong as the purple rat, this mistake was very fatal to him. The purple rat did not let down the hard work of this good teammate whose name he did not know, and punched Luffy hard in the stomach with a powerful punch wrapped in armed color. Luffy was knocked away by a punch, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air, and the severe pain in his abdomen made him curl up together. Then it hit the ice in the distance heavily, and the violent impact made Luffy spit out another mouthful of blood. Luffy struggled to stand up slowly, his body swaying. He looked at a certain place with an ugly expression on his face and asked, "Kirby, what do you want to do?" On the other side, the person who just spoke, the deserter Wong KB, saw this scene with a guilty expression on his face, but it was quickly replaced by what he thought was firmness. He looked at Luffy and said seriously, "Mr. Luffy, please don't continue this war. If this continues, it will only increase casualties. It is not a good result for either your side or our side. Why must there be war? Isn't it possible to live in peace?" KB's words seemed righteous, and the light of righteousness shone on his face. At this moment, KB even had an idea in his mind that he felt extremely great, but before his idea lasted long, he was interrupted by Luffy's cold words. Kirby, why didn't I notice before that your brain was not fully developed and your cerebellum was completely underdeveloped? Can you say this? Now that Luffy gets along with Xiachun every day, many of his ideas have been influenced by Xiachun, although he still does many things without thinking. But he was more aggressive and decisive in dealing with the rights and wrongs of things. So he immediately started to spit out the sweetness of KB's behavior and words. Oh, KB was immediately stunned by Luffy's words. He looked at Luffy in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe why Luffy would say such a thing. Obviously, Mr. Luffy had helped him join Marine before, and judging from the things he and Luffy had experienced, he had always thought that Luffy was a sunny and kind-hearted pirate, fighting against those who only knew killing and provoking wars. Pirates are completely different. But now Luffy's words caused the image of Luffy in his heart to collapse, and he couldn't help but murmured, "Is it true that a pirate is still a pirate? His nature will not change no matter what." Thinking of this, KB's eyes became firmer, and the last trace of guilt in Luffy's heart completely disappeared. He looked at Luffy and said with disappointment, "Mr. Luffy, I thought you were different from other pirates, but now it seems." What? After saying that, KB even sighed, looking disappointed. Seeing this scene, Luffy couldn't help it and spit directly at KB. "If I had known you were like this, Xiachun, and I shouldn't have rescued you from Arita. You advised me not to continue taking action? Do you know who the person above is about to be executed? That's my brother. Do you want me to listen to you and watch my brother be executed?" Luffy even yelled the last two sentences directly, and at the same time, he looked at KB with a hint of murderous intent. Hearing Luffy's roar, KB didn't know what to say for a moment, but it could be seen from his expression that he just wanted to defend himself, rather than really feeling that he had done something wrong. But then a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ha ha! Marine boy, you did a great job. What's your name? After the war, I will go and tell warring states that you performed very well in this war." The purple rat laughed and walked towards the two of them, looked at KB, and said with a smile. But he couldn't help but feel contempt for KB in his heart. He was not very far from where Luffy and the others were just now, so he heard the conversation between the two, probably also know what happened. To put it simply, the straw hat boy in front of me was kind to this pink-haired Marine, but in the end he wanted to give him a grand prize for backstabbing. Moreover, everything this Marine said placed himself on the so-called righteousness, claiming to be a righteous behavior. Such a hypocritical attitude makes him a bit beyond the reach of CP0. To be fair, although he is a member of an organization under the world government and often does things unscrupulously, they rarely talk about so-called justice, because they themselves know what they are doing, and it has nothing to do with the so-called justice. But the Marine in front of him was different. His righteous words made him almost unable to help but believe that he was really a righteous partner. But although he looked down upon and despised such behavior, now that it happened on the enemy's side and it was beneficial to them, he was very happy. You really need to talk to Sengoku and ask him where he found such a hypocritical Marine. The more of these Marines, the better. I'm not. KB hurriedly explained after hearing Zishu's words, but the smile that reached the corner of his mouth seemed to be saying something different. After seeing this scene, Luffy completely gave up on KB. He didn't expect that the person he saved would be such a person. He only speaks high-sounding words. Since you don't want the war to continue, why don't you persuade Marines, your world government? Since you are from your camp, theoretically speaking, isn't it more likely that persuasion is possible? Now, instead of telling such nonsense to a pirate like me, Luffy felt sick to his stomach when he thought of this, and regretted more and more how he had saved such a hypocritical person. Hey, suddenly I feel a little sorry for Arita. Damn it. Luffy closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he looked at KB with murderous intent in his eyes, and said calmly, "Since that's your idea, there's nothing more to say. Your journey to Marine started with me. Let me help you end it today." After saying that, Luffy rushed towards KB in an instant, although he was seriously injured due to the purple rat's punch just now. But the strength gap between him and Kebe is too big. Even if he is seriously injured, he still has to deal with someone like Kebe. Not long after, Luffy came to Kebe and punched him hard. Luffy showed no mercy at all with this punch. He just wanted to kill Kebe. If this person is not dead, he will feel uneasy. Kebe was stunned when he looked at Luffy in front of him. Feeling the aura on Luffy's body, his body froze in place, unable to move. The fear of death instantly enveloped his heart. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of him instantly. Bang! A dull voice sounded, and Luffy's figure flew out faster than when he came. Luffy then forced himself to spin a few times in the air before landing on his feet. After dragging out a long trace, he half knelt on the ground. Luffy looked up and looked at the purple rat in front of him, his expression a little ugly. Purple Rat kept pumping his fist and said with a faint smile, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill Marine's future offspring? I can't let you do that." Luffy stood up slowly, moved his bones, looked at the purple rat, and said, "In this case, I can only beat you away first." Huh? Ha ha. Hearing this, the purple rat was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Kick me away? Do you think you have the strength? Not to mention that you are seriously injured now. Even if you were not injured just now, do you think you can beat me? You have been fighting with me for a while. Do you already know how strong I am? I said I would blow you away, and I will definitely blow you away." After saying that, Luffy rushed towards the purple rat. Looking at Luffy, who was rushing towards him, Zishu's eyes turned cold, and he said, "You don't know the heights of the world." Then he also rushed towards Luffy, and when the distance between them was only a few meters, they both raised their fists at the same time. Bang! The two fists met in the air, and in an instant, a powerful shock wave emitted from their fists. Kebe was directly knocked back several meters by the sudden shock wave. He raised his head and looked at the two fighting men with horror on his face. He murmured softly, "Is Mr. Luffy so strong?" For a moment, an emotion called jealousy arose in Kebe's heart. He has been training at Marine for some time now, so naturally he is no longer the ignorant rookie he was before. He originally felt that his growth rate during this period had been very fast. If he were to face Mr. Luffy, whom he met for the first time, he was confident that he could win. So this is the reason why he has less and less awe of Luffy. To put it simply, his wings are hard, but he never expected that Luffy would be so strong now. The strength gap between them did not get smaller as time went by, but instead became bigger and bigger. Why? Why does he train so hard every day, but in the end he is still so far away from Luffy? Kebe was extremely jealous of Luffy's talent at this time. If this talent were given to him, coupled with his hard work, he would definitely be better than Luffy now. What P*** DM off the most was, he was so scared when he faced Luffy's attack just now that he couldn't move. This was a complete shame for him, who was determined to surpass Luffy. Therefore, Kebe now extremely hopes that the purple rat can defeat Luffy and then imprison him in Impel Down City. Only in this way can he have a chance to surpass Luffy and get rid of his shadow. The master of CP0 can definitely do it, Kebe murmured while watching the battle between the two. What must be possible? I can definitely defeat Mr. Luffy. A voice sounded in Kebe's ear, and he subconsciously answered. The next second, Kebe turned his head stiffly, and what came into view was a familiar face. The moment he saw this person, Kebe's legs went weak. He couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. He stammered, "Xia, Mr. Xia-chun?" Yes, the person who came was none other than Xia-chun. He had noticed this place since the first time Kebe shouted at Luffy to stop, so he came over without any hesitation. However, he did not appear immediately, but was ready to see how far the Deserter King's lower limit could reach. The final result was, of course, not what he expected. The dog could not change its habit of eating shit, so it was time to send him to see God. After Xia-chan appeared here for a while, Luffy and Zishu, who were fighting over there, also noticed him, with completely different expressions on their faces. "Xia-chun," Luffy shouted happily. "Demon King Xia-chun," Purple Rat murmured gloomily. The eyes that looked at Xia Chun were filled with fear, and even a lot of fear. He was really frightened by Xia Chun last time, and was playing with him the whole time, and the key is that the injury he suffered last time has not healed yet. The most important thing is that Xia Chun actually resisted the attacks of 2 King Spears head-on, without any problem. You must know that when he felt the attack released by the King Spear, he was completely shocked. He has never seen such a powerful attack. But now, there's a person who can withstand 2 such attacks alive, standing in front of him. It is a lie to say that he is not panic. Xia Chun also turned his attention after hearing the sound, looked at Luffy, and said with a smile, "Luffy, is it okay to leave this CP0 to you?" "No problem. I will definitely beat him away," Luffy said confidently. "Okay, then I won't take action. I'll leave him to you." "Okay." Luffy nodded, his eyes full of determination. And Zishu was extremely pleasantly surprised after hearing what Xia Chun said. When Xia Chun appeared just now, he thought he was going to explain it here today, but he didn't expect that there is no way out. The other party couldn't say anything and wanted to hand him over to the Straw Hat Boy. If that's the case, then he's not welcome. The purple rat looked at Luffy in front of him, his eyes full of murderous intent. He couldn't guarantee that Xia Chun would let him go later, so even if he was going to die, he had to help him. It will be worth it even if he dies by then. If you want to blame it, just blame it on you for being too confident. Thinking like this, the purple rat immediately rushed towards Luffy, and for a while, the 2 of them fought together again. Xia Chun just glanced at the 2 of them and stopped paying attention. Although Luffy was injured now, based on his understanding of Luffy, you won't show off until you have residual blood. The more blood you have, the stronger you will be. Moreover, the purple rat's current situation is not very good under his fiery eyes. After all, he withstood most of the firepower of one of Xia Chun's clones when he was in the capital of 7 Waters. Originally, his strength was at the level of the weakest general, but now that he is injured, it is hard to say whether he is as strong as a top lieutenant general. This is why Xia Chun is so relieved. Otherwise, even if Luffy can cheat, it is still a bit unrealistic to defeat a general-level opponent at this stage. Shaking his head to get rid of these thoughts in his mind, Xia Chun again focused his attention on Kabi, who was sitting on the ground in front of him, his eyes extremely indifferent. After a while, he said, "Kebe, for the sake of our acquaintance, tell me, I don't want to die. To be honest, it is difficult for the person in front of me to overlap with the figure of the short winter melon a few months ago. A few months ago, he shouted that he wanted to become a Marine every day, just like Luffy shouted that he wanted to become One Piece every day. He was just a fool with a dream. That's why Xia Chun didn't take action against Kabi at that time. He wanted to see if he would be the same as in the original work. If so, it wouldn't be too late to take action against him then. It seems now, the country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Forget about being a deserter. Garp was in doubt about his own life and death in order to save him, but in the end, he wanted to stop Luffy's dream. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? If you don't stop Blackbeard who caught you, you will end up stopping your teacher's grandson? This is really funny. After a while, Xia Chun said, "Since you don't speak, I will help you choose." As soon as the words fell, Xia Chun's hand grabbed Kabi's neck with lightning speed, and then slowly lifted him off the ground. Xia Chun, sir, don't kill me." Kabi was pinched by Xia Chun until his whole face turned red. He kept struggling, but Xia Chun's strength was too far behind him. No matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. It's impossible not to kill you. Do you know how many people are looking forward to your death? Xia Chun said lightly. He was indeed not lying. In his previous life, countless Haimais like him were looking forward to Kabi's death. What he did was indeed a bit of a B*****************. So, your death was expected by everyone, Xia Chun said calmly. Then his eyes narrowed, and he exerted force on his palms. At the same time, a roar came over. "Stop!" Xia Chun knew who it was when he heard the voice, but he didn't stop his movements at all. The next moment, crack! As the sound of bone cracking came, Kabi's neck gradually softened, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Those eyes were filled with disbelief before he died. Xia Chun casually waved his hand and threw KB's body towards the place where the sound came from just now. Then he looked over. The visitor caught KB's body steadily, and when he felt that the breath on his body had completely disappeared, an extremely ugly expression appeared on his face. Looking at Xia Chun, he shouted, "Xia Chun, don't yell so loud. Garp, I can't hear you." Xia Chun picked his ears and said softly, "Why did you kill him? Don't you feel ashamed to bully the small? The big bullies the small? Ha ha. Garp, what you say is really interesting. First of all, he is 16 years old and I am 16 years old. Are we considered to be bullying others of the same age? Besides, this is war. Don't you know what war means? If you go by what you said, doesn't it mean that those of you who are older than me can't take action against me?" Xia Chun almost laughed to death at what Garp said and looked at him with disdain. Garp was also startled when he heard this, realizing that he had indeed said some mindless words in a hurry. Then he looked at KB's body in silence for a long time, then slowly took off his marine cloak, looked at Xia Chun, and said, "Since you kill my disciple, let me, the master, seek justice for him." TSK. Xia Chun couldn't help but TSK twice when he heard this, then looked at Garp and asked, "In your opinion, justice in one's body is more important than one's own relatives?" Garp was silent for a long time, and finally said nothing. "I know your choice." Xia Chun waved his hand, and a stick appeared in his hand. Then he pointed at Garp and said, "Garp, this is your choice. I have nothing to say, but since you made such a choice today, there must be a battle between us. Come on, let's finish the battle that we didn't finish last time in the capital of 7 Waters." Xia Chun has nothing to say about Garp's choice. Everyone has different ideas and practices. Garp chose the former between justice and family, so he could still watch Ace die even though he was in agony. Therefore, he can also attack the Beehive Island alone to rescue the Deserter King. If the former is saved, it will violate his justice, but if the latter is saved, it is reasonable. Xia Chun won't judge such behavior, because he can't say that Garp is wrong. He can only say that everyone's persistence is different. Xia Chun narrowed his eyes, exerted force on his legs, and his figure disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Garp, and he hit Garp hard with the stick in his hand. Seeing this, Garp was not to be outdone. He wrapped his powerful armed, domineering energy around his fist and moved towards the stick. Boom! There was a loud noise, and an extremely powerful shock wave spread out around Xia Chun and Garp, and everyone within a few hundred meters was swept away. Luffy and Purple Rat, who were fighting not far away, were also shaken by the shockwave, and both looked in the direction of the source of the shockwave. "Xia Chun, Grandpa." Luffy tilted his head in confusion, as if he didn't understand why the two were fighting together. However, he was just confused for a moment and stopped paying attention. Xia Chun knew about his grandfather, so he would definitely show mercy when the time comes. Luffy naturally thought that although he knew his grandfather was very strong, he didn't have a specific idea of how strong he was. Xia Chun was different. He tortures him every day, so in his opinion Xia Chun is definitely stronger than his grandfather. After coming back to his senses, Luffy punched the Purple Rat who was still in a daze over there. The Purple Rat was still immersed in the aftermath of Xia Chun's Garp fight, and for a moment he didn't even react to Luffy's fist. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The fist, exuding a dark luster, had already come to his face. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the Purple Rat's figure instantly flew backwards. His entire face was slightly deformed by the punch, which showed that Luffy had used a strong punch. The Purple Rat flew in the air for an unknown amount of time before landing. However, as soon as he got up, he saw Luffy continuing to rush towards him. Too careless. The Purple Rat coughed up a pool of blood scab and stared at Luffy. His eyes were no longer the contemptuous one before, but became a little solemn. "It seems that I can't be distracted anymore. I'm already injured. If I keep going like this, I might really end up in Waterloo later." The Purple Rat twisted its neck and rushed towards Luffy. On the other side, the confrontation between Xia Chun and Garp continued. Xia Chun looked at Garp with a smile on his face. Lieutenant General Garp, you are a little out of sorts. During this period, Xia Chen's strength has increased by another level, so it is much easier for him to face Garp for the second time than the first time. Then Xia Chen's eyes narrowed, and he exerted force again in his hand, breaking the balance between the two. The stick hit Garp with huge force. In an instant, Garp's figure flew backwards like an arrow. Seeing this scene, most of the people watching here showed surprised expressions. Even Marine and world government are the same, even though they have known about Xia Chen's performance in the capital of Seven Waters for a long time. But, judging from the reports at the time, Xia Chen only had a slight upper hand when fighting Garp. However, judging from the current situation, it seems to be a little different from what was said before. Whitebeard, who had been paying attention to Xia Chen's movements, also narrowed his eyes slightly. As an old rival, he knew Garp's strength very well. And now Xia Chen was able to directly defeat Garp in a head-on duel, which made him sigh. This young man is really fierce. After a successful blow, Xia Chen didn't give Garp a chance to breathe. He rode the somersault cloud to the top of Garp, who was flying upside down, and punched him hard again. Boom! Garp's body hit the ice hard, and the ice began to crack like a spider web with him as the center, spreading for several kilometers. Qing Tian, Garp was lying in a deep pit in the ice, feeling severe pain all over his body. Suddenly he heard the sound, and without thinking, he flexed his body and hit aside. The next second he dodged, a black stick hit the spot where he was originally lying. Zilan, the already cracked ice layer, was directly penetrated by this blow, and all the ice blocks with a radius of several hundred meters were shattered, exposing the sea water below, and then the sea water quickly spread up. Xia Chen floated in the air on a somersault cloud, carrying the stick behind him and looking down quietly. After a while, a figure emerged from the sea, walking on the moonwalk and looking at the same height as Xia Chen. The bloodstains on his mouth showed that he had not received any benefit just now. Garp stared at Xia Chen solemnly, his expression a bit ugly. How come your strength has improved so much compared to before? Were you hiding your strength at that time? Garp didn't ask about another possibility because that possibility was too unrealistic. He could understand that he was hiding his strength at that time, but it would be a bit exaggerated to say that he had improved so much strength in the past few days. To improve your strength, don't you have to work hard and follow the steps? What type of rocket are you riding on? What do you think? Xia Chen smiled faintly, and then the figure disappeared from the place again. Garp secretly said something bad and just wanted to leave the place, but found that his body could not move. It took him a few tenths of a second to regain control of his body, but by then it was too late. Xia Chen's fist had already reached his face. Bang! Another dull blow, and Garp's figure flew out again. Xia Chen was also not idle, and once again galloped towards Garp. Although Garp's current strength is not as good as his body is quite strong, and he can't defeat him just with those few blows, so he has to pursue the victory and not give Garp any chance to breathe. Everyone on the battlefield watching this scene was stunned, and some Marines felt like the sky had fallen in half. Mr. Garp was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back. How is this possible? Mr. Garp is our Marine hero. How could this happen? Demon King Xia Chen. Is he really that powerful? Do we still have a chance to win? Each Marine said in horror, and it could be heard from their words that they had lost more than half of their confidence. Please wake up. Suddenly, a loud bell-like sound rang in everyone's ears. Then they all looked up towards the source of the sound. Sengoku, Fleet Admiral. Garp is indeed a Marine hero, but you should also know that he is 76 years old. At this age, an ordinary Marine would have retired long ago. So, it's not that Xia Chen is strong, it's just that Garp is older and his strength has declined. Don't be deceived by these appearances. We have 3 generals here, and none of the adults from the government have taken action yet. These pirates can never be our opponents. Don't be afraid after seeing these. The voice of the Warring States period was extremely loud, basically resounding throughout most of the battlefield. Even Whitebeard on the bow of the Moby D***K heard it. but he showed a disdainful smile. Warring states, you are still the same. So shameless. Whitebeard is no longer surprised by Sung Guo's behavior. He has played against Sung Guo many times and already knows what kind of person he is. But don't mention it. Sengoku's words did have an immediate effect. Those Marines who were a little desperate just now have confidence again on their faces. Sir Fleet Admiral is right. Most of our top combat forces haven't taken action yet. Lieutenant General Garp is indeed getting older. Even though I'm only in my 50s now, I feel that my body is not as good as before. Not to mention that Lieutenant General Garp is already in his 70s and approaching 80. I really ignored Lieutenant General Garp's age before. I always thought he was still the all-powerful Marine hero he was when he was young. Everyone started talking again, but this time it was no longer as dull as before, but full of passion. Looking at this scene, Warring States also showed a hidden smile, but he immediately thought of something and turned his attention to the battle between Garp and Xiachun. As always, Garp is already weaker than Xiachun. At the beginning, he suffered many injuries from Xiachun's attacks, so he is now at a huge disadvantage. Xiachun has basically let Garp experience all his abilities now, such as the immobilization technique just now. He didn't use these things when he fought Garp in the capital of Seven Waters. Sengoku's eyes darkened. Of course, what he just told Marine was all nonsense. As someone who wears the same pants and eats a bag of sunbae with Garp, he is undoubtedly the one who knows Garp's strength best. It is indeed true to say that your strength becomes worse as you get older. The problem is that Garp's strength has declined very slightly. Originally, Garp was a pure physical warrior, and he did not suffer many hidden injuries when he was young. Therefore, even though he is over 70 years old, his strength is not much different from when he was young. So one can imagine Xiachun's strength now that he can beat Garp like this. But he can't tell the truth, otherwise his soldiers will be scared before they fight. So how can it be fun? Thinking of this, Warring States became more and more afraid of Xiachun, and at the same time he made a decision in his heart. Warring States walked on the moonwalk to the Five Elders, discussed with the Five Elders for a few words, and then returned to the execution platform. Then he looked at the battlefield below, glanced around, picked up the loudspeaker phone, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, the execution ceremony will begin immediately." For a moment, everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but stop what they were doing. Xiachun, who had just knocked Garp into the pit again, also looked in the direction of Warring States in confusion. The execution was brought forward. He remembered that the execution time announced by Marine had not yet arrived. But after just a moment of confusion, Xiachun figured out the reason. It seems that you feel that the situation is out of control, so you are executing him in advance to prevent any accidents later. While Xiachun was thinking, Warring States continued to speak without giving everyone a chance to react. The execution begins. As soon as the words fell, the four executioners standing on the two execution platforms, Ace and Frankie, began to wave the knives in their hands. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Ace and Frankie couldn't help but close their eyes. Whitebeard, who was standing in the distance, also changed his face at this time. He didn't expect the old boy from the Warring States period to be so shameless. There was not even 10 seconds between when he said the execution was about to begin and when the actual execution took place. Don't give him a chance to react at all. At this distance, even he can't do anything now. However, Whitebeard did not sit idle, but used all his strength to punch in the direction of the execution platform, hoping to influence the executioner. There were cracks in the air where Whitebeard punched, and then an extremely powerful shock wave rushed toward the execution platform. But this was destined to have no effect. The three Marine generals appeared in front of the attack wave at the same time, and then raised their hands together. The powerful arm domination suddenly burst out, colliding with Whitebeard's shock wave. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard couldn't help but look ugly, and then looked at Xiachun on the other side. He has no choice now. If there is anyone on the battlefield who can prevent the execution, he feels that only Xiachun has this ability. This young man had surprised him too much, and now he could only place his hope of saving his son on him. Ace, Luffy was horrified when he saw the executioner swinging his knife, and subconsciously wanted to burst out Conqueror's haki. But before he could do this, a fist hit him in the face. The body immediately flew backwards like an arrow from a string. The purple rat looked at Luffy with sinister eyes and said with a ferocious smile, "Want to save Fire Fist, Ace? Do you want to eat shit?" As soon as the words fell, the purple rat rushed towards Luffy instantly. He could see that the Straw Hat Boy was uneasy when Ace was being executed, and taking advantage of this moment to attack was undoubtedly the best choice. And if Ace dies later, it will definitely be a huge blow to the Straw Hat Boy, and then he can win this battle. Purple Rat was a little impatient. In fact, he might not have noticed it himself. After being unable to take down Luffy for a long time, and seeing Luffy's little strong vitality and slowly growing strength, he panicked. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he might really be defeated by Luffy, which he would never accept. After such a short moment, the two knives on the execution platform were only 20 centimeters away from Ace and Frankie's heads. A smile appeared on Sengoku's face. Finally, once these three, oh no, two of them die, then Marine will win today. He didn't believe that these pirates would fight for the dead people later. Even if he had the idea of revenge, he had to consider whether it was worth it. But within a few seconds, his smile froze on his face. Just because the distance between the two knives at this time is only 10 centimeters from Ace and the other's necks, these 10 centimeters are like a chasm, and no one can advance even an inch. Ace didn't feel anything for a long time, so he couldn't help but curiously open his eyes and turn to look. But when he turned around, he was met with an extremely sharp blade, which instantly frightened him and caused him to lower his head in a hurry. Although he said he didn't know what was happening now, they didn't continue to chop down. But he knew that if the arc he had just turned was a little wider, he would be the first person to die on the execution platform by actively leaning on the knife. Warring States on the side subconsciously scolded, "What are you doing?" But the two people executing the execution seemed to have no reaction to the outside world at all. Not only did they not speak, they did not even move their bodies at all. Seeing this situation, Sengoku quickly reacted and thought of the battle report about CP0 in the Battle of the Seven Waters capital. Demon King Xia Chun has the ability to immobilize his opponent. During that period of time, except for the fact that his thoughts can move, his opponent will not be able to act in any other external way. Immediately afterwards, Warring States immediately turned his attention to Xia Chun, who was not far away, and saw that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with an inexplicable smile on his face. At this time, Warring States was sure that Xia Chun was responsible for this situation, so he also made a decision in the next second. He stretched out the hand hidden in his sleeve, and when he got close to it, the palm of his hand immediately changed from flesh color to golden yellow. He ducked behind Ace and slapped Ace on the head. At the same time, he said, "Then let me take you down in person." Chong! The sound of gold and iron clashing came, and a few drops of cold sweat flowed from Warring State's face. His hand is stopping not far from Ace's head. If you look closely, you will find that it is the same distance from Ace's neck as the two knives. The same 10 centimeters, the same natural chasm. The difference is that the knives in the hands of the two executioners are suspended in the air, while there is a black stick under Sengoku's palm. It was precisely because of the existence of this stick that Sengoku's palm could not continue to move downwards. Warring States looked at the man in front of him with gloomy eyes and asked, "Demon King Xia Chun, when did you come here?" Xia Chun smiled faintly and said, "Who said I came over? Isn't the one below still there?" After hearing this, Warring States immediately turned his head to look at where Xia Chun was just now and found that Xia Chun was indeed still in that position. He couldn't help but look even worse. "Did you finally show it? Your clone ability. Is it because you didn't use it before because there are any restrictions on this ability? You don't need to trick me now, right? Sengoku, Fleet Admiral. If I say that it has no side effects and no restrictions and that I didn't use it just because I wanted to play with it, would you believe it?" "Huh." Warring States sneered. He didn't say he didn't believe it, but this sneer was enough to express it all. Split into several clones with similar strength to yourself, and say there is no limit? Crocodiles will have crocodile dreams after hearing this. Xia Chun looked at Warring State's expression and said helplessly, "Look, you don't believe me when I tell you the truth, and you always come to question my honesty." Warring States did not continue to argue with Xia Chun, but said directly, "I don't care what your situation is. Since you're here, just stay." As he spoke, Warring State's body began to emit a dazzling golden light, and then his body began to grow rapidly. The execution platform instantly became shaky, and soon the whole body could not hold on and began to fall apart. Seeing this scene, Xia Chun kicked Ace out first, and then a somersault cloud appeared under Ace instantly, taking him flying towards Whitebeard. Xia Chun himself did a steady backflip and landed on the ground not far away. Warring States didn't care about Ace at this time. In his opinion, a Xia Chun was a far greater threat than an Ace. So what if Ace is One Piece's son? The world government can even tolerate the existence of One Piece, but in fact it really doesn't care much about one of his sons. Their Marines may be more concerned about it, because they can increase their Marines' influence by killing Ace, the bloodline of One Piece. Remember, it's Marine, not world government. Originally, no one from the world government would be sent here, but now basically all the reputable people are here. Xia Chen's existence is likely to break the balance of the world. This is what the five elders told him. This is also the reason why they all come. So this execution may indeed have been intended to execute Ace at first, but after the world government took over, the flavor completely changed. The real purpose of this war now is kill the demon King Xia Chun. That's why after they captured an Ace, they had to capture another Nico Robin. According to their understanding, Ace and Xia Chun only got along briefly in Alabasta, and there was no guarantee that he would definitely come to save him. Therefore, Nicole Robin, who studied 800 years of blank history and was Xia Chun's partner, became their target to ensure that Xia Chun would definitely come to save people. Now, the purpose is achieved. At the moment when the Warring States period took action, the five elders who had been sitting firmly on the Daitai just now, and the ancient Saint Fegolando Green, the commander of the Knights of God, rushed towards Xia Chun beside the execution platform at the same time as if they had an agreement. At the same time, several people launched a powerful attack towards Xia Chun. The six of them, plus Warring States, had a total of 7 attacks that instantly blocked all of Xia Chun's blind spots, all aiming to kill him with one blow. Even Xia Chun was a little confused by this formation, but he quickly reacted, and a golden mask instantly appeared not far in front of Xia Chun. Boom! The moment the 7 attacks came into contact with the cover, an earth-shattering sound was made. The golden cover didn't last for a second before it shattered, and then several attacks continued to rush towards Xia Chun. "Master, don't be afraid." The speed at which the shield shattered made Xia Chun's pupils shrink, and the half-charged attack in his hand had no choice but to be launched in advance. There was another loud bang, and in the same instant, Xia Chun's figure was knocked out and hit heavily in the distance. Before Xia Chun could stand up, 7 people rushed over instantly, one by one, as if Xia Chun had done something to them. As soon as Xia Chun stood up, he was beaten down again by several people. In an instant, with Xia Chun as the center, the ice on the sea cracked inch by inch, and even a large area of the island was cracked inch by inch. Several people were all suspended in the air, looking down quietly. Although they knew that this was Xia Chun's clone, they believed that it would be very difficult to create a clone with similar strength to the original body. As long as this clone is killed, it will definitely cause damage to Xia Chun's body. This is common rational knowledge. No matter what fruit it is impossible to exceed the standard without limit. There will always be limitations. Therefore, they believe that it will be much easier as long as they deal with Xia Chun's clone and then deal with Xia Chun's body. But many times some things just cannot be viewed with common sense. A few seconds later, a figure emerged from the sea, and it was Xia Chun who was beaten into the sea. At this time, Xia Chun was extremely embarrassed, and his aura was also very weak. There was no way being cared for by so many top strong men to death at the same time. Xiaqin's body was already hard if he didn't die on the spot. Only, just like the five elders think, this is just a clone. Xiaqin, who was not far away, opened his mouth slightly when he saw this scene. To be fair, this was the first time he showed a surprised expression after coming to Malinfando. And at the same time, there was a hint of weirdness on his face. First of all, he really didn't expect that so many people would attack him at the same time, but what he didn't expect even more was why they would attack one of his clones. They felt that his clones must have limitations, but his family knew about his own affairs. Summoning these clones really only consumed his physical strength and nothing else. A big problem with the clone is that his physical strength cannot be restored, but his body can. Even if they don't fight his clone, he will take it back after a while and summon it again. So now, their behavior of greeting this clone at the same time seems to Xiaqin. It's really a bit incomprehensible, but we can't blame them. After all, people's thoughts are different, and it's normal that they can't understand such superclass things. This is like forcing a primitive man to understand the world of Trisolarans. It is indeed a bit difficult. Xiaqin waved his hand casually, and the Xiaqin clone in front of the five elders disappeared. In an instant, they all looked towards Xiaqin, trying their best to see the expression on Xiaqin's face. They desperately tried to see the expression of injury or discomfort on Xiaqin's face, but they stared at Xiaqin for a long time and couldn't see any problem. If anything, it was that Xiaqin's face was extremely rosy, and they wanted to convince themselves that it was a sign of Xiaqin's rising energy and blood. But it's really a bit difficult, because it doesn't look like the normal rosy complexion of a 16-year-old boy. Xiaqin looked at these people and said calmly, "Looking at your aura of trying to break me into pieces, your real target is me, right?" In just a short period of time, Xiaqin could guess their purpose through their performance. And Xiaqin thought of much more than that, whether it was this time or the previous situation in the capital of Seven Waters where he was desperate to kill him. Everything combined, the ultimate goal points to a result. That's his life. Thinking of this, Xiaqin couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Hades, Pluton." After a while, an idea flashed in Xiaqin's mind. He seemed to have thought of something, and a look of realization appeared on his face. "So that's it, I understand." Xiaqin stared at the few people and said calmly, "In that case, then I will have fun with you. Come on together. Let me see the level of five elders." After saying that, Xiaqin thought, and 6 clones appeared around him. Then 7 Xiaqin rushed towards them at the same time. Although it is said that after the 6 clones are divided, each clone has only 75% of his strength. He may not necessarily be their opponent in one-on-one, but it will not be much different. At least it is possible to be undefeated in a short period of time. Xiaqin only needs to take advantage of this period of time to use some force to kill one of them, and then he will be relaxed. Xiaqin's body rushed to the front, and suddenly his figure became extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun. The eyes of everyone on the battlefield were attracted by this huge figure. What kind of size is this? Is it several times bigger than Little Oz?" A pirate under Whitebeard said tremblingly. The reactions of other pirates or marines were basically the same. Looking at Xiaqin's huge figure, a sense of fear arose in their hearts. At this time, Xiaqin, who was the center of attention, did not hesitate at all after using the heaven and earth to enlarge the size of the sky, and then smash the extremely huge stick towards the few people at his feet. Looking at the stick that covered the sky and the strong oppression it brought, even the 7 elders were frightened at this time. The huge Buddha body of the Warring States period looked so ridiculous under this stick at this time. Calling him a toy would be an exaggeration. "Get out of the way," Warring States shouted, and then looked in the direction of the 5 elders. I saw that the few people at this time had already moved out of nowhere, but he still stayed in place. For a moment, Warring States felt that he still didn't respect life enough, and at the same time, his words just now seemed a bit clownish. I couldn't help but say something in my heart. Sure enough, old Ginger is still hotter. You old people are very bad. However, In such a moment of hesitation, Xiaqin's stick had already reached the top of Sungguo's head. Sungguo tried his best to dodge, but was still scratched a little by the edge. In an instant, his huge body flew backwards like a meteor, and at the same time he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Boom! The moment the stick touched the ground of Marina Fando, a huge noise broke out. At the same time, centered on the point where the stick landed, the entire island began to crumble and scatter in all directions. The movement caused the fighting marines and pirates to feel unsteady under their feet, and the ground shook. The waves kept rolling in one wave after another. After the commotion subsided, everyone tremblingly climbed up from the ground, but then they saw a scene that horrified them. A marine said absently, "Malavando is broken." What appeared in front of everyone at this time was the extremely broken Malavando. The entire island was divided into countless large and small landmasses under Xiaqin's blow, forcibly turning an island into an entire archipelago. What level of power is this? Fortunately, we didn't break the agreement at that time. Otherwise, how would Laozi have a chance to live if this stick comes down? A prisoner who escaped from eternal hell touched his chest in fear. As a vicious villain, he didn't know how long it had been since he was afraid. But seeing this scene today really scared him to death. He decided that after this war, he must take a detour when meeting Xiaqin. So terrible. His idea is actually the voice of countless people on the battlefield now, whether they are Marines or pirates. It's so scary. So it seems like he showed mercy to me just now. Fortunately, I didn't continue to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, I would be the one to take the blame. I wonder what Fleet Admiral is doing now. Kizaru still had that vulgar look on his face and spoke in a vulgar tone, not very vulgar words. But anyone who knows him well can see that his face is full of solemnity at this time, and there is also a trace of rejoicing. Did you grow to this point in just a few months? Eagle Eye stood on a piece of broken land, looked at the extremely huge Xiaqin in the distance, and murmured. He still clearly remembers Xiaqin's embarrassed look when he fought with him a few months ago. It would be a bit unreasonable to say that he was still hiding his strength like that at that time. But this is exactly what is most shocking. If someone had told him before that a person could grow from an ordinary strong man in the Great Channel to one of the top strong men in the world within a few months, he will definitely reward the opponent with a few heaven-shielding palms without hesitation. It's called Big Pocket for short. But now, he could only say one thing. Forgive his ignorance. I have never seen such an outrageous thing before. Demon King Xiaqin. Akainu whispered, his tone full of murderous intent. He absolutely cannot let a dangerous pirate like Xiaqin roam free in the world. Thinking like this, he was ready to go over and join Sengoku and the others. Anyway, they already had one more 5 elders to fight, so it didn't matter if he was the one more. It wasn't his face that was embarrassing. In comparison, killing Xiaqin here is more important. However, just when Akainu was about to go over and cause trouble for Xiaqin, he suddenly felt something. His face changed wildly, and he hurriedly hid aside. The moment after he dodged, a huge Naginata struck his original position. There is something like white bubbles attached to the Naginata. Boom! Centered on the point where the Naginata hit, a powerful shock wave instantly erupted, knocking Akainu's body flying, and he rolled around on the ground several times before getting up. Akainu looked up at the tall figure in front of him and said with a gloomy look, "White beard, gula la la la. That boy Xiaqin helped me rescue Ace. Of course I have to help him share the pressure. Magma Kid, as long as I'm here, you can't even think of stepping past this place," Whitebeard said domineeringly. Akainu stood up slowly, his body began to turn red, and then a large part of it turned into lava. "In this case, I will kill you first, and then kill Xiaqin." Gula la 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 la. After hearing Akainu's words, Whitebeard laughed loudly again, looking so happy as if he had heard some funny joke. After a while, Whitebeard stopped laughing, looked at Akainu, and said disdainfully, "Magma Kid, when Laozi was galloping on the sea, you were still a cell. You dare to kill Laozi with such nonsense? Do you think you don't take Laozi seriously? Laozi has a white beard. Whitebeard shouted the last sentence directly, then thrust Song Yunxia into the ground and slammed his hands into the air beside him. Zila, the air on both sides was shattered like a mirror, and then all the broken land began to shake. What happened this time? A pirate couldn't help but ask as he felt the violent vibration under his feet, his face covered with fine sweat. The waves of big movements really made them a little scared. Before they could react, one of the pirates suddenly seemed to have seen something, opened his eyes wide, and shouted, "Look at the sea!" Everyone's attention was involuntarily attracted by the shout, and everyone looked towards the sea. Then they all showed horrified expressions. At this time, there was an extremely huge tsunami hitting them in the distance at an extremely fast speed. If it was not stopped, it would definitely submerge the Malinfando that had been turned into pieces. Alala, why are the two of them acting so randomly? Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air and said calmly, "Then take the moonwalk into the air." At the moment when the tsunami was about to submerge, Akiji's hand emitted two tiny icicles and headed towards the water on both sides. The moment the icicles came into contact with the seawater, the turbulent seawater on both sides was frozen with the two icicles as the center, and it also affected the sea below. When all the commotion subsided, the battlefield had undergone earth-shaking changes. The thick ice layer envelopes the surrounding sea areas like a city wall, and the inner sea areas have all turned into ice. There is a small piece of land embedded in it every knot far away, just like countless stars in the night sky. Due to Akiji's intervention, the battlefield became a whole again, but the scope was much larger than before. Xia Chun, who was currently attacking the five elders and others, naturally noticed this scene, but he only paid attention to it for a moment and ignored it. Now, he is thinking about how to kill someone quickly. Xia Chen's body returned to its original size after turning into Fa Tianxiang Di and giving them a sudden blow. Although the attack power of the Heaven and Earth state is huge, the target is also relatively large. During normal battles, the original size is more suitable. When fighting, it will suddenly become larger and the effect of a heavy blow will be much better. Anyway, he has become bigger and has no backswing. His main focus is on flexible use. At this time, Xia Chun has 5 clones dealing with 5 people respectively. The other clone and Xia Chen's body are currently catching the Satan Holy Hammer, one of the 5 elders. As for the Warring States period, Xia Chun didn't know where the blow just hit him, so now it's really important to kill him quickly before he comes back. At this time, Satan Saint was extremely aggrieved by Xia Chen's beating. Even though he had transformed into Gyuki form, his recovery power was extremely strong. But he was still a little unable to withstand the increasing number of injuries on his body. If he continued like this, he would die soon. Xia Chen's current strategy is to let his clones interfere, while his main body is responsible for the main attack. Only in this way can one person be eliminated in a short time. As Xia Chen's offensive became more and more fierce, Saint Satan was under increasing pressure. Originally, his strength was far inferior to Xia Chen's, and even a clone with only 3/4 of Xia Chen's strength could fight him back and forth. Not to mention the full strength of the body. If it weren't for his strong recovery power, he would have died long ago. At this time, Satan Sheng had the intention to kill Warring States. He was so stupid just now and didn't know how to get out of the way, so now he didn't even know to come help him after so long. The same goes for Xia Chen. Why did you catch him and beat him? Is he so lucky? He was chosen among the 6 people. Do you think he's playing Revolver? It's just that no matter how many grievances he feels now, it's useless. Xia Chen's attacks are getting more and more fierce, and he can't hold on any longer. At a certain moment, Sartan moved a beat slower due to his injuries. Naturally, Xia Chen would not let go of this good opportunity, and hit Sartan hard with the stick in his hand. Bang! A dull sound came, and Satan's figure instantly flew out. Xia Chen did not give him a chance to breathe at this time, and said quietly, "Ding." As soon as Sartan flew out more than 10 meters, his body was frozen in the air. At the same time, with a thought in Xia Chen's mind, all the clones disappeared instantly, and then only one clone appeared next to Xia Chen. The people over there who were fighting Xia Chen's clone just now were stunned and didn't understand what happened. But when they saw Xia Chen's clone disappearing, their faces couldn't help but show joy, and the same idea came to their minds. Such an outrageous ability does indeed have a weakness. The clone can only persist for a period of time before disappearing. In an instant, several people's confidence in killing Xia Chen increased a lot. But the next moment, they felt a surge of momentum not far away. They realized how wrong they were. About 10 meters away from the holy body of Satan, two Xia Chen raised their sticks high, surrounded by countless black and red lightning flashes. The two Xia Chen's eyes narrowed, and then their lips moved slightly at the same time. Hegemony. As soon as the words fell, an extremely powerful shock wave headed towards Saint Satan in the air. Saint Sartan's immobilization effect had just passed. Facing this close attack, he couldn't dodge it. He could only watch it rush towards him. Boom! In an instant, Saint Satan was overwhelmed by the attack. At the same time, the shock wave continued unabated, destroying everything in its path. Then it hit the outermost ice wall. In just a moment, the ice wall shattered along with most of the ice on that side. Not long after the ice wall, surrounded on all sides, appeared, a gap was made. The most important thing is that even after destroying so many things, Bashir still did not weaken much. He galloped all the way on the sea level, splashing huge waves, and finally disappeared in front of everyone. This is not because Bashir has disappeared, but because it is too far away and no one could see it. At this time, everyone on the battlefield was stunned in place. Luffy and others, who had seen it once before in Impel Down City, were relatively less surprised at this time. But even if you watch this powerful attack again, you will still be shocked, okay? Boy Xia Chen can actually unleash such a powerful blow. Whitebeard was also looking at the hole in the ice with shock on his face. The power of this blow was far inferior to even the strongest blow he had unleashed during his heyday. He was fighting Akainu just now, and he didn't notice how Xia Chen unleashed such a powerful blow. This made him a little curious. At this time, Xia Chen was standing in front of Saint Satan, whose figure was no longer human-like, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. "You're still alive after all this? You're really lucky, Satan." At this time, the body of Saint Satan under Xia Chen's feet was extremely broken. His whole body was lying on the ground in a weird way. It was obvious that all the bones in his body were broken. Most of the flesh and blood on his body had been beaten off, and countless places had turned into minced meat. The current Saint Satan was half the size of before. Normally, an ordinary person would have died in such a situation and would not even doubt that he was still alive. But now Satan Sheng is very exaggerated. Although there is no sign of life on the surface, Xia Chen can still feel a faint breath. To be honest, it's a bit outrageous. Are the abilities of the mythical beasts so exaggerated? Xia Chen doesn't think so. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never believe that the mythical beasts in this world could still be alive without most of their bodies. Compared to the abilities of the mythical beasts, Xia Chen was more inclined to believe that him had done something to protect their lives. But Xia Chen raised his hand slightly, and the assembled domineering aura instantly penetrated his body, directly crushing the heart and head of Satan's saint. He just couldn't believe that Satan could survive with his heart and head smashed. Do you think you're a Baigan or a Xingtian? Even if Imu lived for 800 years, Xia Chen didn't believe he could do such an abstract thing. And the fact was exactly as Xia Chen thought. With his heart and brain gone, Satan's breath soon disappeared completely. Xia Chen's mind moved, and the familiar basket of fruits appeared next to him again. After just a short while, one of the fruits inside changed. Animal-type mythical beast, the bulbul fruit, Gyuki form. Purely personal speculation. Xia Chen took in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Another top-level fantasy beast species was in his hands. Demon King Xia Chen, you actually killed Satan? Just as Xia-Chan was still looking at the fruit, an angry voice was heard. Xia-Chan casually put the fruit into the system space and turned to look in the direction of the sound. The other 4 or 5 elders and ancient Saint Fegolando Green were standing not far from Xia-Chan, staring at him gloomily. The one who just questioned Xia-Chan was the financial martial god, Nasu Shoulong Sheng, who was standing in the front. Although the expressions of several people are very sinister, if you look closely, you can see the fear hidden deep in their eyes. Their devil fruits are all carefully selected and are all top-level devil fruits. At the same time, as colleagues, they are also very clear about how strong Satan's recovery ability is. But now, Satan, who had such a strong recovery ability, was killed without even a chance to recover. They're still feeling the lingering fear from the earth-shattering blow just now. If it weren't for their common sense telling them once again that such a powerful attack could never be released again in a short period of time, coupled with their fear of that adult, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to come and cause trouble for Xia-Chun. The case of Sardan is right in front of us, and the person in front of us really has the ability to kill them. The saying that the longer you live, the more you fear death is absolutely true. In short, they are now extremely wary of Xia-Chun. Xia-Chun spread his hands slightly and said, "You guys wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. Is there any problem? Even if we want to kill you, you can't kill Satan. Now that you have done this, there will be no place for you in this world." Peter Saint, the god of agriculture, stood up and said sternly to Xia-Chun, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Xia-Chun was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The laughter stopped after a while. "Are you trying to make me laugh? You want to kill me, but I can't kill you. It's really hilarious. What you said sounds very similar to a version of a T0 creature I've seen. In short, everything is someone else's fault, right? Even if you are wrong, you will still say, 'Even if we are wrong, aren't you wrong at all? Yes or no?'" Xiaoqin mocked them unceremoniously. Then, with a thought, 6 clones reappeared beside him. He didn't intend to continue discussing this with this group of talents. It would be more practical to use them to enrich his fruit storehouse. Xiaoqin's real body and 4 of Xiaoqin's clones instantly rushed towards the few people, and the remaining 2 clones flew behind them, because he had already felt the presence of his 2 old friends. Xiaoqin felt a bit of a headache when he thought about this. Just when he solved one problem, another one came up. However, both Warring States and Garp, the 2 old Bidens, were seriously injured, especially Garp, who had been beaten by him for so long. Now even his clone is more than enough to deal with him. If you want his life, then be prepared to die here. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 2 figures separated as soon as they touched. Hawkeye raised his head slightly and looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "Flower Sword Vista?" "Yes, it's me," replied a man wearing a dark blue top hat and earrings. Hawkeye looked at Vista in front of him and asked curiously, "Why are you looking for me instead of helping the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates?" To be honest, Hawkeye was a little confused at this moment. He was concentrating on watching the fight between Xia-Chun and 5 elders in the distance, when 2 knives suddenly attacked him in the face. Since Ace has been rescued by Xia-Chun, Frankie, the last of the 3 prisoners to be executed, also disappeared in the commotion just now. Therefore, the task of guarding the city naturally did not count for him. He had originally planned to just watch the show and not participate in the war, but he didn't expect someone would still come to cause trouble for him. To be honest, he was a bit angry. Ace has been rescued. They don't need my help. They can handle it themselves. The problem is that my dad is also fighting Red Dog right now, and he can't leave for a while. Since there's no pressure now, I have to seize my opportunity. Opportunity? Hawkeye asked doubtfully. That's right. Vista nodded, then raised one of the knives and pointed it at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, everyone in the world will think of you, the world's #1 swordsman, when they mention swordsman. Today, as a swordsman, I challenge you. I see. Hawkeye nodded in understanding. He had no idea how many people he had seen who challenged him for the title of the world's #1 swordsman, but Flower Sword Vista was definitely one of the most powerful ones. Thinking of the swordsman who challenged him, a figure emerged in Hawkeye's mind, and his eyes couldn't help but look in a certain direction of the battlefield. There's a green, algae-headed idiot and a Marine vice admiral in that direction. After looking for a while, Hawkeye retracted his gaze and fixed his eyes on Vista in front of him, and said lightly, "Since you have made this decision, you should be ready to die. I'm really sorry. I didn't have that plan." Vista smiled faintly, and then rushed towards Hawkeye in an instant. While Hawkeye and Vista were fighting in full swing, the remaining Shichibukai who were still alive, except for Big Bear who had lost consciousness, were working diligently for the world government. Moria found a comfortable place to lie down and did nothing. Hancock was even more exaggerated. She turned against Tion Gang and started kicking Marine. For a moment, the Marines on the field complained bitterly and greeted Moria and Hancock. Even if I did this, you will definitely forgive me, right?" Hancock immediately used her ultimate move, showing off her stunning face and speaking coquettishly to the Marines. "Of course." In an instant, all the Marines in front of Hancock had heart-shaped eyes and answered promptly. But their response was just aromatic feet. Hancock kicked them several times in a row, turning them into stones. After that, he said disdainfully, "What a bunch of disgusting, stinky men." "Of course, except for that man." As she spoke, Hancock turned her attention to Xia Chun, who was fighting in the distance. To be honest, she really wanted to go over and help Xia Chun, but the problem was that the battlefield was still too strenuous for her. It wasn't that she was afraid to face the five elders, but she was afraid that if she rushed in like this, it would cause trouble for Xia Chun. Now Xia Chun is fighting well against 7 top warriors alone. If she joins the battle and causes distraction, he will be defeated in the end. Then how should she face him? That was not the result she wanted to see, so she would not disturb Xia Chen's fight. Of course, if Xia Chen was really about to lose, she would definitely rush over to save him without hesitation. Now, she can help him do some other things. Thinking of this, Hancock set his sights on another group of Marines not far away, and then rushed towards them. What are you talking about?" On the other side, Moria slowly stood up after hearing the Marines' rebuke, looked at them with unfriendly eyes, and asked, "We?" One of the Marines swallowed hard when he felt Moria's oppressive presence, but still managed to speak. "Are we wrong? You're a Shichibukai, and we Marines asked you to come here to help, but now you're doing nothing but watching the show. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the world government?" "World government accountability? He. Do you think Lousy will be afraid of those things?" Moria looked at them viciously. "If you hadn't bothered Lousy, I wouldn't have bothered you, but you insisted on talking. Why do you bother?" After saying that, Moria's eyes narrowed. The armed color domineering instantly wrapped around his hands and slapped towards the Marines. By now, he is no longer afraid of exposing some things, because if what he guessed is correct, the world will change drastically after today. The world will usher in a new round of reshuffle. He is sure that this will happen. Don't ask him why he is so sure. The reason is that Xia Chun is too powerful. One of the 5 elders has been killed, and it is still unknown whether the next ones can survive. Just for this reason, he had no reason not to believe that the world would usher in great changes. The other side, bang! Sanji stepped on Moonwalk and instantly appeared behind the black snake in the air, kicking him hard in the back. The kick was so powerful that the black snake fell to the ground like a meteor in an instant. Countless ice chips splashed. Ahem! The black snake struggled to climb out of the pit and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Sanji, standing and smoking while walking towards him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. After feeling his own situation, he knew that he would lose today if nothing unexpected happened. He would lose to someone he could easily defeat a few days ago, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. I still want to ask, why can your strength improve so much in just a few days? Sanji didn't answer, but continued to walk towards the black snake, while his right foot gradually began to turn red as he walked. When he was more than 10 meters away from the black snake, every step his right foot took on the ice made a sizzling sound, and the high temperature of his right foot made the ice continue to melt. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, "Maybe I'm a genius, and you are a mediocre person." As soon as the words fell, Sanji rushed over instantly, and the distance of more than 10 meters disappeared in a flash. He immediately came in front of the Black Snake and kicked it hard in the face. Seeing this, Black Snake forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body and crossed his hands across his chest again, but the next moment, he let out a scream. At this moment, bursts of black smoke were coming out from the place where the Black Snake's hands touched Sanji's right foot, and a strange smell was wafting out. That's the smell of barbecue. He only held on for a moment before Black God was kicked away. Black Snake felt that he had completely lost the feeling in his hands. He raised his head and saw that his hands were covered with large burn marks. It's not like he had never come into contact with Sanji's hot feet before, but he was in good condition at that time and was able to defend against the high temperature with his armament haki. But it was no use now. The long battle and the physical injuries had made it impossible for him to defend against this move. And this was not over yet. His body was still flying in the air, but Sanji appeared in his sight again, raising his red right foot high, apparently preparing to give him the final blow. Listening to the whistling sound of the wind and feeling his body no longer having any strength left, the Black Snake didn't want to struggle anymore. Watching Sanji falling from high above and kicking towards him, Black Snake closed his eyes. He murmured softly, "Is this the day that I finally come to?" Boom! Sanji kicked the Black Snake hard, and his body fell down like a meteor, making a loud noise when it landed on the ice. Then a huge hole appeared before our eyes. Countless ice chips were flying in the sky, appearing particularly dazzling in the sun. The Black Snake lay quietly in the cave, and its breath slowly disappeared. Sanji exhaled another puff of smoke, glanced at the Black Snake, and turned away, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air. "It seems a little too burnt." Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and three knives met in the air, creating intense sparks. The two figures holding knives stared at each other intently, continuously exerting force in their hands. The knives trembled slightly under the huge force. At a certain moment, the two of them stepped back at the same time, followed by the sound of synchronized breathing. Hey, you're called Mole, right? Old boy, your swordsmanship is pretty good." Zoro was breathing heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He was so excited to meet such a powerful swordsman. Damn pirates! The mole also panted as he looked at Zoro and said, his eyes changing from contempt at the beginning of the fight to fear, "To be honest, this young man in front of me is very strong, and he has great potential." It was obvious that when he first started fighting him, this person had a hard time defending against his attacks. But then something outrageous happened. As the battle continued, the young pirate became more and more adept at dealing with his attacks. Although I was injured many times by him during this adaptation period. But he had to admit that up to this point in the battle, he was no longer completely sure he could defeat Zoro. Now Zoro's strength is not far behind his. Moreover, both of them have already consumed a lot of their physical strength, and no one can guarantee victory if they continue to fight. Zoro took a deep breath, looked at the mole, and said calmly, "I don't have much energy left to fight you anymore, so I'll let you try my newly improved moves. This is my strongest move at the moment. If you can take it, then I won't stand a chance of defeating you." After saying that, Zoro stood on the ground with his feet flat on his back. With a thought, his armed color domineering instantly wrapped around three knives, and he stared at the mole with sharp eyes. 9 mountains and 8 seas make one world, and gathering 1,000 worlds makes a small 1,000 worlds. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self that is endless. Having said that, Zoro placed the 2 knives in his hands at right angles, forming a small windmill shape with the third knife in his mouth. At the same time, he bent his legs slightly, and the knife in his hand began to rotate continuously. The dark light on the knife flashed, exuding an extremely sharp momentum. The mole, watching this, subconsciously tightened the knife in his hand, then bent his knees, extended the knife behind him, and shouted at Zoro, "Roronoa, I won't kill you when you lose. Just go to Impel Down and stay there for the rest of your life." The mole was halfway through shouting when he suddenly felt something was wrong. It seems that Zoro had been staying in Impel Down for a few days before this. Of course, it was only for a few days. Even if he could capture Zoro and take him to Impel Down, as long as Xiachun was fine, the chances of him being rescued in the end would be. The mole pondered for a moment, and finally held back what he was about to say. Silence is the best answer. Shaking his head, the mole stopped thinking about it, and stared at Zoro in front of him. The two people's eyes met in the air. It seemed that countless sparks collided. The next second, the two of them rushed towards each other at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. At the same time, the greatest poet in the pirate world is online again. The secret of the three swords style. One big 3,000. The world. Mole. In an instant, the figures of the two people crossed each other, but no sound was heard. Both of them were standing a few meters away from each other, and both maintained the posture of attacking. This situation lasted for several seconds until a voice broke the silent atmosphere. Poof! Zoro spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs went limp, and he fell to his knees on the ground. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, sweat pouring down his head, and he was breathing heavily. On the other hand, the mole still maintained his attacking posture, and there were no scars on his body. It seemed that the winner had already been decided. But, rip! In the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly exploded on the mole's chest, and a shocking scar deep enough to see the bone appeared on his chest. At the same time, it was as if a switch was turned on. The mole continuously spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and his body fell down uncontrollably. But he used the knife in his hand to force himself to hold up his body. Ahem! Another cough. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. The mole looked at Zoro's back with heavy eyelids, and said after a while, "I lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the mole could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. The small area around them where they were fighting was left with only Zoro's heavy breathing. After a long time, Zoro took off the turban on his head and tied it back on his arm. Then he slowly stood up and turned to look at the mole on the ground. Said lightly, "You are the second person to see this move of mine, but you're the first to be knocked down. The first person to have this honor is, of course, our dear deputy captain, Xiachun. Since Luffy and the others knew that Xiachun's strength was far beyond theirs, every time they developed a new move, they would attack him first. Anyway, they knew they couldn't hurt Xiachun. This move was developed after he made some changes to the original 3,000 worlds, so its power is naturally beyond doubt. However, Xiachun has only one comment on this. Zoro still remembers it clearly. At that time, Xiachun took his move lightly and said only one sentence. You read the poem well. Coming back to his senses, Zoro said, "Even if you lose, I won't kill you. Just have a good sleep here." After saying that, Zoro turned and walked towards Nami and the others. Fortunately, there are open and flat land and ice here, so Zoro can see Nami and the others at a glance, so he won't get lost. Of course, Zoro himself would never admit that he is a person with poor sense of direction. 10 million volts. Sizzle. Dazzling lightning flashed across the battlefield, electrifying a group of Marine soldiers until their bodies were charred black. These Marines, they really are. After we beat one batch, another batch comes. Nami's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she spoke while panting. After hearing Nami's words, the people around didn't say anything, but they all agreed with this statement in their hearts. Ms. Nami, Luffy's brother has been rescued by Xiachun now. We should start retreating soon. There is no point in continuing to fight, Sanji said after kicking down a Marine, who ran to Nami and the others after beating Black Snake. Of course, the most important thing is that we don't have much physical strength left now. It will be more dangerous if we continue to fight. What you said makes sense. Usopp said hurriedly before Nami could speak. In that case, let's go to Jinyin now. We don't have to worry about Xiachun. If he wants to run away, no one can stop him. The most important thing now is that we have to leave first, so that Xia-chan will have nothing to worry about. Sanji continued, and his statement was unanimously recognized by everyone. What about Zoro? I don't know where he is yet. Chopper asked. Oh, what you said is also a problem. That damn green algae head will be doomed if we don't find him, because he has a poor sense of direction. Sanji couldn't help but curse. But just when he was worried, a curious voice came. Oh, we're looking for a fool. Sanji replied automatically. Huh? Idiot, you're talking about Luffy. Why are you looking for him? The voice asked again. Of course I'm looking for him. Sanji answered subconsciously again, but this time he suddenly felt something was wrong halfway through his answer. The idiot they were looking for was Zoro. When did he become Luffy? And this voice, why does it sound familiar? Sanji turned his head and asked in the direction of the sound, only to see the green algae-headed idiot he was looking for just now standing there looking at him curiously. Plate. ****, the idiot I'm talking about is you. Sanji kicked Zoro. On the other side, in a place not far from the crowd, two figures were crossing back and forth. Bang! Bang! One after another, shock waves emanated from the place where the two men fought, and the aftermath alone was enough to cause the ice beneath their feet to continuously produce ice chips. After another fierce collision, the two men separated and took a few steps back at the same time. One of the men looked at his opponent gloomily and said with gritted teeth, Straw Hat Boy, you really are the cockroach that is immune to death. Purple Rat is in a very complicated mood now. He and Luffy have been fighting for some time. He had almost forgotten how many times he had hit Luffy. He just knew that his hands were a little weak. But what made him feel a little scared now was that the person in front of him was too outrageous. No matter how he attacked him, he would fall to the ground and stand up again full of energy. Does this kid still belong to the human species? This thought couldn't help but come to Zishu's mind. But before he could think about it, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, Zishu realized that he was now aching in many places on his body. His face couldn't help but look even uglier. Just like he said just now, he hit Luffy countless times, and Luffy's strength was not much worse than his, so relatively speaking, he was hit quite a few times. With the new injuries and the old injuries from being beaten by Xia-chan in the Seven Water Capital, he felt that his body could not hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, the purple rat's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision in his heart. Then he stomped his legs and rushed towards Luffy. He had to end the battle quickly and not delay any longer. He didn't believe that this kid could be fine after being attacked so many times by him. The other party must be at the end of his strength, and his condition was definitely worse than his. Luffy looked at the purple rat rushing towards him, and without much hesitation, he also went to meet it. At the same time, he shouted loudly, I'm going to knock you away. In fact, Purple Rat's guess was correct. Luffy's condition at this time was indeed worse than Purple Rat's. He was so passionate simply because that was his personality. Even though he was seriously injured, he still showed the same enthusiasm. However, in a battle, it doesn't mean that whoever is more seriously injured will lose in the end. Given the current gap in strength between them, no one can be sure of winning until the last step. But Luffy believes he can win because he has perseverance. Bang! The two collided again, making a dull sound. Then the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and gave up their defense. A fist-to-flesh fight began, or in other words, a fist fight. You punch me, I kick you, back and forth, be polite. This battle lasted for a while until, whoosh! Following a sound of breaking air, a figure was instantly knocked flying and lay on the ground for a long time, unable to move. Zishu stood there, still swinging his fist. His clothes were torn to pieces, his face was covered in bruises, and half of his face was swollen. But at this moment, he showed a smile from the heart, really from the heart. He didn't know why he was so happy now. He never had this feeling every time he defeated an enemy before, but this time he did. In the end, he came to only one conclusion. That is, all the tasks he had completed before were completed easily, and the only time he was beaten like a dog was when he encountered Xia-chan in the Seven Water City. Neither defeating an opponent easily nor being defeated easily by an opponent can actually bring much sense of accomplishment. But if you finally defeat your opponent after going through a lot of hardships, the sense of accomplishment will be extremely strong. Purple Rat experienced this feeling for the first time in his life. After rubbing his sore shoulders, the purple mouse slowly walked towards the fallen Luffy step by step with a smile on his face. But after taking a few steps, his smile froze on his face, replaced by eyes that almost popped out of their sockets and an expression of disbelief on his swollen face. It was because Luffy, who seemed to have fallen down in front of him, was struggling to stand up. When he stood up completely, he swayed unsteadily for a few times, but finally maintained a standing posture. Moreover, after Luffy stood firm, he did not rest on the spot, but looked at Purple Rat with a firm look, which made Purple Rat feel a chill on his back. Then Luffy staggered towards the Purple Rat. At the same time, the speed is getting faster and faster while running. Zishu couldn't understand the situation before him. Why did he appear to be fine after running when he was clearly half dead just now? But now it was obvious that he didn't have much time to think about this, because Luffy was now less than 5 meters away from him. This distance is fleeting given Luffy's current speed. Purple Rat's eyes turned fierce, and he also rushed forward with his fists raised. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the fists of both men hit each other's chests at the same time. In an instant, both of them flew out, but the situations in which they flew out were very different. Luffy was knocked dozens of meters away, but the Purple Rat was only knocked a few meters away. After falling down this time, Luffy lay flat on the ice, gasping for breath. Although he was still conscious, he did not get up for a long time. On the contrary, the Purple Rat stood up after flying a few meters, but the expression on his face was very ugly. Looking at Luffy, he said with difficulty, "You actually became stronger in the battle again. This is really outrageous." Feeling the situation inside his body, Zishu couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he had won just now, but only he knew that the opponent's armed color domineering had just attacked directly inside his body. That's why the distance he flew backwards was so short. And he was sure that the other party had not mastered this technique before, otherwise he would have used it long ago. Why wait until now? These thoughts flashed through the Purple Rat's mind one by one. Then his eyes turned white and his body fell onto the ice. Luffy lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The pain in his body made him grimace every time he moved. But at this moment, a happy smile appeared on his face. This battle was not only exciting for Zishu, but also for him. This was the most exciting battle he had ever fought since he went to sea. Finally, he wins. Then Luffy felt relaxed and fell asleep directly on the ice. Boom! A huge Naginata smashed onto the ice. In an instant, the ice around the point where the Naginata landed began to shatter rapidly like a spider web, make an earth-shaking sound. After failing to hit the target, Whitebeard put away his sword and rushed towards Akainu again. At the same time, he laughed. "Lava Kid, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why do you feel weak now?" "Damn Whitebeard." Hearing this, Akainu's eyes darkened, and he looked at the rushing Whitebeard with fear in his eyes. Then, with a thought, half of his body instantly turned into magma. "Whitebeard, you're old now. You should die here today. Dark Hound." After saying that, Akainu threw a punch at Whitebeard, and countless magma poured out, condensing into the shape of a fist and rushing towards Whitebeard. When Whitebeard on the opposite side saw Akainu's move, he also stopped, half-crouched, clasped his right hand in front of his chest, and after gathering strength, he punched out fiercely. Sizzle! The air began to shatter like glass and continued to extend. In an instant, countless magma fists that were rushing towards them stopped in the air. After vibrating a few times, they exploded and splashed on the ice, making a sizzling sound and emitting countless gases. After the noise died down, Whitebeard and Akainu stood facing each other, and they were the only two people within a 1-kilometer radius. There is nothing that can be done about it. These two are too strong, and their abilities have a large attack range and high damage. If you don't stay away from it, You'll be easily affected. Akainu looked at Whitebeard grimly, and after a while he said, Whitebeard, you can't beat me. If you surrender now, I can give you a decent death. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed loudly towards the sky. Lava boy, if you like to dream, go back home at night and raise your pillow higher. Don't dream here in broad daylight. How dare you say you can defeat Lousy? Whitebeard showed a disdainful expression. Whitebeard's sarcastic words did not make Akainu angry, but he said calmly, Don't you think I can't feel it, Whitebeard? Your body is almost failing, your movements have slowed down, and you only use hockey to the right degree each time. Are you afraid that using hockey excessively will put a greater burden on your body? Hearing this, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Akainu was right. His body was indeed in a very bad state. Even if he didn't fight, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Not to mention fighting. But so what? He is Whitebeard. He has never been afraid of death. Whitebeard's eyes fixed. He looked at Akainu and said, Come and touch it again, Magma Boy. After saying that, Whitebeard picked up Kusanokiri and rushed towards Akainu. The other side, Ice Age. As a faint voice sounded, the ice quickly spread out with Akiji as the center, freezing the figure in front of him directly. Akiji slowly exhaled a breath of cold air, then walked to the frozen figure. Diamond Jaws, just stay in there for a while. After saying that, Akiji turned his head and looked in a certain direction of the battlefield, where Xia Chun and the 5 elders were fighting. He should have gone to the battlefield a long time ago, but was stopped by Diamond Jaws on the way, so he was delayed. Thinking of this, Akiji glanced around the battlefield again, and after understanding the situation, he couldn't help but feel a headache. It was obvious that they had a huge advantage before the war, but now the Marines and the pirates are evenly matched. One of the very important reasons is that Xia Chun brought many pirates from Impel Down, in addition to the group of prisoners from Eternal Hell that he brought personally. The prisoners on the upper floors were also brought here by Buggy and his team some time ago. Of course, this is only one important reason, but not the most important one. The most important reason is that the Shichibukai, whom they thought was a very powerful ally, is now useless. Except for the big bear who was originally stable and under their control, the other 2 came and provoked Xia Chun. One fainted and the other died. Let alone the rest. One was watching the show, the other was rebelling against Tian Gang. Akiji shook his head helplessly and decided to ignore these things for the time being. The most important thing now was to defeat Xia Chun first. As long as they defeated Xia Chun, then winning the war would be a foregone conclusion. Because the biggest problem now is that Xia Chun alone is holding back 7 of their top warriors, causing them to lose their advantage in top combat power. Akainu is now fighting Whitebeard. Kizuru is being dragged by Marco, and the rest of the Vice Admirals are also fighting the group of prisoners in Eternal Hell. So now he is the only one who can support Fleet Admiral. With this in mind, Akiji rushed towards Xia Chun and the others, but reality is often not so smooth. Mirror Fire Flame. A voice sounded, and then a heat wave rushed towards Akiji. Akiji couldn't help but turn his head and saw the screen full of flames. Akiji was stunned for a moment, but reacted immediately. He waved his hand in front of him, and a thick ice wall was created. Boom! There was a loud noise when the flames collided with the ice wall, accompanied by the sound of ice melting. The ice wall did not last long before it was directly blasted apart by the fierce flames. However, Akiji was no longer behind the ice wall at this time, but had moved to another location. Akiji looked indifferently at the man who was attacking him not far away, touched his head helplessly, and said, Fire Fist Ace, you've been caught once. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? You could have just run away, but now you dare to appear in front of me. If you learn your lesson, are you still a pirate? If you're afraid of being caught once, wouldn't it be better to hide on some deserted island? Besides, why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you, General Akiji? Although I am no match for you, it won't be easy for you to defeat me in a short time. I won't let you get in the way of Xia Chun. Ace replied with a faint smile. You Whitebeard pirates are such a hassle. After we deal with one, another comes along. In that case, I will catch you again." After saying that, Akiji rushed towards Ace. Somewhere on the battlefield, continuous huge noises echoed here, and from time to time, there were a few earth-shaking attacks launched. All this is just because there are 14 top powerhouses fighting here. Certainly, Xiaqin's body opened his lips slightly, and then the figure in front of him was instantly unable to move. Although the immobilization effect was broken in just a moment, it was enough. Xiaqin punched Zhang Guo hard in the face, knocking him down from the air. This punch was so powerful that Zhang Guo's huge golden face was deformed by it, and then it hit the ice heavily, making a huge roar. After the noise died down, Zhang Guo was seen lying peacefully in the ice pit. The Buddha's form could no longer be maintained, and it returned to its original appearance. He was naked, with his hair loose and his eyes rolled up. It was obvious that he had lost consciousness. Xiaqin let out a long breath. To be honest, he was a little tired. With his current strength, it is still a bit difficult to drag so many top-level experts at the same time. Xiaqin looked towards the other clones and found that except for the one on Garp's side, all his clones were at a disadvantage. It looks like it won't last long. Xiaqin was not surprised by this result. As he said, his clone could not recover physical strength, so would definitely have no advantage in a protracted battle. Moreover, these clones only have 3/4 of his strength, which is far inferior to the 5 elders. If it weren't for their various extraordinary abilities, they might have collapsed long ago. But it's enough to hold on until now. Xiaqin did not immediately go to support these clones, but instead glanced at the entire battlefield, then took a deep breath and shouted, "All pirates, listen up. We rescued the people. We accomplished the task. So there is no reason for us to stay on this battlefield and continue to sacrifice meaninglessly." Xiaqin's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. For a moment, both the pirates and the Marines were stunned. When the pirates who were abducted by Xiaqin from Impel Down heard this, they all distanced themselves from the Marine in front of them. "Since the leader who brought us here has said so, I will let you go. Although I haven't killed enough, let's stop here today. Anyway, we have already escaped from that damn place of Impel Down. From now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly." One after another, the somewhat famous pirates expressed their last words before leaving. Most of them are harsh words. I don't know if everyone in the pirate world is like this. No matter if they win or lose, as long as they are not dead, they have to say something harsh. It can be seen that people are very accustomed to using armament hockey to cover their mouths, making them as hard as iron. They actually don't want to leave yet. They just came out and haven't killed enough. But I have to go. It was not because they were afraid of disobeying Xiaqin's orders. They had already fulfilled the agreement with Xiaqin. Now, whether they left or not was entirely up to them. The problem is that if they don't leave now, they might not be able to escape later. They knew that most of the top forces of the Marine and world government were being held back by Xiaqin. If Xiaqin tells them to leave and they refuse, and then he runs away, Marine and his top fighters will be freed up. Aren't they finished then? Therefore, for the sake of safety and freedom, they should just run away. Then the pirates turned around and walked outside, and there was no Marine around to stop them. Are you kidding? These pirates are all extremely vicious pirates. Even if they go up, they will just die. They are Marines, yes, but they are not idiots. Of course, only the pirates from the 6th floor of Eternal Hell received such treatment. The other pirates from the upper floors who came later were now being chased and were running away in panic. However, even though they were being chased, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They are pirates, they are familiar with escaping. For most of them, not to mention other things, their leg strength is absolutely no problem. Otherwise, with their strength, if they didn't run faster, they would have died somewhere. Logically speaking, they had wanted to run away a long time ago because they were no match for these Marines, but they did not dare to run away. It's true that they can't beat these Marines, but they are not afraid. What they are afraid of is Xiaqin, who just smashed the entire island to pieces with a stick, had made an agreement with them when he let them out. Even if you can't defeat Marine, your chances of survival are still quite high. But if you run away and are discovered by Xia Chun, they felt that they could first go and see which ice hole would be more suitable as a burial place. For a moment, a huge army of escapees formed on the battlefield, but those who escaped were all prisoners brought from the impelled-down city. Not a single pirate from the Whitebeard pirates escaped, but at this time they all turned their attention to Whitebeard. On the other side, Whitebeard, who was fighting Akainu, also heard what Xia Chun said just now. After slashing Akainu with a sword, he turned around and looked at the people in his pirate group. You guys should retreat quickly too. There is no point in continuing this war. In fact, their goal had been achieved since the moment Xia Chun rescued Ace, but Xia Chun was still fighting at that time and had no intention of retreating. It was impossible for him to abandon Xia Chun. The other party saved his son, so he was his Whitebeard's benefactor. Whitebeard couldn't abandon his benefactor and run away. That's why he chose to continue fighting. But now that Xia Chun has said he wants to retreat, there is no reason for them to stay here any longer. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the pirates under his command began to run towards their ship outside one by one. Whitebeard continued, "Just run without worry. Lousy will cover your retreat." After saying that, Whitebeard's mind moved, and a transparent bubble appeared on the tip of his naginata, and then he slashed towards the direction of the Marines who were chasing him relentlessly. With one strike after another, Whitebeard fully demonstrated the power of the Tremor fruit. He single-handedly blocked almost all the pursuing Marines. After doing all this, Whitebeard stuck the knife into the ground, slightly supported his body, and took a few deep breaths. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Whitebeard, which made him feel instantly startled. "Whitebeard, you've revealed your weakness." "Dark Hound!" Whitebeard turned his eyes quickly, and what came into his sight was a lava fist that had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Whitebeard was unable to dodge and was knocked away by the punch, with a crackling sound coming from his chest. Ahem! Whitebeard's body flew more than 10 meters in the air before falling to the ground. He then half-knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked down, he saw that a bloody hole had been dissolved by the magma on his chest, but no blood was flowing out, because the high temperature of the magma has cooked the meat nearby. Dag! Several members of the Whitebeard pirates who were watching the battlefield shouted loudly. These shouts also made the captains, such as Marco, who were fighting, look over. When they saw Whitebeard half-kneeling on the ground, their eyes instantly turned red with anger. Also shouted loudly, "Daddy, Whitebeard, I take your life." Akainu did not miss this opportunity and rushed over again while Whitebeard was injured. Dag! Marco, Ace, and others who saw this scene instantly lost their composure and hurriedly wanted to leave the battlefield on their side to support Whitebeard. But their opponents won't let them do that. "Where are you going in such a hurry, Marco?" Kizaru's figure instantly appeared in front of Marco and kicked him. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Marco's figure flew backwards instantly. After landing, Marco looked at Kizaru not far away with a gloomy look, but most of his attention was on Whitebeard over there. Then Marco didn't hesitate and rushed towards Whitebeard again. But Kizaru is not a pushover. If Marco were to get in the way of Akainu at this time, with Akainu's personality, who knows how he would scold him after the battle. Thinking of this, Kizaru appeared in front of Marco again and kicked him again. Just now, it was Marco who held back Kizaru and prevented him from going to support. But in a short period of time, the situation on the battle changed and the two of them switched targets. And when it comes to dragging, Kizaru, who possesses the shining fruit, undoubtedly has the advantage. Marco, just give up the idea of supporting Whitebeard. You can't get away with me here, Kizaru said with his wretched face drooping. Damn it! Marco's eyes were dark and flickering. Ace and the other captains on the other side were in the same situation. All of them were tightly entangled by their opponents and could only watch Akainu attack Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and punched Akainu, who was rushing towards him. Boom! Akainu was blown away by this powerful punch, turned into magma and spilled on the ice surface, and then condensed into the appearance of Akainu again. Akainu's face looked a little ugly at this time. He didn't expect that Whitebeard still had such powerful strength, even after he had punched a hole in his chest. What a monster! Akainu sighed in a low voice. Even though he and Whitebeard were enemies, he had to admit that the man in front of him was powerful. The body is aging, old injuries are lingering, and new injuries are constantly coming. Despite all these unfavorable conditions, he still has such strength. The title of the strongest man in the world is indeed not exaggerated. He now had to admit that if it was the young Whitebeard, he would never be a match for the other party. But if is always just if. The current situation is that he is in an advantageous position, and at this moment, Akainu caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The next moment, he rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Akainu in front of him and was about to punch him again to force him back when he heard an anxious voice. "Dad, be careful." The next second after the voice came, Whitebeard also felt a breath behind him, followed by a sharp gust of wind. The man with white beard turned slightly to the side, and what came into view was a wretched middle-aged man. "It's Kizaru." At this time, Kizaru was holding a lightsaber in his hand and slashed at him fiercely, while Akainu on the other side also came to him. "Dark Hound!" For a moment, Whitebeard was caught in a pincer attack. At this time, Malco, who was rushing towards this place from a distance, was furious. He never thought that Kizaru's real target was actually his father. No wonder he launched such a large-scale attack just now. It was to restrict his movements and then run over to support Akainu. The problem was that Kizaru was much faster than him, and he was delayed for a moment, so he couldn't stop Kizaru at all. He could only watch as Whitebeard was trapped. But at this time, Whitebeard was not at all panicked. Instead, he stretched out his hands and punched Kizaru and Akainu at the same time. Sizzle! The air on both sides of Whitebeard shattered like glass, and Akainu and Kizaru's attacks were both blocked. "You two want to take my head? Boy, you are not qualified," Whitebeard said domineeringly, and then exerted force suddenly, knocking both Akainu and Kizaru away. However, just when Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that a knife had suddenly stabbed into his back and came out from his chest. Whitebeard immediately turned around and punched forward fiercely, but there was no one behind him at this time, only a man in a white suit standing about 10 meters away from him. The man said calmly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Gu." Poof! Whitebeard spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he managed not to fall down. Instead, he patted his chest lightly. The knife that was inserted into his body flew out from behind in an instant. The moment the knife left his body, Whitebeard couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Then he looked at the white dove and said, "CP0? The world government's methods are as despicable as ever." "Despicable? Whitebeard, you have lived for so many years in vain. Don't you know that this is the most ridiculous word on the battlefield? History is written by the victors. You are a pirate, and I am a government official. No matter how hard I try, it is fine to deal with such vicious pirates like you." Bai Gu said lightly, and then turned his gaze to Akainu and Kizaru. "Two generals, the three of us should work together to quickly eliminate this scourge of Whitebeard, and then we could go over to help the 5 elders." Kizaru and Akainu didn't say anything, but nodded. Then the three of them rushed towards Whitebeard at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. They had no intention of saying more. The villain died because he talked too much. Talking for 30 more seconds would waste half a minute, which was enough time for the captain under Whitebeard to come and rescue him. Therefore, the best approach for them is to fight quickly and decisively and try to capture Whitebeard in the shortest possible time. Whitebeard's eyes darkened slightly, and his heart sank to the bottom. But he did not surrender. He had already put his life and death aside before coming here to save Ace today. Now that these 3 people want his life, he has to kill one of them no matter what. As for the target, he had also thought about it. That was the CP0 who looked like a gentleman in a white suit and spoke in a gibberish manner. Just when Whitebeard made the decision, the 3 men had already arrived in front of Whitebeard and attacked him at the same time. A look of determination appeared on Whitebeard's face, and he also clenched his fists and attacked. However, the next moment, two of the three people except Whitebeard showed surprised expressions, and the other one's face was full of horror. "Whitebeard, do you want to die?" White Dove's soul was terrified, and he shouted loudly. It was just that at this time, Whitebeard completely ignored the attacks of Akainu and Kizuru and rushed straight towards him. From the looks of it, we can tell that Whitebeard has made up his mind to die and wants to drag someone down with him before he dies. But why him? Is it because he stabbed Whitebeard just now? That doesn't make sense. Akainu even shot through Whitebeard's chest. Bai Ji's face turned green at this time. Even from a certain distance, he could already feel the strong wind attached to Whitebeard's fist. With this punch, he will be crippled if not dead. Whitebeard also said at this time, "There is no ship in the new era that can bear my weight." In this case, wouldn't it be better for Lousy to change one before he dies? 1 against 3, kill one. Lousy makes a huge profit. Whitebeard roared and increased the strength in his hands again. Now the situation was very clear. He knew clearly that with his current physical condition, he had no chance of facing the siege of these three people. It was just a matter of how long he could struggle. If that was the case, why didn't he be decisive and fight to the death while he still had strength? Otherwise, after a while, he won't have the ability to kill anyone again. Of course, there is another very important reason. Judging from the aura emanating from the three people, Baigu is the weakest among the three. He understood very well that one should pick the softest persimmons. While he was thinking, Whitebeard's fist had already reached Whitebeard. At the same time, Kizuru and Akainu's attacks also reached Whitebeard. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the air in front of the White Dove shattered directly. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood was spit out, and then the body quickly flew backwards. This scene is no different from what I expected, but there is one scene that is different from what I expected. Kizuru, Akainu. The attacks of the two men did not fall on Whitebeard at this time, but were firmly caught by one hand. At the same time, both of them showed expressions of horror on their faces, staring at the figure in front of him. Demon King Xia Chun. That's right, it was Xia Chun and his clone who stopped the two people. Xia Chun looked at the two of them calmly and said, "Next, let me play with you. Why are you here? Could it be that the 5 elders?" Kizuru said anxiously, then quickly turned his head and looked in the direction where Xia Chun had just fought with the 5 elders. The result he saw surprised him a little, but also made him feel relieved. At this time, they saw the 5 elders rushing towards them, but there were fewer of them than before. There are only 5 elders and the commander of the Knights of God. As for the rest, Xia Chun can only say that they are all lying in a pit. After Xia Chun dealt with Zhonghua just now, he immediately ran to Garp to reunite him with Zhonghua. Of course, it doesn't mean to kill them, but just let them have a good sleep naked. After dealing with Garp, Xia Chun saw Baigu stabbing Whitebeard with a knife while observing the battlefield. But when he saw it, the knife had already pierced Whitebeard's body, so he had no time to stop it. After that, he recalled all his clones and rushed over here. Finally, when Kizuru and Akainu were about to hit Whitebeard, he blocked their attacks one by one. Xia Chen's mind moved, and 2 sticks appeared in his and his clone's hands, and they swung towards Akainu and Kizuru. The two were forced back a long distance by the stick. Kizuru looked up at Xia Chen solemnly without making any move. From the moment Xia Chen appeared, they knew that their plan to kill Whitebeard with just the 2 of them had failed. As long as Xia Chen is here, they definitely have no chance. So there's no need to waste time. Just wait for the 5 elders to come over and then continue with their old job of beating them up. Kizuru thinks so, but it kinda doesn't. We all know that dogs nowadays are generally more gentle, especially certain breeds of dogs. It is not convenient to disclose the specific species, but the red dog Akainu obviously does not belong to this category. Red dog, or red and warm dog, naturally has an extremely bad temper. So now, Xia Chen looked at the lava fist coming towards him without any fluctuation in his eyes, and he rushed forward waving his stick. Bang! The moment the stick and the magma fist came into contact, an extremely powerful shock wave spread out. Feeling the power coming from the opposite side, Xia Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Akainu's power is much stronger than Akiji and Kizuru. Of course, this doesn't mean that Akainu is much stronger than Akiji and Kizuru. He is just stronger in strength. The advantages of the three people have different focuses. However, based on Xia Chen's experience fighting against the three of them, Akainu is indeed the strongest among the three generals, but only a little bit stronger. Xia Chen gripped the stick tightly and exerted force again. Akainu felt the power coming from Xia Chen's stick and couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Then he was blown away. Xia Chen's mind moved, and the somersault cloud instantly appeared beside him. Then he turned to Whitebeard and said, "Jump up and run with your sons. I will cover you here. Lousy will go with you. With my current injuries, I might die in 2 days even if I go back." Whitebeard replied immediately, "It's better to die on your ship than here, and your sons definitely don't want to see you die here. In the end, in your current state, it's useless for you to stay. It doesn't matter to me whether you are here or not." Hearing this, Whitebeard looked a little stunned. Was he being disliked? To be honest, this was the first time he had been treated like this. In all his years, no one had ever dared to despise him for being useless. But the problem is that this seems to be the case now. Well, it's his dish. Then Whitebeard jumped onto the somersault cloud without hesitation. Xia Chen's words, "Your sons certainly don't want to see you die in battle here," touched him. If possible, he also wanted to die beside his sons. This would be the best perfection for him, who attached great importance to family ties. The moment Whitebeard sat on the somersault cloud flew out directly, and at the same time, an extremely powerful conqueror's aura burst out from Xia Chen's body. The range is so large that it directly covers the entire battlefield. Many Marines fell like dumplings. Normally, they could resist this domineering force, but now they have experienced a long battle. Being exhausted both physically and mentally, one's willpower naturally becomes much weaker in this situation. During this time, the somersault cloud had already sent Whitebeard to his ship. Seeing this scene, many pirates no longer had the desire to fight and ran towards the ship one by one. And because Xia Chen's conqueror's domineering power just now knocked out most of the Marines, it was particularly easy for them to escape at this time. However, there are still a few Marines who are still conscious and want to chase them. But the next moment, they gave up the idea. Boom! A huge stick hit not far in front of them, making a loud bang. Same operation again, same result again. Xia Chen's huge body blocked out the sunlight in the sky, casting a shadow on the Marines' hearts. After the loud noise, the sound of ice breaking followed. Under Xia Chen's blow, the huge ice layer on the entire battlefield was split into two from the place where it was hit. Most of the Marines and pirates are on one side, and it is up to the remaining few to figure out how to escape. After doing all this, Xia Chen's body began to shrink rapidly, and finally stood at the edge of the ice, looking indifferently at the large group of Marines in front of him. "Even if there are thousands of people, I will go." He single-handedly blocked all the Marine and world government personnel, preventing any of them from daring to take action first. Behind him was a large group of fleeing pirates. Can Xia Chen do it by himself? Can he escape by himself? Nami, who was running towards Jinyan, couldn't help but look back at Xia Chen and asked worriedly, "You know how lucky Xia Chen is, and even if we take a step back, Xia Chen is a man of his own, and if he wants to leave, few can stop him." Zoro said calmly, "That's right, believe Xia Chen. You will definitely come back." Luffy said it with the same firmness, his tone full of trust in Xia Chen. On the other side, Whitebeard, who was sent to the White Whale by the somersault cloud, was receiving treatment from Marco while looking in the direction of Xia Chen. After a while, he said calmly, "If this young man can survive today, he will definitely change the world in the future." Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was full of affirmation for Xia Chen. In all his many years of career, he had never seen such an outstanding young man. Such age, such courage, such strength. It's a bit exaggerated indeed. After a while, Whitebeard turned around and looked at the group of people behind him and said, "From today on, Demon King Xia is the benefactor of our pirate group. Even if I am no longer around, if he has any problems, we will go to help him without hesitation." Hearing this, everyone's faces showed a determined expression, and they all nodded and said, "We will." "Dad, your body—" Ace's face was full of worry, and he felt uncomfortable when he saw the sadness on Whitebeard's body. "It's nothing. Lousy didn't have much time to live anyway. It just came earlier now. As a human being, birth, aging, illness, and death are normal. I'm much better off than Roger for living to this age. Didn't you see that he died more than 20 years earlier than me?" "Gulala. Ahem." Whitebeard laughed loudly, but suddenly started coughing again and couldn't help spitting out blood from his mouth again. "Dad!" everyone shouted worriedly. Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling them not to worry, and then continued to look at Xia, saying to himself, "Boy, you must survive." On the other side, Xia was standing in front of many Marines with a calm expression on his face. The 5 elders stood at the front of the crowd, looking at him solemnly. After a while, the god of finance, Nasu Shilongsheng, looked at Xia and asked, "Since you have made the decision to face all of us at the same time, are you ready to leave your life here?" Hearing this, Xia raised his eyebrows, chuckled, and asked, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" "Of course, Demon King Xia. I have to admit that you are very powerful, especially your fruit ability is very exaggerated. But the problem is that your physical strength will eventually run out. You held so many of us back for such a long time by yourself. You were already exhausted by the end of the battle. We who were fighting with you knew this best. You are right. I really don't have much energy left." Xia did not hide it, but nodded and admitted it. But then the situation changed. "But it's still possible to hold you back and even kill some of you. Don't worry, I'll show you something interesting right away." Xia showed a meaningful smile on his face. Then, as my mind moved, my body began to change. First, Xia's body began to petrify from head to toe and finally turned into a stone man. Then my body began to expand rapidly, and the cloth on my body instantly broke. Fortunately, I was already made of stone, so I didn't feel the cold wind blowing on me. The sound of stones colliding and rubbing lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the expression of the person standing opposite him changed from calm to astonishment. St. Maz whispered to St. Vacheli beside him, "Does Pluton Hades have this form? Hades in ancient books doesn't seem to be like this, right? I think there should be one. Maybe it's a transitional form." St. Vacheli said uncertainly, "This fruit has appeared only a handful of times in history, and in the past 800 years, no one has developed it to its awakened form, and only a few records have been passed down. This is a fruit that bears the name of God, so it's normal for it to have more forms." St. Vacheli was speaking to St. Matsi on the surface, but in his heart, he was also speaking to himself. Logically speaking, he didn't know the answer either, but since his colleagues asked him that, he had to give them some advice even if he didn't have any knowledge. Otherwise, how can his erudition be demonstrated? "Hey, you two, stop talking and concentrate on thinking about what to do next," Peter Sheng said to the two of them, staring at Xia opposite him with a serious look. At this moment, Xia's form just standing there gave them a great sense of oppression. Xia twisted his neck, but heard a sound of stones rubbing against each other. He couldn't help but look at himself. This body is more domineering than I imagined," Xia said with surprise in his tone. He originally thought that this form would be bloated and ugly. But the truth is that his body proportions are just right. He is about 10 meters tall, and his body is shiny silver gray, giving people a feeling of dominance and unparalleled power. At the same time, the moment Xia transformed into this form, many exclusive abilities of this form appeared in his mind, and he was slightly stunned. These skills are a bit abstract, right? And they seem to be a bit confusing. Even though Xia felt that his stone ape form was not simple, he did not expect it to have such exaggerated abilities. But he likes it. When others are cheating, he is a righteous defender of order, but when he is cheating himself... "Excuse me, How can you say that a scholar's business is cheating? He just exceeded the standard by a little bit. These guys are lucky enough to witness his first battle in stone ape form. Thinking of this, Xiaochun looked at them with his huge golden pupils, raised his right fist, and said with a faint smile, "The show begins." The moment he finished speaking, Xiaochun's right fist slammed towards the ice. Rock realm. The moment the fist hit the ice, it began to quickly turn brown, then quickly dispersed, and rock-like protrusions appeared on the surface. After a while, Xiaochun stood up and looked at his masterpiece with a smile on his face, still feeling so familiar. However, at this moment, Marine and others on the opposite side were all stunned where they were, staring at the scene in front of them for a long time and unable to recover. They didn't want to believe what they saw, but the touch under their feet that was obviously different from ice reminded them that all this was real. At this time, the entire battlefield has changed from the original ice layer to the current rocky land. A new island reappeared under everyone's feet. Rise up, my love. No, revive Marineford. But perhaps it should not be called Marineford anymore at this time. After all, it no longer looks like the previous Marineford. This is the first ability that the stone ape form gives him. It can turn anything it touches into rock. Remember, anything. He can also create rocks out of thin air. To be honest, it is an enhanced version of the sweet fruit. Xiaochun looked at the surprised faces of the people opposite him and said calmly, "Hey, stop daydreaming. If you don't concentrate, you'll die." After the words fell, Xiaochun stomped the ground lightly with his right foot and said lightly, "Rock spike." The next second, a scream of pain came from the crowd on Marine's side, accompanied by a slight shaking of the ground. At this moment, countless sharp rock spikes sprang out from the ground. Most of the Marines were unable to react in time and were directly pierced through the body. Blood dripped and flowed in the cracks of the rocks. With just this one move, Xiaochun killed more than half of the Marines, and most of the remaining Marines were seriously injured. "I no longer have the strength to fight." And Xiaochun just stamped his feet. Demon King Xiaochun. Akainu was furious after seeing this scene, and said with gritted teeth, then rushed towards Xiaochun regardless of anything. "Wait, Sakaski." Nasu Shuro said hurriedly, but he was a little slow. Akainu had already rushed out. "Damn it. I originally thought that if Sengoku was laid off, I would let him be the fleet admiral, but now it seems his character is too impetuous." Nasu Shoulong-sheng thought to himself, feeling dissatisfied with Akainu. Just as they were about to turn around to discuss the battle plan, two figures suddenly rushed out. When Nasajiro-sei saw the faces of the two men clearly, he almost breathed a sigh of relief. "Kazan Borsellino, what are you two doing again?" But Akiji and Kizuru did not respond to him at this time, but continued to rush towards Xiaochun. After all, they and Sakaski have been colleagues for many years, and the relationship between them is quite good. Now facing such a strong opponent like Xiaochun, they certainly can't let Akainu face it alone. Just as Saint Nasujiro was about to continue to condemn them, Saint Wachuri interrupted him and said, "Nasujiro, I don't think there is anything wrong with their behavior. It's you who has a problem with your mentality, right? No matter how strong Demon King Xiaochun is, what can he do now when facing so many of us? Isn't it possible that you lost your courage after being beaten by him before? You haven't fought against his real body. I just fought against his real body for a while. His strength is definitely not simple. If we..." "All right, Nasu Shoro." Nasadro, Saint was halfway through his words when the environmental martial god Maz, Saint interrupted him directly. "Nasujiro, from the information sent back by the Seven Water Capital, the difference in strength between his clone and his original body is not that big. So, is it possible that you feel that he is very strong because you are too weak? Have you worked hard to improve your abilities over the years? Don't always think that others are better than you. Look for the reasons in yourself, okay? Maz, what do you mean? Do you want to test your strength with me?" Nasu Shoulong-sheng was furious, and one by one, people came out to refute him. "I didn't say that. If you like to stay at the back, then stay there by yourself. I'm going to help Sakaski and the others too." After saying that, Saint Maz also rushed towards Xia Chun, followed by the 5 elders and other marine lieutenants who also started to move, except Saint Nasajiro, who did not move. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. None of these people actually believed what he said. It was not like he had not fought with Xia Chen's clone before. The strength between his original body and the clone was far different, right? The only 3 people who could prove that he was telling the truth, 1 is dead and 2 are lying dead, so now no one believes what he says. But now that things have come to this, he has no other choice. Since he has already decided to rush forward, he might as well just do it. Wow, so many people came to attack me right away. You really give me face. Xia Chun made a muffled sound and then stomped on the ground again. Another large number of rock spikes suddenly sprang out from the ground. But since the people who came to surround and kill Xia Chun were all lieutenant generals or above, and they had already made preparations in advance, Xia Chen's move did not have any effect. However, it slowed down their progress a little. Even so, Akainu, who rushed out first, had already arrived in front of Xia Chun. Akainu jumped up lightly, his right arm turned into magma, and punched Xia Chun in the chest. It's really not a wise choice for you to change into this form. You're too big a target. You have become a sitting duck for us. Die, Demon King Xia Chun. Akainu roared and increased the strength in his hand again, then hit Xia Chun directly in the chest. Boom! A huge noise was heard, and thick smoke emanated from the magma in Xia Chun's chest. Ha! Demon King Xia Chun. The power of this punch doesn't hurt, does it? Stone? This kind of waste will only melt when it touches the magma. Akainu showed joy on his face, and then immediately looked up, wanting to see Xia Chen's painful expression. However, as soon as he looked up, he met Xia Chen's bright golden eyes. Then Xia Chen's faint voice was heard. Are you sure? Xia Chun blew a breath, blowing away all the magma on his chest, revealing his chest that was exactly the same as before. How is this possible? Akainu was shocked. He looked at Xia Chun again in disbelief, but no matter how many times he looked, he could not see that Xia Chun was injured. So, you're giving me a lava bath? Just when Akainu was still in a daze, Xia Chun's voice came again, along with his huge palm. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Akainu flew backwards instantly, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Akainu now felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and the pain in his body clearly told him how powerful Xia Chen's palm was. After seeing this scene, everyone else also stopped their bodies abruptly. He looked at Xia Chun, who was unharmed, with shock on his face. Sakaski's attack is useless? Doesn't that mean we can't even break his defense? Kizaru's wretched face was solemn. Akainu's attack power is already the best among them, and the destructive power of magma is recognized to be powerful. But now it really is like giving Xia Chun a bath. Is there any need for them to fight? Marine was in disbelief, but Xia Chun had expected this result. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Akainu's attack head-on. Did he really think he couldn't dodge? It's just to test the defensive power of the stone ape form. The result was, of course, very satisfying to him. It seems that the significant increase in attack and defense power mentioned in the form introduction was not exaggerated. And, although his current form sounds like a melee warrior, his skills make him look more like a rock mage. Thinking of this, Xia Chun thought of the title of a rock god in a game he played in his previous life. It sounded very domineering. Xia Chun cleared his throat and said to everyone, "In my Rock King Emperor form, my defense and attack power are both top-notch. You should work harder and don't tickle me like Akainu." As soon as Xia Chun said this, Akainu, who had just struggled to get up in the distance, instantly looked extremely ugly, while the others had serious expressions, all thinking about how to break through Xia Chun's defense. However, they soon made a decision, which was to use the armed color domineering for internal destruction. Generally speaking, Logia users cannot cover their abilities with armament hockey when using their abilities, so Akainu was unable to break through their defense just now. If you disagree with the setting of this book, please don't criticize. They just didn't believe that Xia Chen's inside could be as hard as his outside. Then everyone became eager to try again and rushed towards Xiachen again. Looking at this scene, Xiachen's mouth curled up slightly. He liked such stubborn children. Since you want to be reborn into a good family, I will help you do so. After saying that, Xiachen's mind moved, and all the rock spikes on the ground broke into tiny pieces of rock, and then condensed into countless rock spears in the air again. Xiachen waved his hand, and countless rock spears attacked them like raindrops. "Get out of the way," one of the lieutenant generals shouted. It's just that his behavior now is just like that of the Warring States period before, a bit like a clownish figure. Because the other lieutenant generals around him had already started dodging the incoming rock spears, so there was no need for him to remind them. Looking at these Marines and world government people jumping around, Xiachen raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "I see that each of you has at least a year of practice experience, and you all dance very well. In that case, let me see where your limit is." After saying that, Xiachen waved his hand again, and then countless rock spears appeared out of thin air, suspended in the air. The number was at least several times that of before. The faces of those who saw this scene turned green. It was already difficult for them to deal with the number of rock spears just now, and now there are several times more. Are they going to block them all with their heads? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but think of a solution, but Xiachen didn't have that much time to think about it slowly. With a thought, countless rock spears attacked them again. In an instant, the sound of flesh being torn came one after another, accompanied by screams. Some pirates who had not yet completely left in the distance couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. Especially those prisoners who came out of eternal hell, they were once again glad that they did not break their agreement with Xiachen. Otherwise, he would have died without knowing how he died. To be honest, I really have to thank Bernie Waldo for being the first one to jump out and not abide by the agreement. Otherwise, they might be the ones who don't keep their promise, and then they will be the ones who die. Brother Waldo, I will definitely burn lots of paper for you in the future to thank you for saving my life. Just when these pirates were rejoicing, the Marines opposite Xiachen were having a hard time. Most ordinary lieutenant generals had no ability to resist Xiachen's move, let alone those below the level of lieutenant general. Even if I can block 1, 10, or 100 rock spears, what does that matter? How about 1,000? How about 10,000? In other words, one must at least be close to the strength of a reserve general in order to barely withstand Xiachen's violent attack. But injuries are inevitable. Only those with the strength of general or above can face the attacks of Xiachen with relative ease. But Xiachen didn't expect to wipe out all these people with this move. That was unrealistic. He only needs to use this move to get rid of most of the people. As for those who are strong enough to stay, he has something better waiting for them. All I can say is, the stronger they are, the better treatment Xiachen will give them. He still has a lot of interesting things that he hasn't used yet. As for now, let him try out the strength of his body first. As his thoughts surged, Xiachen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Akainu. Xiachen stood on the somersault cloud and punched Akainu hard. Akainu had just blocked Xiachen's rock spear attack, but he didn't expect that a fist would appear in his field of vision the next second. This left him no time to fight back, and, crossing his arms in front of his body to cover himself with armed color-domineering defense, was the best he could do in such a short time. And the next second after he made this move, Xiachen's fist also landed on him. Bang! Another dull sound was heard, and Akainu flew backwards again. The speed was extremely fast, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiachen was very satisfied watching this scene. The power in this form was indeed much stronger than the normal one. He was quite good to Akainu, and the first thing he thought of when he had this power was to test him. But there is nothing that can be done about it, because Akainu is the one who shouts the loudest to kill him, and he is always the first one to cause trouble for him. Since Akainu has such friendship with him, he naturally cannot let him down. He must be the first person he thinks of when he wants to do something. After all, he is an outstanding young man who grew up in the sunshine. He is familiar with the concept of reciprocity. Now, the defensive power of this form is so exaggerated that Xia Chun completely gave up the idea of defense in the following time, relying on the somersault cloud to continuously shuttle among the crowd. I give a big slap to everyone I meet. It feels so good. Xia Chun in a normal state cannot do this, because when he attacks, he also has to guard against other people's attacks, and he cannot be so carefree as he is now. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. However, when a person abandons defense and only attacks, then we can only say that he is invincible. This is Xia Chen's current situation. He is no longer a tiger entering a sheep pen, but a dinosaur entering a sheep pen. In a short, while almost everyone on the field was hit by his big punch. After this process, there were fewer people on the field. Basically, we can no longer see the lieutenant general. There was no way. The gap in strength between Xia Chun and them was too big. With their strength, it would be strange if they could stand after being attacked by Xia Chun. Under normal circumstances, Chun would not dare to say how powerful he was in this world, but in this form, he could only say that he was not afraid of anyone except him. The 5 elders were all injured at this time, and Akainu, who had just flown out, also flew back in a mess. There are only about 10 people left on the field now, and each of them has the strength of a general or close to that of a general. At this moment, everyone's face was extremely solemn. The action they had just planned to use domineering power to break Xia Chen's defense also failed in their previous attempt. It's no use, absolutely no use. All their attacks were just like tickling Xia Chun, not causing him any harm at all. This is also normal. After all, Xia Chen's entire body is made of stone in this form. It is not that there's only a layer of stone on the outside, but flesh and blood inside. In this case, it is completely impossible for them to achieve the effect of internal destruction through armed color. Nasu Shilangxing complained to the remaining people. I told you to stop being so stubborn and make a battle plan. You said I was weak, but now I'm getting beaten like a dog. Judging from the tone of voice, he is obviously an old hermaphrodite. Nasu Shuroyu. When St. Maz heard St. Nasidaro's sarcastic tone, the expression on his face became even uglier. Okay, stop talking. None of this matters. We really underestimated Demon King Xia Chun. We didn't expect that he has such a powerful form. The question now is, how can we complete the task assigned to us by adults? With the current strength of Demon King Xia Chun, it would be a pipe dream for us to kill him. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Indeed, the question now is how to complete their mission. If they fail to complete the mission, then the consequences. After a while, the god of law and war, Saint Vachali, said, "Let's wait and see if there are any side effects to his current form. Theoretically, the more powerful the form, the more powerful the side effects. You seem to have said earlier that theoretically his clone ability has great limitations, but the reality seems to be a bit inconsistent with the theory." Before Saint Wakuli could finish, Saint Nasajuro interrupted. "Vachali Saint, let's not talk about the old things. Now let's talk about the problem we are facing. If we still can't find a solution in the end, then we can only ask you to do it yourself." After saying this, several people fell into silence again, and finally nodded in unison and said, "This is the only way." They knew how much effort the adults had put into killing Xia Chen this time. Otherwise, they would not have sent all of them out. Before today, they didn't understand why the adults did this. Considering what Xia Chen had done before and the strength he had demonstrated, it was not worth it for them to make such a big fuss. But now, after fighting with Xia Chen, they understood that adults are adults, with farsightedness that is far beyond their reach. If Xia Chen cannot be killed here today, it will definitely affect the rule of their world government. Hey, what are you guys daydreaming about? Just when several people were still thinking about solutions, Xia Chen's faint voice came. They subconsciously looked back and saw Xia Chen looking at them dimly with his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking extremely relaxed. This made them subconsciously happy. Could it be that their guess was correct this time? Does this form have a big side effect? Otherwise, why would it be like this after just a short battle? They said that such an exaggerated improvement in strength must have great disadvantages. As smart as they are, they really have a long-term vision. But what Xia Chun said and did next froze their joyful expressions on their faces. Oh, you're so happy. It seems like you're looking forward to my next move. Xia Chun raised his eyebrows, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Of course, he didn't know that this group of people had imagined so many things in such a short period of time. He only knew that he was going to use his ultimate move, but these people were all very happy and looked down on him. In this case, don't blame him, the Rock King, for being ruthless. Xia Chen's body was as firm as a pine tree. He looked at them calmly, then opened his lips slightly and uttered a few words. The sky moves everything. The moment the words fell, a hole appeared in the sky behind Xia Chun. Then a huge meteorite slowly emerged from it and suddenly smashed towards the 5 elders. His meteorite is not comparable to the meteorite summoned by Fujitora. The strength of his meteorite is the same as the strength of his body. Then the power is naturally extremely strong. This is why Xia Chun crossed his hands in front of his chest. This is how he would act when he used his ultimate move. Other things aside, he must be cool. At this time, the 5 elders and others on the opposite side were furious when they saw the huge meteorite falling towards them. Even though there was still some distance between them, the aura emanating from it already made them feel extremely frightened. Then everyone dispersed in all directions without saying a word. This time there was no clown who reminded others and caused himself to run slower. Everyone is very conscious. Judging from the current speed of the meteorite falling, they have a chance to escape the attack range before the meteorite falls. Especially Kizaru. He has already run away. As long as it doesn't hit them head-on, it won't be a big problem for them. So after their judgment, this move is nothing to be afraid of. But, can you run away? Xia Chun murmured, then stretched out his hand and waved it downwards. In an instant, the meteorite's descent speed increased several times, and in the blink of an eye it arrived above everyone's heads. People, you have no shame, you have no moral principles. As soon as this thought popped up in everyone's mind, the meteorite hit the ground the next second. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely loud roar was heard, and the newly formed island began to shake violently under this blow. With the meteorite landing point as the center, countless rocks around it quickly shattered. The huge noise even made the pirates who had sailed some distance open their eyes wide. When they saw the huge meteorite, they felt a chill on their backs and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads with their hands. No wonder Xia Chun wanted them all to leave. He stopped Marine and the others by himself. It turned out that he didn't have a spirit of sacrifice, but was afraid that they might accidentally kill them all. They will definitely brag about what happened today to their grandchildren for the rest of their lives. Xia Chun has become so much stronger. Zoro felt a little helpless as he sensed the movement coming from afar. He had originally thought that with such a huge improvement this time, he could narrow the gap between him and Xia Chun. Unexpectedly, they were getting further and further away, which really made him speechless. What kind of feed does Xia Chun eat? He's already so strong, but his strength can be improved so quickly. It doesn't make sense. Luffy was also a little indignant. He was a little unbalanced now. Every time he thought he was closer to Xia Chun, he would find out that it was just an illusion. It was so painful. Oh, aren't we used to Xia Chun's behavior? You know him well. His strength is growing like a monster, Sanji said after blowing out a smoke ring. His words were unanimously recognized by everyone, and they all nodded subconsciously. The atmosphere among everyone was very relaxed at this time, and no one was worried about Xia Chun at all. This is their trust in Xia Chun. Monster? Sanji, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. A voice came from behind everyone. The familiar voice made everyone's faces immediately show joy, and they quickly turned their heads to look. Xia Chun looked at the huge, deep pit in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. The power of this move did not disappoint him at all. It was indeed the skill of Lord Yen. To be honest, he was also confused when he first saw this skill. He didn't understand why his stone ape form was so different from the stone ape form of the Monkey King in his impression. Even these strange skills have come, and finally, after thinking about it, I came to only one conclusion. That is, these skills are most likely acquired because he knows them. The great sage's status is too high, so he can materialize all the skills in his memory. But it doesn't matter anymore. He doesn't know the specific reasons. Anyway, it's enough for him to have these outrageous skills now. And this isn't the only skill that can be used across platforms. Ahem. Continuous coughing sounds came from the deep pit. Xiaochen looked down and saw that everyone was struggling to stand up. The clothes on his body were all torn, and he no longer looked like a leader of the world government or a high-ranking Marine. And this is just the appearance of the exterior. The condition inside their bodies is even worse. That was a whole meteorite that big that fell down. They were very powerful for not dying. At this moment, a stream of yellow light came in front of the crowd, and for the first time, an embarrassed expression appeared on the wretched faces of the people looking at them in such a state of disarray. That's right, this person was none other than Kizaru, who used his fruit ability to run very far away when he first saw the meteorite falling. At this moment, his clothes formed a sharp contrast with those of the people in the pit. For a moment, everyone felt unbalanced. The look he gave Kizaru was full of resentment. Why are you the only one who is so clean among so many people, and your injuries are the lightest? However, everyone can only think about this in their hearts. It is his ability to run away. There is nothing to say, but there will definitely be an imbalance. But these are not big problems. The biggest problem now is, how should they deal with Xia Chen next? These rounds of attacks were quite devastating to them, and each of them suffered serious injuries. The 5 elders were fine, as they were all mythical beasts with extremely strong recovery abilities, but the situation for the others was not so good. Especially those CP0s who are only generals. Their strength has just touched the threshold of generals. Although he is a well-deserved strong man in the sea, he is not good enough facing Xia Chen now. At this moment, their bodies were shaky, as if they could be blown down by a gust of wind, and Xia Chen didn't need to put in much effort at all. And that was exactly what happened. After struggling to stand up, these people fell down again within a few seconds, and this time they never stood up again. Now there are only 4 or 5 elders left standing on the field, plus the commander of the Knights of God, and 3 generals, including Akainu. There were 8 people in total, which formed a sharp contrast with the large crowd facing Xia Chen not long ago. And this was just the result after Xia Chen attacked for several rounds. What made them most desperate was that Xia Chen did not have any injuries on his body. I don't see any burden from this form. It feels just like normal, so I can use it as I like. Looking at these remnants in front of him, Xia Chen no longer had the desire to play. It's time to end this war. Xia Chen raised his hand slightly, looked at the golden light flashing in the golden pupils of several people, and then said lightly, "Planetary devastation." In an instant, countless rocks appeared out of thin air around everyone and quickly wrapped them together. What is this? Everyone struggled continuously, trying to destroy the rocks on their bodies, but their speed of destruction was too slow compared to the speed at which the rocks condensed. Soon the rocks enveloped them all. 8 giant rock balls with a diameter of several dozen meters were formed floating in the air. The scene looked extremely spectacular. Xiaochen admired his masterpiece, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then the body began to shrink and finally returned to its normal appearance. But in 0.01 seconds, Xiaochen completed the entire process from taking out clothes from the system space to putting them on. This form is indeed strong, but it wears out a lot of clothes. Xiaochen complained. No one should have seen it, right? Xiaochen looked around subconsciously. After a while, he withdrew his gaze. Okay, all rocks, no one else. Otherwise, his domineering image will be ruined. Shaking his head, Xiaochen shook off the irrelevant thoughts in his mind, looked at the 8 giant rock balls above, and said in confusion while stroking his chin, "What should we do with these people?" Xiaochen is now simply blocking their movements like in a certain movie, but he has not killed them. Of course, this doesn't mean that this move only has the ability to seal. It is even stronger than the one in a certain shadow. He only needs to control the rock to continuously apply pressure inwards, and the same effect of killing the enemy can be achieved. But now, feeling the vibration coming from these 8 giant stone balls, Xia Chun felt that it was time for him to make a decision quickly. If they're not killed, they will be able to break the rock ball out after a while. His strength has not yet reached the level where he can use this move to easily make them powerless to resist. Just as Xia Chun was thinking, he suddenly felt the presence of a group of people and couldn't help but look over there. At this moment, a group of people were walking towards him. When they were about 10 meters in front of him, they stopped. The man in the lead looked at Xia Chun and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Demon King Xia Chun. I heard you claim to be my nephew before. I wonder if this still counts." Xia Chun raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, Shanks, don't slander me. You said you heard it. Don't you know that hearsay is the most unreliable?" That's right, the people who came were the red-hair pirates, and the one who just spoke to Xia Chun was the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. But Xia Chun would never say that he said what Shanks said. He was still a fledgling at that time, and needed to recognize imaginary uncles everywhere. Now that he has grown stronger, of course he doesn't need to do this anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a generation lower than red hair? That's not good. Shanks smiled and continued, "Is that so? It seems that Hawkeye lied to me. He is so despicable." Hawkeye actually said that I'm your nephew? That's really abominable. Damn it, Xia Chun said with an exaggerated expression. "Hawkeye." The red-hair pirates were stunned for a moment when they heard Xia Chun's answer, probably because they had never seen anyone chatting like this. After a while, Shanks smiled and said, "Xia Chun, you are really interesting." Hey, I don't really like it when men say this word to me," Xia Chun said hurriedly. He always felt that it sounded weird coming from Shanks' mouth. I don't know if it's because in his previous life he saw a couple with a very good relationship, and the relationship started with one of the men saying to the other man, "You are very interesting." Oh my! Xia Chun couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this, and quickly stopped the evil thoughts in his mind. If you keep thinking about it, something bad will happen. Shaking his head, Xia Chun looked at Shanks and said, "You didn't come here just to meet me, did you?" In fact, Xia Chun could more or less guess Shanks' purpose, and what Shanks said next also confirmed Xia Chun's guess. "I want you to let them go." Shanks looked at Xia Chun and said calmly. Xia Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a while he said, "Reason, for the balance of the sea." Shanks looked into Xia Chun's eyes and said every word. "These people are high-ranking officials in the Marine or world government. If we kill them rashly, it will definitely bring great turmoil to the world. For example, these Marines. Although I am a pirate, and this may sound strange, to be honest, once the Marines no longer exist, the pirates on the sea will become more rampant, which will be a big problem for most civilians. Then the people will live in fear every day, worrying about pirate attacks at any time. Besides, the world government is responsible for maintaining the balance of the oceans and is an indispensable presence to the world." "Indeed," Xia Chun replied thoughtfully. Shanks' face immediately lit up when he heard this, and he continued, "Really? You think so too?" Shanks looked at Xia Chun with surprise in his eyes, a look of meeting a soulmate, but Xia Chun's next words made him freeze in place. No. You may have misunderstood me. What I meant was that it is really inappropriate for a pirate like you to say such things." As soon as Xia Chun said this, the atmosphere at the scene froze for a moment. Before the red-haired man could say anything, Xia Chun continued, "I agree with what you said about the Marine. If there were no Marine, it would have a huge impact on the world, causing more pirates and making civilians' lives even more miserable. But what you said later about the world government was a bit of a lie, wasn't it? Maintaining the balance of the ocean? How dare you say that? What they call balance is just to keep the ocean from being out of their control, right? Let's not talk about anything else. Just a group of celestial dragon pigs they raise are disgusting enough, right? What descendants of the Creator? Bah! You must know what these people who call themselves world nobles have done, right? They treat people as slaves and take their lives lightly. Do you think this is nothing? As for the world government, as long as it is beneficial to them. They can allow the most heinous pirates to become shichibukai and become so-called legal pirates. Isn't this ridiculous? So, I can let those Marines go, but these old men from the world government must die. Xia Chun said lightly, but his tone reflected an attitude that could not be questioned. After Xia Chun said this, he also made a decision. He planned to let Akiji and Kizuru go as the Marines did, and as for Akainu, he would go and gather with the 5 elders downstairs. The main reason for doing this is that when Akiji and Kizuru fought him before, they were not determined to kill him, but instead wanted to capture him and bring him to the castle. But Akainu has always been thinking about killing him. Just because of his identity as a pirate, he keeps biting him like a dog. Then he would naturally not indulge him. Those who kill will be killed. Anyway, the loss of Akainu and Marine won't have a big impact. He spared the lives of Sengoku and Garp, even though they were a bit old. But as long as you haven't retired, you can continue to be used as a beast of burden. With this in mind, Xia Chun raised his hand slightly, ready to control these rock balls to squeeze the 5 elders to death. But at this time, the red-haired voice came again. Xia Chun, can you please give me some face? Let them go, even though they are really hateful. But without them, the world will definitely be in turmoil. Hearing this, Xia Chun paused and looked at the red-haired girl. After a while, he said, "Give you a favor? Who do you think you are?" Xia Chun said this bluntly, not giving the red-haired man any face at all. "Do you really think your face fruit is awesome?" For Xia Chun now, he already has the strength to do almost anything in this world. According to his estimation, the only person he is afraid of will not attack him in the short term. So he doesn't have to give face to anyone. For him, face can only be given by himself to others, not by others asking him to give face. As soon as Xia Chun said this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became frozen. Xia Chun continued to talk to the red-haired man. "Are you worried that killing these people will affect the balance of the world? Shanks, are you kidding me? You're just a pirate. What do you care about the balance of the world? You're saying this as if you're the 5 elders." In fact, Xia Chun was not very surprised that Red Hair would say such a thing. After all, when he traveled through time in his previous life, the One Piece comics did not clearly state it. But judging from the various clues that have been revealed, Red Hair is most likely a celestial dragon, and is from the same family as the ancient Saint Figolando Green, who is currently in one of the rock balls. Even in the previous life, many fans said that they were father and son, but whether it is true or not is still debatable. But it is a foregone conclusion that there is definitely a relationship between the two. So, Xia Chun is very curious now. If he attacks the ancient Saint Figolando Green, what will Red Hair do? The red-haired man fell silent after hearing Xia Chun's words. After a long while, he said, "What if I insist that you give me a favor?" Ha. Xia Chun was confused at first, then burst into laughter. After a while, he stopped, looked at the red-haired girl calmly, and said, "I won't give this face to anyone. I have decided to take their lives. No one can stop them. I say that. I have no reason to let go of a group of people who want to kill me. If you insist on saving them, you'd better be mentally prepared and be ready to use Luffy's face on me." Luffy's face? What does that mean? Xia Chun's confusing words made them a little confused. "What I mean is that since you guys have taken good care of my stupid captain in the past, even if you lose this time, I won't kill you for Luffy's sake. But just this once, Xia Chun is very determined to kill the 5 elders, and he will never give in. His original purpose of improving his strength was to live freely in this world and do whatever he wanted. So now that he has made this decision, he will not be shaken by anyone." Hearing this, the red-haired man was silent for a long time, and finally slowly pulled out the griffin from his waist, looked at Xia Chun, and said, "In this case, I will learn from your tricks." After Red Hair finished saying this, the aura of the crew members behind him suddenly changed, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit when they looked at Xia Chun. The next second, the red-haired man's eyes focused, and an extremely powerful conqueror's aura emanated from his body and attacked Xia Chun. Feeling the conqueror's impact on him, Xia Chun frowned, then said lightly, "As expected of you, You are known as the strongest conquerors, man. You are really something as a conquerors. After saying that, Xiaqin suddenly released the conqueror's aura and confronted the red-haired conquerors. But in terms of conquerors, Xiaqin is indeed not as good as Red Hair now, but he can still hold out. According to Xiaqin's estimation, the red-haired conquerors will be the next level after the top level without any surprises. Although he can't reach this level now, it is not difficult for him to reach this level. A life full of cheats, no need to say more. After a while, the two of them put away their conquerors. The conqueror's collision just now was just a normal greeting etiquette between two people with conquerors in the pirate world. Next, the real battle begins. Xiaqin sighed slightly. Oh, the clothes I just put on are about to be torn again. The moment the words fell, Xiaqin's body quickly grew larger and he directly transformed into a stone ape. However, he did not immediately attack Red Hair and the others, but Xiaqin waved his hand and countless rocks appeared out of thin air, then all covered the 8 huge rock balls above. In an instant, the size of the rock ball continued to increase and the vibration gradually became smaller. After the vibration subsided, the rock ball, which was originally only a dozen meters in diameter, became a rock ball with a diameter of several dozen meters. That's right, Xiaqin did this to strengthen the seal, otherwise the original rock ball would not be able to trap them after a while. Now that we have reinforced it, we could trap them for a little longer. Xiaqin then turned his gaze towards Red Hair and the others and said, "If you can defeat me, then you can save them, but if not, they will die here today. Come on, let me see what the Red Hair Pirates, also known as the Iron Wall Pirates, can do." Xiaqin spoke in a light tone, standing where he was, looking at the red-haired guys with indifference in his eyes. To be honest, he was actually really curious. Didn't these people see that he had previously single-handedly eliminated a large group of 5 elders and reduced them to just a few? How dare they come and cause trouble for him now? If they didn't see it, it would be understandable, but if they saw it and still chose to do this, that's worth pondering. Do they think they can beat him? Interesting. Xiaqin didn't think too much about it. He would know the situation soon anyway. Xiaqin stood where he was, raised his right hand, then stretched out a finger and hooked it at the red-haired guys. "You guys, come here." For a moment, Red Hair and the others were stunned. Why did they feel as if they were being insulted? Driven by this feeling, they rushed towards Xiaqin without any hesitation. Several cadres under the red-haired man arrived in front of Xiaqin in the blink of an eye, and all kinds of attacks were directed at him. Xiaqin stood there without any movement, ignoring their attacks. Boom! The attacks landed on Xiaqin with continuous roars, but his body did not move at all. Instead, he said calmly, "Why, you didn't eat? Why are you so weak? Are you here to tickle me?" When they heard Xiaqin's words, their faces suddenly became extremely ugly, and then they attacked even harder. But some things just can't be done. Even Akainu couldn't break Xiaqin's defense, let alone the cadres of the Red Hair Pirates. Can they be stronger than Akainu? You must be kidding. After more than 10 seconds, Xiaqin no longer had the patience to continue playing with them. Then it was a one-sided bullying. Within a few breaths, Xiaqin slapped them all away. Several cadres with weaker strength were slapped down by Xiaqin and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. After they got up, they wanted to rush towards Xiaqin, but at this time an arm blocked them. "No need to attack. You can't break his defense," the red-haired man said calmly after stopping everyone, and then stared at Xiaqin intently. "Let me come and talk to him for a while." As soon as the words fell, the red-haired figure rushed towards Xiaqin instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiaqin. Xiaqin narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Red Hair is so fast. Before Xiaqin could continue to be surprised, the red-haired man pulled out the griffin from his waist and swung it at Xiaqin through the air. God avoids. Instantly, a black and red blade energy with Conqueror's domineering aura rushed towards Xiaqin. As if sensing something, Xiaqin did not stand still and let them hit him like before, but instead threw a punch towards the sword energy. Bang! The moment the fist and the sword energy touched, an extremely powerful shockwave was released, and the surrounding ground was shattered layer by layer under this shock wave. After all the noises disappeared, the land around where Xia-Chun was standing was already in ruins, with gullies everywhere. Xia-Chun slowly raised his palm and looked at his fist, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At this time, there was a big gap on his fist, and the entire fist was cut in half. This made Xia-Chun a little emotional. It is indeed the strongest single move in the anime. Its power is really amazing. Akainu and his men had beaten him to death before, but they didn't leave even a scratch on him. Now Red Hair came and hurt him so badly. Fortunately, his arms are now made of stone. Otherwise, it might be a bit troublesome if they were replaced with flesh and blood. But as he said, his entire body is now made of rock. So for him who can create rock at any time, does it matter if his fist breaks? Xia-Chun's mind moved, and countless rocks immediately absorbed his broken fist, returning to its original shape in less than a second. And this only consumed a little of his physical strength. For his current stone ape form, the only way to defeat him is to drain his physical strength. Otherwise, no matter how broken his body is, he can recover in an instant. Xia-Chun looked at the red-haired man calmly and said, "It's very effective, Shanks. It's worthy of being worth 3 billion. Since the plot has changed a lot now, Xia-Chun has not yet met the kid who is avoided by gods. Otherwise, he could learn what to do when facing a god who avoids him. Just use your fists. The method has been told to him. Whether he can do it depends on himself." At this time, the red-haired man, standing opposite Xia-Chun, had a rather ugly look on his face. He did not expect that Xia-Chun could take his divine avoidance so easily, and he looked like he was not injured at all. He always felt that words like very effective were meant to mock him, but what did a $3 billion bill mean? But before the red-haired man could figure it out, Xia-Chun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. At this speed, how can? Before the red-haired man could finish his words, Xia-Chun punched him. The red-haired man hurriedly held Griffin across his body, and then successfully flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. To be honest, Xia-Chun is indeed not as good as Red Hair in terms of speed alone, not to mention him in stone ape form. But the problem is that he has the somersault cloud. What does his slow stone ape form have to do with his fast somersault cloud? Boss! The cadres on the Red Hair ship saw this scene and shouted hurriedly. At the same time, he looked at Xia-Chun with shock in his eyes. In fact, they had just seen Xia-Chun, 5 elders, and others fighting from afar. But because it ended so quickly, they only saw the silhouette flash for a while before 8 giant rock balls floated into the sky. It was difficult for them to judge whether Xia-Chun was too strong or 5 elders were too weak. After all, 5 elders and others were quite old. Moreover, there's almost no record of their attacks, so it is difficult to judge their strength. But it was a bit exaggerated that Xia-Chun dealt with 8 of them while facing 3 generals at the same time. They are very familiar with the strength of these 3 generals. So actually they had already put 120% of their energy into facing Xia-Chun, and they had tried their best to imagine how powerful Xia-Chun was. But when they really faced it, they were still extremely shocked, no matter whether it was the previous attack that failed to break the defense or their boss being knocked away so easily later. They were very aware of their boss's strength. In their opinion, even though Whitebeard's strength was declining, their boss had already been the strongest among the 4 emperors. It can be seen from their battle with Kaido at sea just now that they should have arrived earlier, but they were delayed because Kaido came to cause trouble. But in the battle between their old Yamato and Kaido, he was always in the upper hand, so he was able to break through Kaido's obstruction and come here. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they saw their boss fall into a disadvantage right at the start. While they were still immersed in the shock brought by Xia-Chun's strength, Xia-Chun had already arrived in front of the red-haired man and punched him again who had just landed. But this time Red Hair was well prepared. He mentioned Griffin and bumped fists with Xia-Chun. Black and red, lightning surged around the bodies of the 2 men. If you look closely, you can see that the fist and the knife are not actually touching, but a hole is formed between the 2. Wave after wave of shock waves continued to spread around. Xia Chun was very surprised at this time. He didn't expect that red hair could actually fight against him in this form. You know, when he fought a Kainu and the others just now, no one could take his punch. Interesting. Xia Chun smiled slightly, his eyes tinged with excitement. When he was fighting with the 5 elders before, no one on the other side could withstand his attack head-on. So he thought of transforming into the Rock King to end the battle quickly. The biggest advantage of this form is not brought into play at all. For this form, close combat is what it is best at. And now that he has red hair, who can take his attacks, he can play with it again and let him feel the power of this form. Thinking of this, Xia Chun stretched out his arms and punched towards the red-haired man like a violent storm. 5 minutes later, bang! A dull sound was heard, and a figure flew backwards instantly. It hit the ground in the distance heavily. The next moment, a huge figure also appeared in front of this figure. Xia Chun looked calmly at the red-haired man who was slowly getting up and said, "Now, do you still think you can defeat me?" "Shanks." Xia Chun's tone was light, but there was a hint of wonder in his eyes when he looked at Shanks. In the past half-quarter of an hour, he and Shanks had exchanged countless moves, and the results of the fight surprised him greatly. Shanks was the first person he had encountered so far who could match his stone monkey form in terms of attack power. The previous Akainu 5 elders had a hard time facing his attacks, but Shanks seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Of course, Shanks can only be compared with Xia Chun in terms of attack power. Overall, Shanks is no match for Xia Chun, but this is also worth being surprised. You have to know that Xia Chun's form easily dealt with the Marine and world government people, and it seemed very easy. However, he used his skills as the king of magic at that time. If he had simply used close combat, he would definitely not have been able to defeat them so easily. Xia Chun and Shanks were now engaged in close combat the entire time, and none of their other skills were used, so it took 5 minutes. Shanks' attack power is indeed similar to that of his Stone Ape form, but the problem is that Xia Chun himself cannot break his own defense. The Stone Monkey form's defense is more exaggerated than its attack power. Excluding him, Xia Chun can confidently say that his current form is the most powerful shield in the world. But he would not say that his attack is also the strongest spear. The theory of contradiction does not exist for him. Therefore, with the same attack power but several orders of magnitude lower defense power, Shanks did not last long in Xia Chun's hands. After all, he can ignore most of Shanks' attacks, but Shanks can't. How many times can Shanks perform an attack like Divine Evasion, using it as a basic attack? Xia Chun doesn't believe it. It's not Hawkeye. Shanks' Divine Evasion will consume conquerors, and things like hockey will be consumed. So as the battle lasted longer, Shanks began to slowly show his disadvantage. Finally, after 5 minutes, Xia Chun seized a weakness of Shanks and punched him hard. Then came the current situation where the two of them were facing off. Shanks forced himself to suppress the surging blood and looked at the figure in front of him with a solemn look in his eyes. He didn't expect Xia Chun to be so powerful. When Hawkeye told him a few months ago, he was just a boy with good strength and interesting personality. Now, a few months have passed, and Xia Chun has grown to this point. The speed at which his strength is improving is even faster than riding a rocket. Xia Chun said calmly, "Shanks, do you still think you have a chance to defeat me now?" Shanks didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, Shanks put the griffin back into the sheath, and it seemed that he had no intention of continuing the fight with Xia Chun. Looks like you've made a decision." Xia Chun was a little confused at this time. Logically speaking, Shanks was not a man who would give up his goals so easily. Although he is no match for Xia Chun now, his injuries are not serious, so there is no reason for him not to give it a try. And what Shanks said next made Xia Chun understand why he did that. "Xia Chun, how about we make a deal?" Shanks looked at Xia Chun and said, Xia Chun raised his eyebrows and continued, "What can you trade with me? I'm telling you in advance, there aren't many things in this world that interest me. Do you have any? I believe you will want what I tell you." Shanks said with confidence in his tone, "Oh, that's not necessarily true." Xia Chun disagreed. To be honest, he himself didn't know what could interest him right now. But he really wanted to see what Shanks's expression would be like if he didn't like what he brought out later, since he was so confident now. What I want to tell you is news about a devil fruit. Devil fruit. Xiaqin's tone was full of disappointment when he heard this. He thought Shanks could provide him with some shocking news, but he didn't expect it to be a devil fruit. To be honest, he really has no interest in devil fruits. No matter how powerful the devil fruits in this world are, they can't be as powerful as his. The personalities are not even on the same level. Just like the feat he has accomplished now, which is to defeat the Marine and the world government alone. It all depends on his ability. Otherwise, with his current configuration, he would be at most at the same level as Akiji. How could he be beaten like a baby like now? So he really didn't have any idea about the information about the devil fruit that Shanks told him. Didn't you see that he just got the fruit of Saint Satan not long ago? If we kill the remaining 5 elders and a Akaina later, we will get 5 top-level fruits. Isn't this more profitable? Even Xiaqin felt that there were too many fruits. So far, only Zoro and Sanji had not eaten the devil fruits on their ship, and it looked like they had no intention of eating them either. So even if he is given more devil fruits, they will just gather dust in the system space and are completely useless. Thinking of this, Xiaqin looked at Shanks and said calmly, "If that's what you're talking about, then there's no need to talk. I'm not interested in devil fruits." "Are you sure?" "Of course Pluton Hades." Shanks interrupted Xiaqin before he finished speaking, and mentioned a name that Xiaqin was very familiar with. Xiaqin narrowed his eyes and said, "What did you say?" Human fruit, Pluton Hades form." From your reaction, it seems you have heard of this name. So are you interested?" Xiaqin remained silent and did not speak, because he's a bit embarrassed now. Just now he swore that he was not interested in devil fruits, but now, well, he admitted that he had missed it. This fruit was indeed the only devil fruit that could arouse his interest. He had never thought that the information about devil fruits that Red Hair knew was about this fruit. The fruit he has in Rock's mouth. Xiaqin did not answer the red-haired man immediately, but asked, "How much do you know about this fruit?" "I don't know much. The only thing I know for sure is that it is a fruit with the name of God, and I only have a vague understanding of the rest." Xiaqin. Redhead. "You are so ignorant. What are you standing there for?" Redhead. After a while, Xiaqin touched his chin with one hand, looking thoughtful. His mind continued to digest the information the red-haired man told him. Red Hair got this information from a stone tablet that was several hundred years old. On the front of the tablet was a brief introduction to the fruit and a strange sentence. Above Xiankei, the gate to the underworld, the waterfall of blood, the valley of wind, the palace of the king. Red Hair speculated that this sentence might be information about the location of the fruit, but he had obtained this information for 3 years and still had not figured out what it meant. But this did not prevent him from knowing from the introduction how powerful this devil fruit is. So he took it out to make a deal with Xiaqin. However, what surprised him was that Xiaqin actually knew the existence of this fruit. He had never heard of this fruit before seeing the stone tablet. No matter the name or anything else. After a long silence, the red-haired man asked, "So, can this information buy their lives?" Xiaqin was also silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Okay." Although the information Shanks provided him did not clearly state where the fruit was, this alone might be worth the lives of the 5 elders. The lives of the 5 elders were of no value to him. With his current strength, he could easily crush them to death. Thinking of this, Xiaqin's mind moved, and the giant rock ball above suddenly collapsed inward, and then exploded violently. Boom! Rocks of all sizes fell from the air to the ground, making continuous rumbling sounds. After the noise died down, a cough was heard in the smoke. The 5 elders were coughing continuously. Xiaqin's last blow, just now, made them feel good for a while. Xiaqin looked at the few people and said calmly, "For the sake of Red Hair, I will let you go this time. The next time we meet will be the day you die." After saying that, Xiaqin rode on the somersault cloud towards the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while, leaving a bunch of confused people at the scene. You're leaving so easily? One of the red-haired officers asked curiously. Although they had only been in contact with Xiaqian for a short time, judging from his resolute attitude just now, he didn't seem like someone who would give up so easily. Could it be that the news they gave was too important? That's why he left without saying a word the moment he heard it? After thinking about it over and over again, it seems that this is the only possibility. Oh wait, there's another possibility. Maybe it's because their boss's face is too useful? Thanks, Shanks. Ancient Saint Fegolando Green looked at the red-haired man and said calmly, "Yeah." The red-haired man nodded, then looked at them and said, "The demon King Xia Chun is very powerful. You have seen what happened this time. Don't mess with him in the future." Impossible. He made us suffer such a huge loss this time. How can we just let it go? I must make him pay the price. Nasu Shoulong Sheng said bitterly, his tone full of resentment towards Xia Chun. As one of the 5 elders, one of the people in power in the world government, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was almost killed. He couldn't get rid of the hatred in his heart unless he killed Xia Chun. Nasu Shoulong, why didn't you say this when Xia Chun was here? Now that he's gone, you're barking here. Mei Zisheng said bluntly. Nasajuro Sei was about to retort when a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. That's right. Why didn't you say anything when I was here? Hearing this voice, the 5 elders and others couldn't help but turn their eyes over, and when they saw a certain figure, the expressions on their faces froze. Xia Chun looked at them calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hi, everyone, nice to see you again. People. Xia Chun, why are you here? Nasu Shalangxing said tremblingly. There was no trace of the aggressive look from before. Isn't it obvious? I miss you so much when I'm apart from you. So I came back to look for you guys again. I remember I said when I left just now, the next time I see you guys will be the day you die, right? Xia Chun said with a smile, but his words made them feel cold in their hearts. You're not keeping your word. Didn't you just promise Red Hair to hand it over to us? Ma Xing said with a grim expression. Yes, I did promise him to let you go this time, but this is the second time. After saying that, Xiaqin narrowed his eyes, stomped his foot, and countless rocks broke out of the ground, forming a thick rock wall in an instant that enveloped Red Hair and the others. Then Xia Chun stomped his feet again, and countless rocks appeared out of thin air again. This time they directly covered the 5 elders and temporarily restricted their movements. If they were in their prime, Xiaqin's move might not have worked, but the problem is that they are not now. After such a long battle, they have been hit by Xiaqin's skills one after another. Now they no longer have the ability to resist. Then Xiaqin's figure rushed towards them in an instant. While rushing, Xiaqin split into 5 clones, and then the 6 Xiaqins went towards the 6 people respectively. After a while, he came in front of the 6 people and gave them a sunny smile. The world is a beautiful place, so bye. As soon as the words fell, the 6 Xiaqin raised their sticks high and smashed towards them fiercely. Bang! The bored sounds of 6 paths rang out almost at the same time, and the black and red conqueror's domineering aura surged around, exuding a terrifying momentum. The bodies of several people hit the ground, splashing countless smoke and dust, and directly created 6 large pits. But even so, they still retained their breath, which surprised Xia Chen a little. The people in this pirate world are really strong. He just hit several people on the temple with a stick, but they are still alive. That's pretty awesome. It seems that he is not strong enough. But if it's not strong enough, just give it another hit. He's familiar with this business. Xia Chun raised his hand slightly, and then 6 sharp rock spikes appeared out of thin air, and the next second they simultaneously poked towards the heads of several people who were barely breathing in the pit. He just couldn't believe that they could survive with their heads pierced. Puff! The sound of sharp blade cutting through flesh was heard, and a rock spike was inserted into the heads of the 6 people. At the same time, their breath began to slowly disappear. After a while, their breath could no longer be sensed. Xiaqin looked at his masterpiece and smiled with satisfaction. Wanted to let these people go? Funny. If he said he would kill them today, he would definitely not let them live until tomorrow. Otherwise, Wouldn't he be breaking his promise? It's okay to break faith with others, but not with yourself. Otherwise, he won't be able to get over it. Then Xia Chun began his fruit recovery work. No matter what the situation is, the post-war cleanup must always be kept in mind. At the same time, a huge roar was heard. Xia Chun looked towards the source of the voice, only to see the red-haired man looking at him with a gloomy face. "What's wrong, Shanks? Why are you looking at me like that?" Xia Chun asked deliberately. "Xia Chun, is this what you promised me about letting them go?" the red-haired man asked in a hoarse voice. "Didn't I let them go?" Xia Chun asked back. "I've let them go once, but he showed up in front of me the second time and threatened to kill me. I can't just keep putting up with this, can I? You can't possibly say that I was killed standing there, right? Just tell me if what I said makes sense." The red-haired man remained silent, but his eyes remained gloomy. After a while, he turned to his crew and said, "Let's go." Then he walked towards the back without saying anything else, and the cadres on his ship looked at Xia Chun with fear again and followed the red-haired man. "You're quite decisive, redhead," Xia Chun murmured in a low voice. Xia Chun was a little surprised that the red-haired man left without saying anything. He thought the other party would continue to question him why he did that. This is good. It saves him some saliva. And if they start fighting again, there will be a pile of corpses here again today. Just like he said before, he is a man of his words. If Red Hair and the others have a conflict with him for the second time, then he will have no choice but to send them to see their beloved god. So this might be the reason why Red Hair turned around and left so decisively, because he knew there was no point in staying any longer. The 5 elders were already dead, so his purpose of coming here had failed, so leaving was the best option. Otherwise, if you continue to argue, it will only make you angrier and won't do any good. Shaking his head, Xia Chun shook off the thoughts in his mind and looked at the 2 people still standing at the scene. Akiji and Kizaru immediately took a defensive stance the moment Xia Chun's gaze swept over them. The hair on their bodies stood up, and they stared at Xia Chun with 120% attention. "Don't be so nervous, both of you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Why would I keep you here until now?" As he spoke, Xia Chun waved his hand, and this action directly frightened Akiji and Kizaru. One of them turned into a flash of light and flew out for an unknown distance, while the other immediately created an ice wall in front of himself and flew backwards at the same time. However, after a long time, neither of them felt any attack, and they could not help but slow down their pace. Look in the direction of Xia Chun. At this moment, there was a huge hemispherical rock wall standing at Xia Chun's location. It was so quiet that there was no movement at all. This made the 2 of them wonder what Xia Chun was planning to do. The next second, as the 2 watched, the rock ball began to collapse, splashing countless smoke and dust, and a figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. Xia Chun looked at the 2 people who were not sure how far away from him, and couldn't help but feel helpless. He just wanted to change clothes? Was there any need to make such a fuss? He is a peace-loving person. He said he would not do anything to them, but they did not believe him. Now he has to go find them. What a shame. After all, his next plan still needs the cooperation of these 2 people, which is one of the reasons why Xia Chun wants to keep them. While thinking, Xia Chun leaped up, and the somersault cloud instantly appeared under his feet, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the 2 of them. This scared the 2 of them, and sweat started to flow down their foreheads. He quickly assumed a defensive posture. They felt like they were no longer themselves, had none of the demeanor of a great general, and were always startled. But there really was nothing they could do about it. The very elegant Akainu might already be drinking tea downstairs, so they didn't want to go there for the time being. Xia Chun looked at the 2 without saying anything, and the 2 did not say anything either. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence for a moment. After a while, Xia Chun made a decision in his heart, and then, poof! Xia Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body began to stagger. His action instantly frightened Akiji and the other person on the opposite side, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. But at this time, Xia Chun was immersed in his own performance and did not look at what was happening to them. Xia Chun swayed from side to side, spitting out blood from time to time, and said, How? How is this possible? The side effects of this form are so great. Is this the only extent of the divine fruit that Rox mentioned? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao immediately fell to the ground, pointed his arm toward the sky, and said incoherently, I am unwilling to accept this. Bang! Xiao arm fell to the ground with a dull sound, and at the same time his neck tilted and he lay peacefully on the ground. Akiji, Kizaru. After a long while, Kizaru asked quietly, What is going on? Like he said, he died? Akiji answered uncertainly. Hearing this, Kizaru couldn't help but roll his eyes at Akiji. Do you think it's possible? He was full of energy 1 second and suddenly died the next? That's not even the way it's drawn in anime. The two were silent for a long time. However, what happened next shocked them again. Xiao body began to glow, getting brighter and brighter, and then exploded into countless points of light and dissipated in the air. The battle at the top is over. On the other side, on the white whale, Whitebeard, how long can you live? Do you want me to set off some fireworks for you so you can leave gracefully? Hey, Xiao, what do you mean? Are you cursing our dad to death? Ace pulled Xiao collar in frustration, speaking in a bad tone. Xiao spread his hands helplessly and said, What do you mean by curse? How long do you think he can live in this situation? Hearing this, Ace subconsciously glanced at the hole in Whitebeard's chest, and his face couldn't help but darken. Gulala! Whitebeard laughed. Ace, birth, aging, illness, and death are common in a person's life. I have lived long enough and have no regrets. On the contrary, you are all still young and have plenty of time to live. You should live longer. After that, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Xiao and said, Especially you, Xiao kid, you have done such a big thing in Marineford this time. The world government will definitely not let it go. You'll have a good time in the days ahead. That shouldn't happen. I feel like my life will be very comfortable from now on. Xiao smiled mysteriously. Seeing Xiao like this, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a little confused, but he didn't ask much. Instead, he asked Xiao another question. By the way, how did you escape after we left? After a while, the air around the white whale was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone opened their mouths wide, trying hard to digest the news they had just heard. After a long while, Whitebeard looked at Xiao with deep eyes and asked, So you killed them all and then faked your death to get away? No, Xiao shook his head. I saved several lives. How can you say I killed them all? Xiao retorted, Is he such a bloodthirsty person? He will definitely leave a few seedlings. Crowd. After a while, Ace said, Let's not talk about anything else. Isn't your plan of faking your death a bit too abstract? Will they believe it? And with your current strength, you have killed all the leaders of the world government. Who else in this world can threaten you? Why did you fake your death? Xiao grinned slightly and said, I don't need them to believe me. They just need to know that I died in public. As for why I faked my death, there is of course a reason. As he spoke, Xiao thoughts returned to the cave, where he had talked with Rox in the thriller bark not long ago. What is divinity? Why does he need it? Xiao asked curiously. He thought he knew quite a lot about the pirate world, but he had never heard of this divinity. But now that Rox, who should have been dead for who knows how long, has appeared in front of him, some other outrageous things are not so difficult to accept. Divinity is a characteristic unique to the 4 fruits in this world that bear the name of God. It is also what him needs. All 4 fruits are mythical beasts of a human fruit. Their forms are respectively the king of gods Zeus, the goddess of wisdom Athena, Pluton Hades, and the sun god Nika. Among them, the goddess of wisdom, Athena, and the king of gods, Zeus, have been taken away by him, but the remaining 2 are gone. It's not that him can't get these fruits, but because he has to let these fruits be eaten by others before awakening the divine form. Only after awakening his divine form can he absorb the divinity of others. As for why Yim wants to absorb divinity, it is because he needs divinity to make him immortal. Eternal life will not be troubled by lifespan and become the only true God in this world. Wait, Rox wanted to say something, but Xia Chun interrupted him. How do you know so much? Xia Chun stared at Rox, trying to read something from his expression. Rox said calmly, because the fruit I had at that time was the form of the god King Zeus. Im came to me shortly after I successfully awakened the god form. This is what Im told me before I died. Maybe he thought I was going to die, so he told me all this. But he certainly didn't expect that I had a special physique and ate 3 fruits at the same time. The dark fruit that is revealed to the world, the god King Zeus fruit hidden inside, and the nether fruit as a last resort. After I was found by Im, my divinity was absorbed. The Zeus fruit of the god king disappeared, and the dark fruit also disappeared after my death. Only the nether fruit that I had as a backup worked and pulled me back from the underworld. Xia Chun pondered, as if thinking about the credibility of Rox's words. But after a while, Xia Chun suddenly asked another unrelated question. What is the relationship between the netherworld fruit and the yellow spring fruit? Xia Chun suddenly became curious. From Rox's description, he felt that this netherworld fruit was the same as Brooke's yellow spring fruit. Both could only be triggered after death, and both could give people a second life. Oh, you mean the yellow spring fruit, which is useless and can only revive once. The nether fruit is its superior fruit. In addition to having the same resurrection ability, the holder of the nether fruit can master the power of the netherworld after resurrection. Hey, that's it. Rox stretched out his hand, and a ball of purple energy suddenly appeared in his hand. The power of the underworld can deprive things of their vitality. It's a pretty good ability, Rox said casually. Of course, it's nothing compared to your Pluton Hades. What Pluton Hades? You said my fruit is the human fruit, Pluton Hades form. Xia Chun had several question marks in his mind. When did a mere Pluton Hades come to challenge his Monkey King? Don't insult him like this. Ignoring Xia Chun's response, Rox continued. That's right. I used to be the owner of the god King Zeus fruit. So even if I died once, the fruit no longer exists, but I can still feel the divinity of other god fruit users. That's why I released my aura to lure you over here. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person must have developed his own god fruit to a certain degree. Otherwise, the divine aura won't be apparent, and I won't be able to sense it. Xia Chun was silent for a while after hearing this, digesting the information he got from Rox. After a while, he asked with a gloomy look, You said you sensed the divine aura in me, but there are still 2 fruits that is not found. Why are you so sure that I am Pluton Hades, not the sun god Nika? This is because in my time, someone happened to eat the Nika fruit. Although he did not awaken the divine form, his divine aura was already evident. So I felt his divine aura, and it was different from the feeling you give me now. Of course you are Hades, not Nika, Rox answered reasonably. Oh, Xia Chun stretched out his tone, then said with sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. So unless I don't develop my fruit ability, once I awaken the god form, I will attract Im's attention, right? Right, Rox nodded. Okay, I understand. Xia Chun pondered. This was the general content of his conversation with Rox in the cave. Not only did Rox tell him a lot of things he had never heard before, but he also told him some things about himself. Finally, he explained to him his current danger and invited him to fight against Yim together, not only for his own revenge, but also for Xia Chun's safety. However, regarding the situation, Xia Chun only wants to say one thing. Rox, oh no, Im's ability to lie needs to be improved. That's right. Xia Chun had already realized that the Rox in front of him was not the real Rox since halfway through the conversation. His several attempts all yielded the results he wanted. The result confirmed that the person in front of me is Emu. It can only be said that although Yim has lived for 800 years, his attainments in psychology are far inferior to his achievements in his previous life. Why? The reason for this is that Im is too powerful. He has even risen to the top of the world government and has no room for advancement. So naturally, he has never experienced the PUA package from his superiors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for him to find out some things. So since Xia Chun knew that the real identity of Rox in front of him was Yim, he also began to show off his acting skills. Who doesn't know how to act? In the end, Xia Chun roughly understood Yim's purpose, which was to want him to awaken his so-called Pluton Hades form. And the fact that he insisted that Xia Chun was this fruit was the biggest reason why Xia Chun suspected him. Family members know their own business, so doesn't he know what kind of fruit he is? But he was also happy about this. Since believed that he was the Pluton Hades fruit and wanted him to awaken, then as long as he didn't awaken, he would be very safe. Imu will never attack him. Instead, he will come to protect him. So when he met CP0 and Garp in Water 7, he was actually a little confused. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Then came the current war on the top, and the world government has mobilized all its forces, and they are determined to kill him. It's obvious that it's Yim who's behind all this. Otherwise, who can mobilize the 5 elders? It was also from that time that Xia Chun vaguely understood Yim's purpose. He wants him dead. This conclusion is completely different from his previous conclusion that Yim would protect him, and theoretically, it is completely impossible. But what if he needs to die, wants to awaken his fruit? Pluton Hades is the king of the underworld. It's normal to need to die once, right? So Xia Chun thought that Imu must have gotten the news from somewhere that he needed to die once to truly awaken the fruit. Of course, this was just his guess, and it was far-fetched, but it seemed like this was the only possibility. Otherwise, why would Imu have to kill him when he had nothing better to do? There are so many people in this world that he would rather kill than have to trouble him. If it is because he is too powerful and might affect the rule of the world government, this reason is obviously impossible. He only showed his unrivaled strength during the war at the top. Before that, his strength was not even up to the world's top level. The problem is that we had already tried to kill him for the first time in the Seven Water City. If his strength had not increased so quickly at that time, we would have failed. However, these are just Xia Chun's guesses, and he is not sure whether it is true. Even if he is not, it doesn't matter. If he is given some time to develop, he can kill him even if it is Imu. If him will come to trouble him after his fruit awakens, then what he will see at that time is not Pluton Hades, but the Monkey King's son Goku. Just thinking about that scene is really fun. Shaking his head, Xia Chun shook off the thoughts in his mind and focused his attention back on the present. He looked at Whitebeard and said calmly, "Well, I've been chatting with you here for a while, and it is time for us to go back to my own ship. By the way, Whitebeard, remember to tell me when you die. Since you are Ace's father, I will buy you a big firework. You little brat, you want Lousy to die so much, right?" Whitebeard cursed angrily. Xia Chun did not continue to reply to him, but looked at the people on the boat and said, "What do you mean? Do you want to stay here for a while?" They all came here together just now, not only because they just rescued Ace and wanted to say hello, but also because they also wanted to meet the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Oh, that's not right. He shouldn't be the strongest in the world now. The strongest in the world now should be. They couldn't help but turn their attention to Xia Chun. Now that we've met and chatted for almost the entire day, it's time to go back and take a rest. During this period of time, he had stayed in Impel Down for a long time, and then rushed to Marineford without stopping. Then we experienced another intense battle. Tired physically, more tired mentally. Let's go back," Luffy said, then looked at Ace. "Ace, next time we meet, I will definitely be one step closer to One Piece, so don't let me knock you away." TSK. Luffy, what nonsense are you talking about? You're dreaming in broad daylight, right? Have you forgotten the repeated defeats between you and me? You have to work hard to improve your strength. Otherwise, it will be meaningless if I defeat you too easily next time we meet. Idiot Ace, what did you say? Upon hearing that, Luffy immediately quit and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to fight with Ace right now. Stupid Luffy, is there something wrong with what I said? Ace also rolled up his sleeves, and then the two of them put their heads together, staring at each other with big eyes. Crowd. Marco held his forehead helplessly and said, "As expected, like brother, like brother." Really? Then he walked over and grabbed Ace's neck and pulled Ace back. Luffy on the opposite side was also grabbed by Sanji's neck and pulled back as well. But even after being pulled apart, the two men still glared at each other and kept uttering harsh words. Two, just give me. Enough is enough. A roar came from both sides at the same time, followed by two clang sounds. Marco and Nami raised their fists at the same time, looking at Ace and Luffy with unfriendly eyes. After being punched, Ace and Luffy both became quiet, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. In that case, let's go first. Xia-chun greeted everyone again, then turned around and jumped onto the proverbs next to the white whale. Then several people returned to proverbs one by one. The proverbs slowly set sail, and Luffy waved to Ace on the white whale and said, Ace, goodbye. Don't get caught again next time we meet. Ace's slightly sad mood disappeared immediately after hearing Luffy's words. He looked at Luffy with a frown and said, You little brat, if you don't know how to speak, don't speak. Whitebeard looked at Xia-chun, who was going away, and shouted, Xia-chun, thank you so much for this time. If you need any help from our pirate group in the future, just let us know. Okay. Xia-chun responded with a smile. Then he watched as the distance between them and the white whale grew farther and farther, and finally turned to look at the people on the ship. One day later, somewhere in the sky above the sea, the moonlight was dim, shining on the flying proverbs. Xia-chun leaned against the edge of the boat, looked up at the moon, and his thoughts drifted away. Not long after, a voice came, interrupting Xia-chun's thoughts. Xia-chun, what are you doing here alone? Why don't you get some sleep? Xia-chun turned around and looked at Robin, who was walking towards him, smiled and said, You've been sleeping for a whole day, and you're still sleeping? They're just like pigs. A whole day is not enough for them to sleep. They never wake up once. Xia-chun complained. Hearing this, Robin chuckled and said, Maybe this battle was too much for them. They were tired, so they slept for so long. In short, your strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, how could you be defeated so easily? Xia-chun curled his lips. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. The question I have now is, why are you on our ship? Xia-chun turned his gaze to a figure coming out of the cabin. The moment Xia-chun's gaze swept over Frankie, his whole body trembled, and his mind couldn't help but recall Xia-chun's devilish figure in Marineford. He stammered and replied, Well, I took advantage of the chaos and ran away, so I just found a random boat and got on it. I didn't expect it to be your boat. Xia-chun actually found Frankie when he just came back to Proverbs, but at that time he didn't know whether he was really tired or for some other reason, but he was really careless and just slept in the bottom cabin of their ship. At that time, he had other things to deal with, so I didn't pay any attention to him. Later, because he also had to sleep, I ignored him again. It has been delayed until now, and he has another purpose for not caring about it, which is, Frankie. Yes, I'm here, go ahead. Frankie stood up straight immediately and answered quickly, looking like a good boy. Although you were not my target in Marineford, does that mean I saved your life? Yes, Master Xia-chun. You are my reborn parents. Thank you very much. You are as bright as the sun in the sky. You saved me from the endless darkness. You. Stop. Frankie's saliva was flying, and he kept spewing out words of praise for Xia-chun. Xia-chun couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him directly. Looking at Frankie in front of him, Xia-chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect Frankie to have this side. He didn't realize it when he watched anime in his previous life. Xia-chun continued. Then, when you boarded our ship without permission this time, did that also count as an invasion of our privacy? No, Frankie tried to explain, but Xia-chun glared at him, and he swallowed his words. Finally, I could only say helplessly, Yes, that's right. I'm so sorry for intruding on your ship. Well, very good, this boy is teachable. Xia-chun said with a smile after hearing Frankie's timely words. So, your behavior is like repaying kindness with enmity. I saved you, but you still invaded our privacy. This is difficult. Normally, I would send him to see God for this kind of behavior, but I'm a kind person, and I'm in a good mood right now, so I can give you a chance. What do you think I need to do? Frankie asked with his head down. He didn't say a word when Xia-chun was talking just now, because he knew that if Xia-chun wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to talk so much nonsense with him. The fact that he told him so much now proved that there was definitely something about him that Xia-Chun was interested in. So he told him all this. The thing about him that interests Xia-Chun, could it be? Frankie seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Could it be that Xia-Chun is also interested in Pluton's design? While Frankie was brainstorming, Xia-Chun finally spoke. If you want to live, then join our pirate group. Because if you're a member of our pirate group, then it is reasonable for us to rescue you, and then you can come to our ship. What do you think? Join your pirate group? Frankie opened his mouth so wide that it seemed like a goose egg could fit in it. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Xia-Chun asked back. Frankie hesitating, and after thinking for a long time, he said, I'm sorry, I can't agree to this request. Xia-Chun's eyes turned cold, and his tone was slightly chilly. Do you know what the consequences of refusing are? I know. Frankie nodded and said, it's nothing more than a word of death, but compared to death, there are things that I value more. The Seven Waters City is where I, Yamato, have lived all my life. There are people and things I cherish there, and I don't want to leave there. Frankie looked at Xia-Chun with a firm look in his eyes. Xia-Chun looked at him in the same way, and the two stared at each other for nearly a minute. Is that so? I understand, Xia-Chun said calmly. The moment Xia-Chun finished speaking, Frankie closed his eyes, feeling a little melancholy. I didn't expect that he couldn't escape death in the end. It seems that God wants him to die. Then he opened his arms, looking ready to die. He had no intention of resisting. Having seen Xia-Chun's strength, he knew clearly that he would die more comfortably if he did not resist. If you resist, then your death might not be so easy. Unexpectedly, Xia-Chun's words the next second made him open his eyes in surprise. Why are you looking like this? I didn't say I was going to kill you. Really? You really won't kill me? Frankie asked in surprise. He felt like he had experienced a transition from hell to heaven in an instant, a feeling that ordinary people could never understand. Yes, I don't plan to kill you, because you will definitely get on our ship. Xia-Chun smiled confidently, and then added, and if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the group of people you cherish that will let you join our pirate group. How was it possible? How dare those bastards do such a thing? Kick the boss out? That's not how it's done, right? Frankie said excitedly when he heard what Xia-Chun said. Maybe. Although you have escaped now, you are still a man who has been to the execution platform and is famous all over the world. Do you think your life will be comfortable even if you stay in the Seven Waters City? Are you sure the world government won't send someone to kill you in order to erase this shame? Xia-Chun looked at Frankie with a half-smile and said, Frankie. Finally, after Xia-Chun's analysis, Frankie sincerely chose to join their pirate group. Because like Xia-Chun said, if he stayed in the Seven Waters City, it would probably bring disaster to that place. He was very confident that the world government could do such a thing. After all, he already had experience. He could be arrested and put on the scaffold for walking around the street in his underwear. So what else can't they do? Xia-Chun also showed a hint of joy on his face after successfully persuading Frankie. They will have another cow and horse on the ship. Great. Suddenly, Xia-Chun seemed to have thought of something and said to Frankie, how much of the Pluton drawings in your stomach have you read? If conditions permit, can you build Pluton? Frankie looked at Xia-Chun in horror and stuttered. You? How should I know? Don't worry about that. The only people in the world who know that you have the Pluton blueprints are me, you, and Bingshan. The world government only suspects you, but doesn't confirm you. And you're the only one who knows that the Pluton blueprint is in your stomach, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Your secret has not been leaked. Frankie, you're saying this so loudly here, and you're saying my secret isn't out? And now they're not the only two who know about it. Frankie subconsciously glanced at Robin beside him and found a hint of surprise on her face. You actually have the Pluton design drawings? Do you believe me if I tell you there is no such thing? Frankie said helplessly. He really couldn't figure out why Xia-Chun knew this secret that only he knew. Is it so scary? Is someone watching him? What's under his underwear? No way. A layer of cold sweat quickly broke out on Frankie's face, and his expression changed again and again in just a few seconds. Xia Chen was stunned. After a long while, Frankie regained his normal expression. If it's known, it's known. A real man is born between heaven and earth. He should be upright and honest, and he has nothing to be afraid of. Then Frankie reached out his hand to his stomach, and with a clang, his stomach opened like a locker. Then he took out a large stack of papers, looked at it, and said, "This is the design of the ancient weapon Pluton. Countless people sacrificed their lives for it, including the person I respect the most. So you want it too?" Frankie looked at Xia Chun and asked, "No, I'm not interested in it." Xia Chun shook his head. "In this world, the most secure thing is to be strong in your own strength. Such external things don't have much appeal to me. Besides, I even know where the ready-made Pluton is, so why would I care about this blueprint?" Xia Chen's words were sincere. He was really not interested in Pluton. He asked Frankie casually. His main purpose was to see how much Frankie knew about Pluton. If they understand it deeply enough, then when they build ships, they can add some of Pluton's design concepts to their ships to make their ships more powerful. Not for anything, just for fun. Now that Mary is gone, they will have to build a new ship. I can only say that history always repeats itself. After many twists and turns, Meili finally left them. This might be the reason why Xia Chun slaughtered the people of world government. Do you know where Pluton is? Frankie widened his eyes and looked at Xia Chun in horror and asked. As someone who has been with Pluton drawings for many years, it is impossible for him to say that he has never seen Pluton drawings. It is precisely because he has seen them that he knows more clearly how difficult it is to build Pluton. Even if you have the design, it is not that easy to make Pluton. It not only requires a lot of materials, but also a lot of time and energy. I even know that you have the Pluton design in your stomach, so it's normal for me to know where the real Pluton is, right? Xia Chun said lightly. Indeed, Frankie nodded subconsciously, but he quickly realized it and shook his head hastily. Bullshit. Isn't it ridiculous that he can know where something like this is? It took Frankie a while to accept the news. For him, who had not seen much of the world, what he learned today was a bit shocking. After thinking for a long time, Frankie made a decision, threw the Pluton design in his hand to Xia Chun, and said, "Then I'll give it to you." Xia Chun looked at Frankie in confusion, then threw it back. "What are you doing to me? I'm not a shipbuilder. What use would I have? If you leave it here, it will just gather dust. If you think it's a burden, you can burn it or throw it directly into the sea. It's up to you to deal with it." Hearing this, Frankie hesitated for a moment. Then a determined look flashed in his eyes. He spurted out a mouthful of fire and burned the Pluton design in his hand directly to ashes. The existence of this thing is a mistake. Now I understand that destroying it is its best fate. Xia Chun looked at the Pluton design that had turned to ashes and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. What needs to be burned must be burned. If Pluton's influence wasn't so great, selling it for money might be a good choice. It's just that its power proves that it will not be allowed to appear in the open. Otherwise, it will definitely cause great damage to the world's order. Xia Chun shook his head, shook off these thoughts, and refocused his attention on another matter. Now, is it necessary for them to let it settle for a while like in the original novel? The 2 years in the original work actually had a huge impact on the improvement of Luffy and others' strength. It could be said to be earth-shaking. Not only has his strength increased, but his personality has also become more stable. Even Luffy has become more thoughtful than he was 2 years ago and no longer rushes into things rashly. After thinking for a while, Xia Chun felt that they should stop for a while. Of course, this doesn't mean that he can just make the decision. He also needs to discuss it with Luffy and the others to see what each of them thinks. Let's take a look at the opinions and then see how to do it. Just as Xia Chen's thoughts were surging, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "What pervert is this who showed up on our ship? Eat my ***. Frankie." Before Frankie could react, a shoe enlarged in his eyes and then hit him hard on the face. Whoosh! Frankie's figure flew backwards in an instant, and hit the edge of Proverb's boat heavily. At the same time, the previous voice cursed again. When did these perverts dare to come to our ship? Didn't you ask whose ship this is? Do you know how great a sin it is to defile the eyes of a beautiful lady? Sanji looked at Frankie with a bad expression, and especially when he saw Robin standing beside him. The anger on his face could no longer be suppressed. The figure disappeared instantly, and it looked like he wanted to kick Frankie to death. Xia Chun, who was standing by, looked at this scene helplessly. What happened to Sanji? Why was he so angry? In the original book, he was not so hostile to Frankie. Xia Chun shook his head, then instantly appeared in front of Sanji, blocking his attack, and said helplessly, Sanji, this is the boatman I found with great difficulty. What do you want to do? And now that the Mary is gone, we must certainly build a new ship, and it all depends on him. Huh, is that so? I thought he was a pervert from somewhere. I was just about to tell him why the flower is so red. After that, Sanji turned his gaze to Frankie and said, Sorry, I stepped too hard. Frankie, M9, ****. Frankie jumped up from the ground in an instant, and soon came to Sanji, looked at him unkindly, and said, Curly eyebrows. What do you mean? It's fine if you just came over and kicked Lousy for no reason. But afterwards you just said, I kicked him a little too hard? You're really shameless. Huh? You dare to ask me to curl my eyebrows. You're not allowed to call me that because of your appearance? Delta. The two of them exchanged words, their tempers instantly rising, and then they rushed towards each other at the same time with ferocious faces. You punched and kicked each other. Xiao Chen on the side was a little speechless, but did not stop them this time. They all knew that they would be partners in the same boat in the future, so they would be more careful when taking action. In that case, let them go. After all, the relationship they had on the ship was forged through fighting, and they would have to go through this step sooner or later, so it wouldn't hurt to experience it now. Thinking of this, Xia Chen's mind moved, and a set of tables and chairs instantly appeared in front of Xia Chen, with all kinds of tea sets on the table. Xia Chen looked at Robin and said, Robin, come over and have some tea with us. With the noise they are making now, the pigs inside will wake up soon. Let's drink some tea and wait for them. And the fact was just as Xia Chen expected. After their commotion, everyone on the boat woke up one after another and walked out of the cabin with sleepy and confused eyes. As soon as they came out, they saw Sanji fighting with a pervert who was only wearing underwear, but no one wanted to stop it. Instead, they walked towards Xia Chun and Robin, who were drinking tea, sat down, took the teacups, and drank tea, all in one go. Their movements were surprisingly consistent. After a while, when Sanji and Frankie took a break, they found that everyone on the boat had sat down on the chairs and was watching them with great interest. Seeing the two stop, Zoro raised his eyebrows and said, Keep going, eyebrow curling. Why did you stop? Isn't your performance too short? So unprofessional. Sanji, M9. What did you say, you green algae head, be ******************************** D? Do you think we are monkeys? No. Zoro shook his head, then looked at Sanji seriously and said, Monkeys are not as interesting as you. Watching you is much more interesting than watching monkeys. Die you be ************ D. After a while, okay, now that you have finished the friendly negotiation, let's plan the next step. Xia Chan said to the crowd that had quieted down. I know, go back to the Seven Waters City, spend money, build a ship, and continue to the next island. Luffy stood up and shouted excitedly. Although it has not been a long time since they arrived in the Seven Water City, they have experienced a lot during this period. It made him feel as if a long time had passed. So now that he has dealt with these things, Luffy can't wait to go to the next island and experience a new adventure life. Indeed, now that Mary is gone, we first need a ship to continue sailing, and this ship has to be bigger. The previous Mary was actually a bit crowded as more people came. Nami also nodded and said, Xia Chun said, Frankie will help us solve the problem of the boat. We can leave it to him from purchasing materials to the final manufacturing. He is one of the best boat builders in the world, and we can rest assured about his skills. That's right. Just leave the ship issue to me. I will definitely build you the best ship in the world. Frankie said confidently, patting his chest. Really? That's great. Thank you so much. Upon hearing that, Luffy instantly came to Frankie, grabbed his hand, and said excitedly. He even added another sentence. Sanji is such a dog. He actually attacked you. He is not a human being. Yes, I think so too. Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, and others nodded in agreement. Sanji, hearing everyone say this about him, Sanji got angry for a while, but in the end he said nothing. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Now the other party has more people and power, and he is obviously no match for them. You should be patient for the time being and find an opportunity to kill them one by one later. Yes, shipbuilding is indeed a very important matter, and it must be taken seriously. However, what I want to plan with you is not this, but another very important matter. Xiachun looked at everyone and said, I believe you have discovered through this war that our strength is still far behind the world's top powers. And all these strong men are in the New World, which is where we will be after we pass the next island of the Seven Water City record pointer. There are many monsters there, and all kinds of famous pirates, including the four emperors, are entrenched there, so do we really want to enter the New World with this level of strength? Entering rashly is not a good choice for us now. My idea is that we should reorganize for a while, complete our preparations for entering the New World during this time, improve our strength, and face the more brutal New World in a better state. After hearing Xiachun's words, everyone couldn't help but ponder, with thoughts flying in their minds. After a while, Zoro was the first to speak. What you said makes sense. We are still far from being the best in the world. Of course, you are not counted. In this war, he went through great pains to defeat a vice admiral whose strength was quite good in the world, but this was far from enough. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in a battlefield like the one in Xiachun. But in this war, he also truly witnessed the strength of the world's top powers. For example, the 3 Marine Admirals and 4 Emperors Whitebeard. They all have the power to destroy the world. It is far beyond his ability to commit fraud at this stage. Of course, the strongest man in the world was currently sitting not far from him, drinking tea leisurely. It's disheartening to watch. Zoro suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He hadn't realized that Xiachun had become so strong, and the gap between him and Xiachun was getting bigger and bigger. And he's a little unbalanced. To be honest, he had never seen Xiachun exercise. Every day, he either sunbathed or went fishing. What about him? He swung the barbell to fan Chopper every day and exercised his body from morning to night, but in the end, his strength improvement rate was still far slower than Xiachun. Why is this happening? Where is the promise that hard work will be rewarded? For the first time, Zoro felt a sense of failure from a person. It was a feeling that no matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass the other person. However, the moment this idea came to his mind, Zoro immediately killed it. At the same time, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was a close call. He almost lost his mind to this monster. He is a human being, a normal person. There is absolutely no need to compare with a monster, and maybe Xiachun is just strong in the early stage and weak in the later stage. Although this possibility is very small, it is still possible, right? And there's another person who he feels he can kill with just a few strikes. In comparison, he should be the one who should be most ashamed. Thinking of this, Zoro couldn't help but cast his gaze towards a certain curly-browed chef on the other side, and snorted in disdain. Sanji. 2. Restraint, patience, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Sanji repeated this to himself over and over again, trying to calm himself down. After a while, Sanji jumped up and shouted, "You F*** G idiot. I want you dead." After saying that, Sanji kicked directly at Zoro. He had endured the criticism from thousands of people just now, but he didn't expect that this damn green algae head would dare to mock him now. If he continued to endure this, he would really become a ninja turtle. No, absolutely not. Looking at the two people fighting, Xia Chun said calmly, "Okay, now, two people have expressed their ideas. What about you? I think we should take it easy. I want to learn more about sailing so that we can cope with the extreme weather in New World." Nami said, but she immediately had a headache. "It's just that I don't know where to learn this professional knowledge, which is actually a big problem. If you're worried about this, then there's no problem. I know where you can learn this knowledge." Xia Chun smiled faintly. "Not only the navigation knowledge you need to learn, but also history, medicine, mechanics, etc. I know where to find them all." Xia Chen's words made the four people's eyes light up at the same time. Looking at their expressions, Xia Chen knew that they were deeply moved, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would agree. Usopp also said at this time, "I also want to practice for a while. My current strength is too weak. I want to become stronger. I want to help you." His eyes were firm and resolute. Although he now possessed an extremely powerful mythical beast species, it could not play a big role in this war. The reason is that his strength is too weak. He has only obtained the white tiger fruit for a short time, so his development of the fruit is not high. If he is given some time to get familiar with his fruit, he believes that he can greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. Xia Chun turned his attention to the last person and asked, "Luffy, you are the captain. What do you think?" Luffy remained silent and did not immediately answer Xia Chen's question. After Xia Chun said this, he also realized the problems on their ship, and the urge in his heart to take risks disappeared. Indeed, as Xia Chun said, their current strength is too weak. If Xia Chun is not there this time, can they rescue Ace? Luffy used his limited brain to think about this problem, and finally came up with two words: cannot. All of a sudden, Luffy's desire for strength suddenly became much greater, and unknowingly, they became the objects of Xia Chen's care again. We had already told you not to rely too much on Xia Chun, but it was Xia Chun who saved them when they were captured and taken to Impel Down, and it was also Xia Chun who saved Robin. Whether they are there or not actually has little impact on the war. As long as Xia Chun is there, the outcome of this war is doomed from the beginning. It was fine when Xia Chun was here, but what if Xia Chun was gone one day? So what should they do? I don't know why, but Luffy always has a feeling that Xia Chun will leave them, and this feeling becomes stronger as time goes by. He hoped that his feeling was wrong, but if something like this really happened one day, he would have to be strong enough to deal with the situation when Xia Chun was not around. He is the captain of a ship, and he doesn't want his companions to get hurt. After thinking for a while, Luffy looked at Xia Chun and said, "I want to become stronger." Luffy didn't say anything else, but these four words already represented his attitude. Xia Chun's mouth curled up slightly when he heard Luffy's answer. Xia Chun wanted to calm down for a while, not only because Luffy and the others were not strong enough, but also because he had some things to accomplish. The first thing that comes to mind is the riddle that Red Hair said about the human fruit, Pluton, and Hades' form fruit. He had to think carefully about what that meant, and then, perhaps thinking of something, Xia Chun raised a smile. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Now that we've decided, let's have a party first." "Oh!" Everyone responded excitedly, with a look of joy on their faces. How can there not be a celebratory banquet after the war? Above the sky somewhere in the sea, a ship was suspended by a huge object similar to a hot air balloon, and a bunch of pigeons were tied to the ship. Xia Chun stood on the somersault cloud and looked at the ship quietly, with a hint of surprise on his face. Murmured, "I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. It's quite interesting, and it saves me a lot of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Chun's mind moved, and the somersault cloud instantly appeared on the boat, and then he jumped lightly onto the deck. Xia Chun did not conceal his arrival, and even made some noise on purpose to attract the attention of the ship's owner. A few breaths later, with the sound of a gate of opening, a figure appeared in Xia Chun's eyes. The moment Xia Chun saw the person, oh no, the bird, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, "I have heard of your name for a long time, Morgans." The figure opposite showed an extremely horrified expression on his face after seeing Xia Chun. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and a fine layer of sweat seeped out of his forehead. He said, tremblingly, "Emperor Rock King Xia Chun, why are you here?" Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Morgans and said, "As expected of the president of the World Economic News Agency, your intelligence capabilities are indeed strong. Your first reaction when you saw me was not to ask how I was still alive. Why?" At this point, Xiao Chun couldn't help but sigh and said with regret, "Obviously, my acting is so good." Morgans did not answer Xiao Chun's words, but looked at him warily, with countless alpacas galloping through his heart. With his intelligence ability, he knew clearly what happened during the war at the top. Xiao Chun slaughtered all the high-ranking officials of the world government and faced countless top powerhouses alone without being at a disadvantage. Even more accurately, beating them is like beating a baby. As for the exaggerated way of death at the end, although he was going to report the news of Xiao Chen's death in the news, he himself did not believe it at all. Not to mention him, no one who participated in the war believed it. No one would believe that the devil-like figure was so vigorous and powerful in the battle, but suddenly died after the battle. It's okay to fool babies who are over 30 months old, but how can you fool those who are hundreds of months old? Even Morgans anticipated that Xiao Chun must be planning something big next, and he was even ready to be the first to watch. But what he never expected was, why did Xiao Chun suddenly appear on his boat? This is the god of death, who can kill anyone he wants to kill for the 5 elders. Now he's standing in front of him like this, he must be very panicked, okay? Just as he was thinking about how to break the impasse, Xiao Chun on the opposite side moved and took a step forward, and his action instantly scared Morgans to death. He retreated an unknown number of steps, looking at Xiao Chun warily. Xiao Chun was a little speechless when he saw Morgans' expression. He didn't do anything, so is it necessary for him to be like this? Don't worry, I won't attack you. Otherwise you wouldn't be alive today. As for why I'm here, do you believe me if I tell you it's a coincidence? Xiao Chen's encounter with Morgans was purely a coincidence. After planning with Luffy and the others yesterday, everyone decided to set sail again after half a year. Then the question arises, where should they go? This is a good arrangement for Luffy, Zoro, and others who focus mainly on improving their strength. They can go directly to the island where Luffy trained for 2 years in the original work to train, and if possible, Xiao Chun plans to invite some mediocre teachers over as well. Otherwise, he would have to teach Luffy and the others, which is absolutely unacceptable. As for Nami and Chopper, if they want to go to certain islands to learn relevant professional knowledge, they have to think carefully. Although the target was already in the information Bear gave him before, those islands were the ones Bear had visited in order to find a way to cure Bonnie. There are still a lot of islands he hasn't visited, which means there are probably better islands with more lore that Bear hasn't discovered yet. For Xiao Chun, since there's a choice to go, then choose the best and send Nami and others to the best island in the world with such professional knowledge. Then a new problem arises. He doesn't know which islands are the ones he wants to find. Therefore, professional matters should be asked to professionals. He needs to find someone with strong intelligence capabilities to get information about these islands from him. When it comes to intelligence capabilities, the first thing that comes to Xiao Chen's mind is CP0, the most powerful intelligence agency under the world government. But this option was immediately rejected by Xiao Chun. He had just faked his death, and now he was going to go back and tell them that he was not dead? Don't be kidding. And with CP0's nature, they might not tell him even if they were killed. So there's no need to waste the effort. After ruling out CP0, Xiao Chun first thought of Morgan's World Economic News Agency. Whenever something happened, Morgans would get the news at the first time. Therefore, the strength of intelligence capabilities is beyond doubt. But Morgant's whereabouts is also a problem. He is a bird floating in the sky every day. Who knows where he is? Finally, after comprehensive consideration, Xiao Chun decided to go find Doflamingo, whom he had greeted warmly during the Battle of Marineford. It's easy to find where he is. Just go directly to Dressrosa. Doflamingo must be happy to help him because they know each other. After that, Xiao Chun rode the somersault cloud straight to Dressrosa, but he didn't expect to meet Morgan's ship halfway. You see, this is easy to do. It seems that kind people will always be blessed by God. The perspective returned to the present. After Xia Chan finished speaking, Morgans nodded and said, I believe it. After a period of calm, Morgans regained his previous calm attitude. Just like Xia Chan said, if he wanted to kill him, his body would probably be cold by now. Since he didn't do anything to him, it proves that he is safe for the time being. And he was just a journalist. Why did they want to kill him? Was it just because he released some information about Xia Chun? No way. But it doesn't matter. If it's really because of this reason, then he can just not publish it or republish it. Although he once swore in front of the light that he would never report false information, isn't it still up to him to define what is false? As a bird, you have to be flexible in your bottom line. Thinking of this, Morgan said directly to Xia Chun, what do you want to talk to me about? As long as I can do it, leave it to me. Morgans patted his chest, looking like he could definitely do something good. Looking at the flattering smile on Morgan's face, Xia Chun showed a hint of surprise. This old guy is really capable. Since this guy said so, Xia Chun didn't plan to beat around the bush with him and told him his needs directly. After listening to Xia Chen's request, Morgans immediately said, please wait a moment. I will give you the result immediately. After saying that, Morgans ran directly into the cabin and soon came out with a stack of papers. Then he handed the papers to Xia Chun respectfully. Also said, these are what you need. These islands have the world's top expertise and will surely meet your needs. Xia Chun took the paper and scanned it carefully. After a while, he showed a satisfied expression. The things recorded above perfectly met Xia Chen's needs, and the introductions to these islands were all clear. And if the knowledge levels of two islands are similar, the advantages between them are even clearly listed. The main point is thoughtfulness. Xia Chan casually put the information into the system space and showed it to Nami and the others when the time came, letting them choose where to go. At the same time, I also got the permanent record pointers of these islands from Morgans, otherwise I wouldn't know how to get there when the time comes. After doing all this, Xia Chun looked at Morgans again, and then it was his own business. Do you know what special islands there are in North Blue? Like strange doors, red waterfalls, or valleys full of wind? That's right. What Xia Chun asked Morgans at this time was the news about Hades fruit. After thinking for several hundred seconds, he roughly guessed that the riddle that Red Hair said at that time might be related to the Hades fruit. Above Xianke, the gate to the underworld, the waterfall of blood, the valley of wind, the palace of the king. Xianke, in Xia Chen's understanding, means the north. Although North Blue is not necessarily located in the north, but why bother? Isn't it enough to have the word north in the name? As for the remaining few sentences, Xia Chun simply translated them using his limited classical Huxia skills. This is the best he can do. Strange door, red waterfall, valley full of wind. Morgans murmured a few times, then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and said, it seems there really is such a place. I have some impression of it. Please wait. I will look for some information. After saying this, Morgans ran in again in a hurry, and then ran out after a few breaths. At the same time, he held a piece of paper in his hand. Looking at Morgans' efficiency, Xia Chun couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Morgans came to Xia Chun, handed him the paper, and said, the scene on this island is consistent with your description. Xia Chun took the paper and looked at it, and found that it was actually a map called Dark Night Island. Dark Night Island, an island shrouded in darkness all day long, is in contrast to Judicial Island, an island that never sleeps, which never has night. Dark Night Island is also known as the Island of Eternal Night, which never has daylight. The moment Xia Chun saw this introduction, his eyes lit up. He felt that if nothing unexpected happened, this island should be the target island he was looking for. Pluton Hades is the legendary ruler of the underworld, so the description of this Dark Night Island corresponds to the gloomy environment of the underworld. Thinking of this, Xia Chun continued to look at the map, only to see 4 points marked on it. Next to each point is a small picture. There are a black stone gate, a blood-red waterfall, a green valley, and a dark golden palace. After seeing these, Xia Chun was completely sure that this island was definitely the place he was looking for, because the 4 pictures above perfectly matched the description of the poem. if Luffy hadn't eaten all the shit on the ship. But what puzzled him was why Red Hair and the others couldn't solve such a simple riddle. Does he think that his mediocre translation skills are actually very impressive in this world? Is he too modest? Did his Huxia teacher in his previous life give him a big cross because he didn't want him to be too proud? Xiao-Chun suddenly felt that he had discovered the truth, and his eyes lit up instantly. Oh, you think you could deceive him with this little trick? No way. After a while, Xiao-Chun refocused his attention on the map in front of him, looked at it again for a while, then looked at Morgan's and asked, "Are there any permanent records of this island?" "No," said Morgans, shaking his head. This answer made Xiao-Chun a little confused. He just asked casually, but in his heart, he assumed that Morgans would definitely have a permanent record pointer of Dark Knight Island. After all, for Morgans who works in the news industry, theoretically, he would have permanent record pointers of all the islands, just like he just took out all the permanent record pointers of the islands that Xiao-Chun needed. Feeling Xiao-Chun's puzzled gaze, Morgans also explained, "This island is very strange. Its magnetic force cannot be recorded by the recording pointer. And what's also very strange is that this island seems to have its own consciousness." Your own consciousness? Upon hearing this, Chen instantly became interested. "Tell me more." It may be a bit strange to say that it has its own consciousness, but this island will only be discovered by a certain group of people, and each time it is discovered, it will be in a different place. As far as I know, the world government and the Marine Corps wanted to study this island after learning about it, but when they went there, they saw nothing. Forget islands. There's not even a small mound of earth. There's just endless sea. There are only 3 people in the world who have been to this island. This map was drawn by one of them, and it fell into my hands after several twists and turns. I also tried to find this island, but in the end I found nothing. So over time this island became known as the Conscious Island, because it seemed to avoid some people and was only open to a small number of people. Xiao-Chun pondered, frowning slightly. In this case, wouldn't the chance of him finding this island be very small? Could he really search all in North Blue? And even if he really searched the entire North Blue, he might not be able to find the island. Didn't you hear what Morgan said? This island appears in a different place every time, and only a small number of destined people can enter this island. Is he one of the destined ones? It's hard to say. He doesn't dare to guarantee it. After a moment of silence, Xiao-Chun decided to go find the island. Everyone knew that there was a high possibility of Hades fruit on this island, so he would try it no matter what. And he felt that he should be one of those predestined people. After all, every time he went to worship Buddha in his previous life, he would meet an old monk who would kindly hold his hand and say, "Donor, you and my Buddha have a connection. Today I have a book." Of course, whenever this happened, Xiao-Chun would always greet them warmly. Afterwards, they all looked ruddy and energetic and also greeted Xiao-Chun. So, for someone like him who likes to take practical actions to make the elderly healthier, there is no reason to say that he has no chance, right? If it really doesn't work, then I'll drag Luffy along to find him. How dare I not give face to the son of the world? Shaking his head, Xiao-Chun shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and asked Morgans, "Are there any other clues about this Dark Knight Island?" "Oh, there's a very important news. Although the location of Dark Knight Island is not fixed, the area where it appears is fixed. It will only appear in a place called the Eternal Night Sea. As the name suggests, that sea area is always in darkness. So rather than saying that Dark Knight Island is the island of eternal night, it is better to say that it is the island of eternal night, because it is in the Eternal Night Sea. Because there is only Dark Knight Island in the Eternal Night Sea, there are no other islands." Hearing this, Xiao-Chun suddenly looked up at Morgans with a dim gaze and an unknown meaning flashing in his eyes. Morgans felt very uncomfortable with Xiao-Chun's gaze and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Xiao-Chun looked at him for a while and asked in a cold voice, "If it is such important news, why didn't you tell me just now?" "Morgause, did you believe me when I said I forgot?" Bang! After a while, Xiao-Chun put away the map of Dark Knight Island and stored it in the system space. Then he casually threw a din din mushy to Morganus. You can contact me through this din din mushy. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the future, you can come to me. Of course, my help is not free. You have to offer something that can impress me. Okay, thank you for today. I won't stay long. By the way, if you're going to report on the Battle of Marineford, remember to say that I'm dead. After saying that, Xiachen leaped up and jumped directly off the boat. Then the somersault cloud instantly appeared under his feet, and then his figure disappeared into the sky. Morgans looked at the direction Xiachen left, then looked at the din din mushy in his hand, and a look of great surprise flashed across his face. Although the bump on his head was a little painful now, it couldn't suppress his excitement at all. The thing in his hand is not a din din mushy. It's his life-saving talisman, okay? Although he has lived a comfortable life for so many years without any danger to his life, who would not want to add an extra layer of protection to his life? Now that he has this din din mushy in his hand, as long as he can afford the price, he won't have to worry about anything. In the future, he can report the news and speak his mind without having to worry about the world government and avoid this or that like before. What? You want to make trouble for me? Have you asked my eldest brother? My eldest brother is the man who killed the world government. Are you more powerful than 5 elders? Although Xia Chun is much younger than Morgaus, in Morgaus's eyes, Xia Chun is his elder brother, his real elder brother. Thinking of this, Morgans walked briskly towards the cabin with a happy smile on his face, humming, "Today is such a good day." After a while, Xia Chun returned to Proverbs. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the boat. Zoro came over and asked curiously, "Didn't you say you were going to get some information? Why are you back so soon?" Xia Chun smiled and said, "There was an accident along the way, but I got what I wanted by accident." Xia Chun handed the stack of papers to Nami and the others and said, "See where you want to go, and I'll take you there when the time comes. There's no rush. Take a good look at the differences between these islands first, and then decide which one you want to go to. Of course, if you want to go to more than one, that's fine too. The specific choice is up to you." Half a day later, everyone made their own choice. To Xiaqian's surprise, the islands chosen by Chopper and Frankie were the same islands where they spent 2 years in the original work, namely the Bird Kingdom and the future Kingdom Mechanical Island. Nami and Robin's choices are different from those in the original book. As for the others, Xia Chun planned to take them all to an uninhabited island near the Kingdom of Daughters. Exercise their abilities. Usopp's fighting style has changed greatly since he ate the white tiger fruit. He has also discussed with Xia Chun that he may not give up his sniping skills, but will focus on developing the power of the fruit and use his sniping methods to develop powerful moves. Brook is the same. Being a crappy singer is not a real job. Not to mention the other 3, just improve your strength. After making the decision, Luffy looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Everyone, we are about to separate, and we will not see each other again until half a year later. To celebrate our separation, let's have a party." Celebrating our separation? Luffy, your choice of words is really accurate. Also, didn't we just have a banquet yesterday? Another one. Sanji looked at Luffy speechlessly and said, "Ha, don't worry about those details. As for having a party, of course you have to have a party if you're happy." Looking at Luffy like this, Sanji held his forehead helplessly and had no intention of saying anything more. There's no point in saying it anyway. At this time, Xiachen also said with a smile, "After this separation, we will meet again in half a year. If nothing unexpected happens, we will not have the opportunity to meet again in this half year. So, let's have a party." Oh, Luffy was the first to respond excitedly. The boat was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere. The next morning, Xia Chun used the somersault cloud to send everyone to their respective destinations. The half-year agreement officially begins. After doing all this, Xia Chun came to a place alone. At the same time, the familiar voice in my mind sounded again. "Bite! Ding! Check into Sabeti Archipelago successfully. Conqueror's domineering power is upgraded to king level." All of a sudden, a strange feeling surged into Xia Chen's heart, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. I carefully felt the changes in myself. After a long while, Xiachen finally opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he murmured in a low voice, "Is the next level after the top level the king level? The red-haired conquerors is at this level, right? King-level conquerors can not only cause substantial damage to things, but are also much stronger than top-level conquerors in both strength and range of influence. In that case, let's see how strong he is. Just think of it as a greeting to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Chun narrowed his eyes, and then an extremely strong conqueror's energy was released from his body, sweeping towards the entire Sabaody archipelago. Boom! Countless black and red lightning flashed in the sky above Sabaody. At the same time, countless people on the island fainted the moment they came into contact with this domineering aura and fell to the ground like dumplings. A minute ago, somewhere on the island, a young man with red hair and a red mouth was swaggering on the road. Suddenly, a man rushed out from the side and bumped into him, but his body did not move at all. Instead, the man was knocked to the ground by the recoil force. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." The man who fell to the ground looked up at the red-haired young man and apologized repeatedly. The red-haired young man looked down at the man on the ground. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It's okay." Hearing this, the man on the ground suddenly showed joy on his face. This time he bumped into someone accidentally, so he was prepared to pay some price. But I didn't expect that this man in front of me, who looked ferocious, turned out to be quite easy to talk to. But before the man could be happy for long, the red-haired young man's next words made the joy that had just been revealed on his face freeze. "Remember not to do this in your next life." After saying that, the red-haired young man suddenly grabbed the man's head and then exerted force with one hand. Puff! The young man's head was directly pinched by his bare hands, and blood splattered, and his eyes rolled back. The moment the red-haired young man's hand left the man's head, the man's body fell limply, already dead. In an instant, countless screams broke out all around, and the people around looked at the red-haired young man in the middle of the street with fear on their faces, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. "It's so noisy," the red-haired young man yelled, and then the crowd around him quickly quieted down. But the fear in his eyes was even deeper. After the red-haired young man felt that the surrounding environment had become quiet, he no longer looked at the civilians. To him, these are just like ants and not worth his attention. As for the fact that he just killed someone, that's even less of a big deal. If you hit him, you will have to pay the price, and that price is your life. At this time, a masked man next to the red-haired young man said in a helpless tone, "Kid, you've killed dozens of people since you came to the island. Don't forget that there are Marines stationed here." Kid pouted and said, "Marine? Those useless guys? The Marine headquarters has been destroyed, and now they are already busy with their own affairs. How can they have time to care about us? And even if they come, so what? If they really come to trouble Lousy doesn't mind sending them down to keep their General Akainu company." Ha ha ha. The masked man, Kira, didn't say anything after hearing what Kid said. Indeed, Marine is probably too overwhelmed now to have time to look for them. And like Kid said, even if Marine comes, the final outcome will still be death. After all, there are the Kid pirates. After Kid finished speaking, cheers broke out behind him. A group of young brothers danced with excitement. "Boss, that's awesome. You're right. If Marines come to cause trouble for us, we'll make them come standing and go back lying down." Ha ha ha. Just as the Kid pirates were immersed in this happy atmosphere, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura crushed towards them. Boom! In an instant, the air around seemed to freeze, and then people on the street fell down one after another. In the end, there were only 2 people left standing on the entire street. This is Conqueror's domineering aura? But why is it so powerful? Kid's body trembled slightly. A look of horror appeared on his face, and sweat soaked his back. Kira, behind him, had the same expression as him. All the other brothers fell to the ground at this time. Even Kira felt a little uneasy just now and almost lost consciousness. The fact that they were able to come so close to the new world proved that they were not rookies who knew nothing. So of course they recognized that this was the conqueror's haki among the three colors of haki. But they have never heard of anyone whose conqueror's power can reach this level. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere fell into silence. But before long, Kid showed an excited expression on his face and said, "Who is this conqueror who has such strength? Is there anyone so strong on this island? Interesting, let me go and take a look." After saying that, Kid ran in the direction where Conquerors was sweeping towards. "Wait, Kid!" Kira shouted hurriedly from behind, but Kid ignored him, still running forward on his own. "This idiot! He wants to join in everything." Kira cursed under his breath and then chased after Kid as well. At the same time, there were more than one place on the island where the same situation as Kid happened, and a few people also showed expressions of horror after feeling the Conqueror's force. Then I became excited. One by one, they rushed towards the direction where the Conqueror's domineering power was coming from. Of course, this Conqueror's also alarmed an old man who was drinking in a bar called Ripoff. The man stood up instantly, and the wine glass on the table was knocked over by his action, and the wine inside spilled out, but he didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes were fixed in a certain direction. A woman with short black hair and a spider-patterned top next to her was also staring in the same direction. After a while, she whispered, "Whose conquerors is this?" The old man was silent for a while, and then he said, "I don't know, but I've only seen conquerors of this level on Shanks before. Even young Roger and Whitebeard are inferior to Shanks. Personal setting, please forgive me if you don't like it. I thought Shanks was the only one in the world who could have this conquerors, but I didn't expect that. Maybe this conquerors belongs to Shanks?" the black-haired woman asked, looking at the man. "Impossible." The man immediately denied it. "Shanks' personality is not that flamboyant. This is definitely not him. But no matter who it is, this time a heavy weight has come." The man pushed his glasses up on his nose and said with a serious look, "Holy Land Marahoa, Lord Yim, according to news from CP0, Xia Chun has been resurrected and appeared in many places around the world yesterday." A middle-aged man half-knelt under the void throne, lowered his head, and reported to the black shadow above the throne. The middle-aged man is a newly promoted Saturn. Although he's been a 5 Elder for more than a day, he is still very excited at this moment. The previous 5 Elders were favored by Lord Yim, who granted them the ability to live forever, so each of them lived for at least 100 years. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to sit in this position until his death. But now something unexpected happened. A war directly killed all the 5 Elders and the commander of the Knights of God, which gave him the opportunity to take the throne. He was a subordinate of the previous Saint Saturn Satan, so he took over Saturn's position. Although Satan was quite good to him, he only wanted to say one thing about Satan's death. Good death. If Satan hadn't died, he wouldn't have been able to become one of the 5 Elders. And naturally, he wouldn't have been able to enter the supreme power center of world government. Power is really an obsessive thing. And the most important thing is, he also has a mythical beast species. The powerful power fascinates him. However, he did not become arrogant because of this. At least when it came to the figure on the throne, he understood who gave him all this. Only he is the only king among the celestial dragons. The appointment of the 5 Elders is just a matter of a word. If you're not satisfied, you can change people at any time. So Saturn's head is lowered even more. Yim listened to Saturn's report, with an unknown light flashing in his eyes. After a while, he said, "I understand. You can go down." "Yes, Lord Yim." Saturn responded respectfully, then turned and left. Finally, Yim was the only one left here. After a long time, Yim's voice, as if talking to himself, came. He was resurrected in just a few days. It seems that the chances of his fruit awakening are very high. But Hades in history didn't seem to be this strong before he awakened. From the strength he showed this time, it seems that he is much stronger than before the Zeus fruit awakened. Could it be that Hades is the leader of the 4 god-tier fruits? Yim's puzzled voice echoed in the empty space. After a while, Yim's voice came again. Maybe it's true. After all, no one in history has ever been able to awaken the Hades fruit. No one knows how powerful Hades is. But soon these will all be mine. Once I absorb the divinity of Hades and Nika, I will be able to... Ha ha! Don't let me down, Xia-chun. On the other side, Xia-chun released his conquerors and used his observation haki to sense the situation on the island, and smiled with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Xia-chun didn't know that Imu already knew about his resurrection, but it didn't matter even if he knew. When he sent Nami and the others to various islands, he didn't think about hiding himself. His plan was to die himself once and do it in front of him, if his guess about the Hades fruit was correct. As for when he will be resurrected, and what do other people think, that's none of his business. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have to show off his Oscar-level acting skills in front of Akiji and the others, and he wouldn't get paid for it. Why bother? At this moment, Xia-chan could feel several auras coming towards him from afar, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then continue towards your destination. These auras only caught his attention for a moment and were not worth his attention. It's nothing. These auras are too weak for him. Of course, if it were placed on the sea, its strength might be barely considered good. After all, it had gone through the Conqueror's test. However, many times when Xia-chun didn't want to cause trouble, things always happened to him. After Xia-chun walked for a while, a red-haired young man blocked his way. The look in his eyes was full of excitement. Eustace Kid, Xia-chun asked calmly. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect that even a famous rock king knew my name. It seems that Laozi's name is quite famous. And you're not dead? It seems like those news editors are just eating for free. Morgans, are you talking about me? Xia-chun did not engage in meaningless conversation with him, but asked directly, So, what do you want to do now? Huh, can't you see? Laozi wants to test your level. Let's see what a man who could defeat the world government and the Marine is capable of. Kid grinned, his face full of arrogance. After hearing this, Xia-chun became a little confused, and there was an unknown meaning in his eyes when he looked at Kid. Although he knew Kid was arrogant when he read the original novel, he never expected him to be so arrogant. You dare to say you'll test his level before you even leave the novice village? I have to say, Xia-chun suddenly felt that he was more courageous than the shipping king. He doesn't agree with the sentence, who do you think Laozi is, unless it is said by Kid. So, in order to fulfill Kid's wish, he can only, with a thought, Xia-chun's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Kid. Kid only felt a flash before his eyes, and Xia-chun disappeared. The next moment, he saw a fist enlarged in front of him. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Kid's figure instantly flew backwards at an incredibly fast speed. At this moment, a figure appeared above Kid's flying trajectory, with his arms open, looking like he wanted to catch Kid. But how could it be so easy to take on Xia-chun's punch? The moment the figure came into contact with Kid's body, there was not even half a second of pause before he was also sent flying backwards, completely defenseless. The two men's bodies crashed into a huge tree. The powerful force carried them through the tree, and finally they successfully came out from the other end of the tree. After such a buffer, the two figures finally stopped and fell to the ground from the air. Xia-chun didn't even glance at it and continued walking towards his destination, because he knew the result without even looking at it. He used a domineering punch with this one. Not only Kid, but even the unlucky guy behind him who wanted to catch Kid would die. What level do you have to dare to test his level? At this point, Eustace Kid, who was supposed to stir up trouble in the new world in the original novel, officially announced the end of his role. For Xia-chun, all this is as easy as crushing an ant. As for the other auras around him, Xia-chun didn't care about their thoughts. As long as they don't cause trouble to him like Kid did, he won't have nothing better to do than kill all of them. Kid was just too cowardly. If he had gone through the double trials of Red Hair and Kaido 2 years later, and thought he had enough strength to dare to provoke Xia-chun, it would be understandable. But even 2 years later, his final outcome was that he was instantly killed by Red Hair's divine dodge, not to mention that he is now facing Xia-chun. After Xia-chun left this place for a while, several figures walked out from the darkness. They first glanced at Kid, who was lying lifeless in the distance, and then all looked in the direction where Xia Chun left, with extremely solemn expressions on their faces. After a while, a man wearing a Madara-dotted wool hat spoke. "Is this Rock King Xia Chun? Just one punch can have such power." Not only did it kill Eustace Kid directly, but even Kira, who simply wanted to stop Kid's body, couldn't resist the impact and ultimately died. Is this the strength of the world's #1 person today? That's right, the person speaking at this time was Trafalgar Law, and the figures around him were the other 11 supernovas in the original book. After Luo finished speaking, no one around spoke, and the whole place fell into a quiet atmosphere. It's not that they don't want to say anything, but they really don't know what to say. They just saw everything that happened here from a distance, and Xia Chen's punch made them feel a little nervous, even though they were far away. Before this, they couldn't imagine that there were such strong humans in the world. Although they had seen the first part of the war on the video Den Mushi before, the last thing that appeared in their eyes was the giant stick. After that, they could not see anything. At that time, they were already shocked by Xia Chen's strength, but after all, it was only seen on video, and there was still a gap between what they saw in reality. They were amazed at Xia Chen's strength, but they didn't think they were much worse. At least that's what they thought before today, but after today, sorry, just treat them as farts. For a while, these pirates re-examined their own strength and went through a sleazy period after entering the New World. Of course, this is all later. After a while, Xia Chun came to the knockoff bar and walked in without hesitation. As soon as he entered the door, Xia Chun felt 2 pairs of eyes focused on him. Xia Chun set his eyes on one of the old men, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then walked towards him. After sitting down next to the old man, Xia Chun said to the woman behind the bar, "Boss, give me a glass of the best wine in the store. By the way, give him a cup too." Xia Chun pointed to the old man next to him. "Good." The woman nodded and turned to make the drinks. At this time, the old man next to him also spoke with a questioning tone. "Xia Chun, it's me." Xia Chun nodded and said, "Nice to meet you, Pluton." Rayleigh did not show any shock when he heard Xia Chen's words. Although he had retired, he did not hide his identity. So knowing him is not a strange thing, but he now has many doubts in his heart. For example, you didn't die? The news said that although you succeeded in killing the 5 elders after a hard battle, you also suffered life-threatening injuries and were killed by Akiji and Kazura soon after. But seeing your rosy complexion now, you don't look like you're injured. Rayleigh looked at Xia Chun and asked calmly. Hearing this, Xia Chun shrugged and said, "You said you saw it on the news." News, fresh news. Is yesterday's news still fresh today? So isn't it normal to have some mistakes? Rayleigh. After hearing what Xia Chun said, Rayleigh didn't know what to say for a while. This was the first time he knew that the news could be explained in this way, but it seemed to make sense. While Xia Chun and Rayleigh were talking, Shaki also placed 2 glasses of wine in front of them. Rayleigh didn't hesitate to pick up the wine glass and took a sip. Then he said, "It seems that you were the one who released Conquerors on the island just now." Yes, Conquerors suddenly improved to a higher level when we arrived at this island, so we tried it out. Rayleigh was speechless again. To be honest, he also wanted such a suddenness. "So, you didn't come here just to chat with me, did you?" Rayleigh didn't believe that Xia Chun was just looking for him to chat because she was bored. He and Xia Chun had never even met before and were complete strangers. At most, they just know each other's names. But Rayleigh still has a good impression of Xia Chun, for no other reason than that Xia Chun saved Ace's life. It was not until before his execution that he found out that Ace was Roger's son. Before that, he had no idea that Roger had a son alive in this world. "Yes, I do have something to ask you, and I want your help." Xia Chun replied calmly. "Huh? You want my help? With your ability, you still need my help?" Rayleigh was a little confused. Strength is not everything. Although strength is the most important thing in this world, there are always things that strength cannot solve. Like laziness. That's right, Xia Chun was just too lazy to teach Luffy and the others, and he didn't want to be with those idiots every day for the next 6 months. So he came to find Rayleigh. Although Rayleigh's teaching level has always been criticized by countless fans, she still has some real skills. Of course, it can't compare to the gold medal teacher Mr. Kai, but it's good enough. Lazy? What do you mean? Rayleigh felt a little confused. Is the causal relationship between laziness and strength reversed? Shouldn't it be because of laziness that one cannot improve strength? Before he could continue thinking, Xia-Chan said again, "Actually, I just want you to help me teach someone. As for the time, about half a year. Of course, I won't let you run for nothing. I can give you a lot of Baileys." Xia-Chan blinked and said to Rayleigh, "Judging from the expression, if you didn't know, you would think that the two of them were doing some shady deal." Bailey. Rayleigh's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. Although Rayleigh is not a person who cares so much about money, in the original book, he was Luffy's teacher for 2 years without charging tuition. But as the saying goes, money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. He had originally planned to do Xia-Chan a favor for saving Ace, so it wouldn't matter if it wasn't too much of a request. Now there's extra income, why not do it? After all, he was really poor and didn't even have money to buy a bottle of wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold himself as a slave. However, he did not immediately agree to Xia-Chan's request, but asked, "Teach people? Can you tell me the details?" "Nothing. I just want you to teach those idiots on my ship and improve their strength. They're still a little weak now, and I have other things to do, so I thought of asking you for help." "Is that so?" Rayleigh murmured softly, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The reward is 300 million Baileys." Bang! Rayleigh slapped the table, looked at Xia-Chan, and said with a smile, "Since it is your request, Xia-Chan, then I must agree to it. Whether Bailey is Bailey or not is secondary. The main thing is that I just like to teach people." Looking at the happy smile on Rayleigh's face, Shaki was a little confused. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind. This old man actually has such a shameless side, but when I think about the fact that the other person's pockets are cleaner than his face, it seems understandable. For Rayleigh, there are currently 2 sources of income. One is selling himself as a slave, and the other is coating other people's boats. The problem was that he didn't earn much, so he never had any extra money to buy alcohol. But this is the life that Rayleigh chose himself. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be very easy for him to make money. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. This is the first time I have received such a lucrative business. Hearing that Rayleigh agreed to his request, Xia-Chan also smiled. Although Rayleigh acted as if he accepted Xia-Chan's request because of Bailey, Xia-Chan actually knew clearly that Rayleigh was willing to agree to it mainly because he saved Ace. Even if Xia-Chan didn't mention Bailey, Rayleigh would still agree to him. Because Rayleigh is such a person, Xia-Chan has a very good impression of Rayleigh because he has saved Hancock many times. Just for this reason, Xia-Chan was polite to Rayleigh, and Rayleigh's character was indeed very good. But Xia-Chan thought it would be better to give some Baileys as a gift to the old man to buy wine. Of course, there was another very important reason, which was, Xia-Chan is no worse than Bailey now. He can confidently say, "I've never touched Bailey. I have no interest in Bailey." Xia-Chan thought about it, and a large piece of gold appeared in the bar. Suddenly, golden light shone between the bars, emitting dazzling brilliance. Rayleigh's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the gold nugget in front of him, but he did not lose his composure. After all, he was the deputy of One Piece and had seen the world. "I'm afraid your gold nugget is worth more than 300 million Baileys," Rayleigh said, smacking his lips. "Really? It's okay. It's more than enough. I don't lack it," Xia-Chan said lightly, with a hint of money in his words. Well, for a moment, Rayleigh didn't know what to say. Is this the evil rich man? Xia-Chan looked at Rayleigh and asked, "So we'll start tomorrow?" "Okay." Rayleigh nodded. "Okay, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. I'm going to go out for a walk first." After saying that, Xia-Chan drank the wine in front of him, took out a stack of Baileys, put it on the bar, and walked out. Looking at Xia-Chan's figure in the distance, Shaki chuckled. "What a funny kid. Ha, it's really funny." Rayleigh also responded with a smile. Xia-Chan walked on the street, feeling the quiet environment around him, and couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. He almost forgot that he had just used conquerors to knock out most of the people on the island, making the street, which should have been bustling and lively, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At the same time, these people were lying everywhere in a mess. I wanted to experience the Sabaody archipelago, but now it seems that I don't have the chance. After that, Xiachen planned to find a more luxurious hotel to stay for one night and bring Rayleigh to Luffy and the others tomorrow. But at this moment, Xiachen's observation, Haki, sensed the breath of a group of people, and his eyes couldn't help but look in that direction. After a while, several figures appeared in Xiachen's sight. The moment he saw the figures, Xiachen's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. It looks like more people are going to die here today. Hey, can any of you explain to me why all these lowlifes are lying on the ground? Who will serve me in this case? A man wearing a hood, strange clothes, and a hard-to-describe appearance looked at the situation around him and said with dissatisfaction. Next to him were a group of men in black suits with grim faces. After hearing what the man said, one of the men whispered, "Saint Mabus, these people are not dead. They just fainted. From what I can tell, he must have been knocked unconscious by someone's conquerors. There might be a big pirate nearby, so we have to be careful." Conquerors? What is that? Mobs asked nonchalantly. The man who had answered before was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he spoke again and gave a general introduction to conquerors and mobs. "Oh, so that's how it is." Mobs nodded pretentiously. To be honest, he had no idea what conquerors was, but he certainly wouldn't admit that he didn't understand. He is a noble celestial dragon. How can he show his ignorance in front of his subordinates? What big pirate? What's the point of being cautious? I'm a celestial dragon. Even if he has 10 times the courage, would he dare to attack me? Mob said arrogantly, not taking his men's words to heart at all. He is a celestial dragon, a descendant of the creator of the world. With this identity, he has never suffered a setback outside. Naturally, he would not care about pirates or anything like that. If anyone dared to attack him, the Marine Admiral would rush over the next second. How many pirates would dare to face the Marine Admiral? Thinking of this, Mabus became even more arrogant and said directly, "Even if that pirate you mentioned is standing in front of me now and I slap him, what would he dare to say?" However, the next second after Mabus finished saying this, a faint voice sounded behind him. "Really? Now that you mention it, I'm quite curious. How? Do you want to slap me?" Xiachen looked at the Tianlong man in front of him, with a hint of doubt in his cold eyes. He didn't understand why, after experiencing the Battle of Marineford, these celestial dragons still dared to be so arrogant. Not to mention Xiachen, the man who killed all the 5 elders. Even the other pirates would be much less wary of the celestial dragons after knowing this. This is inevitable, but it's understandable if you think about it. After all, it hasn't been long since the Battle of Marineford, so it's normal for these pigs to not realize their position for a while. Therefore, after hearing Xiachen's words, Mabus's face immediately showed anger. Before he even saw Xiachen, he immediately shouted at the black-clad men around him. "Who is it? Hurry up and capture him. If he dares to resist a noble celestial dragon like me, I will make him wish he were dead." However, when Mobs turned around, he found that the scene in front of him was very different from what he had expected. The imagined situation that his men would pin the person who offended him to the ground did not happen. Instead, all his men were several meters away from him. He looked at the handsome man, standing not far from him with fear in his eyes. If you look closely, you can even see that their legs are shaking constantly. Mobs became instantly furious when he saw this scene and started to attack them. "How dare you, a bunch of rubbish, disobey my orders? Didn't you hear me telling you to arrest him?" But no matter what he said, they still stood there without moving at all, until one of them said tremblingly, "Emperor Rock King Xiachen, you are not dead. Is there anything wrong with me not dying? What? Do you really want me to die?" Xiachen looked at the man and asked. His tone was extremely calm, but it seemed to carry a great deal of pressure, which made his legs go weak and he fell to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. "That's boring." Seeing this man's performance, Xiachen suddenly felt extremely bored. With this little bit of courage, you could be the bodyguard of the pigs like the celestial dragons? The world government really has no one to use, right? Xiachen looked down at the group of people and said, I never imagined how famous he would be now. It's normal for this person to behave like this. He single-handedly broke through the Marine headquarters and killed the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. Each of these things is enough to scare countless people. Xiachen raised his hand lightly, and without him making any movement, the group of men in black flew backwards instantly, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air, and soon fell to the ground with a dull sound. Without exception, they were all lying peacefully on the ground, without any sign of life. After doing all this, Xiachen looked at Mobs standing aside. At this moment, Mobs no longer had the arrogance he had just now. He fell to the ground, supporting himself with both hands and moving backwards. There was endless fear on his face. At the same time, he said in a trembling voice, You don't come over here. Ever since Mobs heard Xiachen's name just now, he has fallen into endless fear. The name Xiachen is now a taboo that cannot be mentioned for them, the Tianlong people. There is no Tianlong person who would not go weak at the knees when hearing this name. He was the same, of course. Mobs was so regretful at this moment. Why did he have to come here to join in the fun when he had nothing to do? Encountering this killer, if nothing unexpected happens, he will die here today. Thinking of this, a pool of yellow liquid unconsciously flowed from Mobs's lower body. When Xiachen saw this, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and his determination to wipe out these pigs became even stronger. Xiachen raised his palm, and as his fingertips moved slightly, a stream of energy rushed towards Mobus. Puff! A sound piercing through flesh was heard, and a bloody hole appeared on Mobs's head. His backward body lost strength and fell to the ground. Xiachen turned around slowly, leaving only 2 words. Unlucky. After a while, people on the Sabaody Islands began to wake up slowly. Soon they found Mobs dead here, their faces filled with horror. Although the prestige of the world government has declined after the war, the impact is not that great. No one still dares to go against the world government openly. Now a celestial dragon has died here. This is really embarrassing for the world government. This matter soon spread to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. At this time, because Xiachen turned all the ice into land, Marineford was still larger than the original Marineford, even though many parts of it were destroyed in the subsequent battles. Therefore, the relocation of the Marine headquarters as described in the original novel did not happen, and even Sengoku did not abdicate and still served as the Marine Fleet Admiral. However, a position of Marine Admiral was vacant. Sengoku originally thought of promoting Momosaji or Shitan, but after some twists and turns, he gave up this decision. There is no other reason. The strength of these 2 people is relatively lacking. If it were in peacetime, they would be more than enough to serve as admirals, but in such a turbulent period like now, this strength cannot deter pirates. By then, the deterrent power of the Marines might be reduced, so the top Marines were gathering in a conference room to discuss the feasibility of the World Conscription Plan. Zhang Gui sat in the main seat of the conference room, looked at the people around him, and asked, What do you think of the World Conscription Plan? You can raise any opinions. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds. After a while, a woman stood up and said, I agree with this plan. Now, due to what Xiachen did, the prestige of the Marine and the world government has declined. In this turbulent period, we really need a strong force to join our Marine to deter the pirates of the world. After hearing what the woman said, Zhang Gui nodded with satisfaction and said, Lieutenant General Momosaji is right. Our Marines suffered great losses in this war. Countless people died in this war, including a general. This is an extremely heavy blow to us. Speaking of this, Zhang Gui looked sad, and the atmosphere around them became gloomy. But we didn't gain nothing. We can even say that we, the Marine, won, because Xiachen died in this war. Those of you who have experienced this war should also know how terrible Xia Chun is. Strictly speaking, he even killed our Marine and world government alone. Zhangguo originally wanted to say that everyone was killed without leaving a single piece of armor, but suddenly he remembered that he was still alive and well, so he swallowed the word. As a human being, you can curse others, but you can't curse yourself. So, oh no, Fleet Admiral. Just as Zhangguo said 2 words, a Marine rushed in from outside the door. Zhangguo's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he looked at the Marine who rushed in and said unkindly, "Don't you know we're in a meeting? Why are you disturbing us at this time?" "I'm sorry, Fleet Admiral, but I have something urgent to tell you right now." The person who came was panting. His expression was extremely solemn, even panicked. Seeing this, Zhangguo did not scold him anymore, but sat down again and asked calmly, "Tell me what happened." It was normal for his subordinates to panic when things happened because of their bad mentality, but he was a Marine Fleet Admiral and had seen countless storms. He has already mastered the art of cultivating his chi, and he is confident that no matter what happens, he will not panic. Saint Mabus was killed in the Sabeti archipelago. Huh? The celestial dragons were killed. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhangguo's face. Before Xia Chun killed Charlos in the Seven Waters City, the Tianlong people had not been killed for many years. But now countless celestial dragons have died in such a short period of time, including the 5 elders, who are now at the pinnacle of world power. It seems the prestige of the celestial dragons has declined. Regarding this situation, Zhangguo was not worried, and was even a little happy. To be honest, he has always had some dissatisfaction with the celestial dragons. But as a Marine, even though he has already taken the position of Fleet Admiral, he is still restricted by the world government. Even now, the Marine is called by outsiders as an affiliate of the world government and a dog of the celestial dragons. Once something happens to the celestial dragons, Marine will bite the enemy like a mad dog. But the warring states had no way to deal with this situation. Their Marine was now indeed subject to the control of the world government in every way. He had no power to change it, but he was very happy to hear that the Tianlong people had been killed. Of course, sometimes you have to hide your happiness in your heart and can't show it, otherwise it won't be good. And now seems to be an opportunity, a chance to establish their Marine prestige. Given that their Marine was badly defeated by Xia Chun, they urgently need to do something to prove that their Marine's strength has not been weakened much. Otherwise, we won't be able to deter those pirates. Thinking of this, Zhangguo pretended to be sad and said, "I didn't expect there are such villains in the world. They really don't take us Marines seriously. At the same time, I am deeply sorry for the passing of Saint Mabus, but we will definitely catch the murderer and punish him severely." Looking at the righteous way Zhangguo spoke, I wondered how much he really supported the celestial dragons. But which Marine present here is not a colleague of Zhangguo, who has worked with him for many years? Isn't it clear to everyone what kind of person he is? Especially Garp, who looked at Zhangguo with contempt and even said directly, "Zhangguo, if you want to laugh, you could just laugh. There's no one from the world government here, so don't pretend. There's really no need. Warring states, M9. Shut up, Garp." Zhangguo yelled at Garp, then snatched the senbei from Garp's hand and poured them all into his mouth. Garp's eyes instantly turned red with anger, and he looked at Zhangguo and cursed. "Zhangguo, you Olbi asterisk 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 D. You stole my senbei again. You have no shame." Then he rushed directly toward Zhangguo. Seeing the two of them like this, the Marines around were no longer surprised. "Just don't go see them." Yellow Monkey on the other side slowly stood up and said calmly, "Since a celestial dragon was killed in the Sabeti archipelago, I will go there. If it were in the past, Kizaru would definitely not volunteer to go in this situation. After all, this is a bit inconsistent with his idle life. But now is a special period. Marine needs to do something to let the world see their strength. And another very important thing is that even if Kizaru doesn't take the initiative, he will probably have to go in the end. Because if something happens to the celestial dragons, the Marine admirals must go there, and now there are only him and Akiji left among the Marine admirals. Akiji was more seriously injured than him in the previous war, and he is not as fast as him. So, no matter how you look at it, Sengoku will ask him to go in the end. So instead of waiting to be called by Zhanghua, it is better to take the initiative now, show his enthusiasm, and find less things for him to do in the future. Kizaru looked at the Marine who was reporting and asked, "Do you know who the villain is?" "No, Emperor Rock King Xia-chun." In an instant, the entire conference room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on everyone's faces began to gradually change from calm to surprise and finally to horror. Kizaru, who had already walked a few steps away, began to slowly retreat, then sat back in his seat, acting as if nothing had happened. The positive attitude just now is completely gone. Zhanghua and Garp, who were playing around, also stopped what they were doing, and the expressions on their faces quickly became extremely solemn. Those who had fought with Xia-chun knew Xia-chun's strength very well. Later they heard that he had an extremely powerful form, but they were eliminated before Xia-chun even used this form. I can't imagine how powerful Xia-chun is. This is why even though the losses of Marine and world government were so huge, Sengoku still felt that they had made a profit. Because as long as Xia-chun died, it would be worth it even if they all died. Xia-chun's deterrent power was too exaggerated. But now Zhanghua only felt that his face was extremely painful. The happier he was just now, the uglier his face looked now. I woke up from my deathbed and found that I was actually the clown. Then he looked at Kizaru and asked, "Borsellino, are you still going?" "What? What is that? I don't know anything." Kizaru's face was full of confusion. Okay, looking at this situation, Sengoku knew that Kizaru would not go, and it was impossible for anyone from their Marine to go either. If he really went, then Chun-Chun would be throwing meat buns at a dog. Let the world government deal with this kind of troublesome matter. Then Zhanghua passed the information that Xia-chun appeared in the Sabeti archipelago and killed a Tianlong person to the world government. It didn't take long to get a reply. Never mind. Okay, it looks like the world government is also scared. Zhanghua pinched his forehead helplessly, feeling that he had aged several years in an instant. It was really bad news for him that Xia-chun was not dead. Oh, I don't know how many brain cells are going to die again. 2 days later. Is this the sea of eternal night? Xia-chun stood on the somersault cloud, looking at the dark sea ahead, and muttered softly. Then he looked up at the sky above the sea. I saw an extremely huge and thick black cloud floating in the sky, with no end in sight. This is the origin of the eternal night sea. An extremely huge dark cloud blocked the sunlight and shrouded the entire sea in darkness. What's even more amazing is that this dark cloud does not drift with the wind, but stays in this position forever. Looking at this scene, Xia-chun couldn't help but smile slightly. Whispered, "Doha is the most bizarre thing in the world." After saying that, Xia-chun did not hesitate and controlled the somersault cloud to rush directly into the sea. Strength is his confidence, so the unknown cannot bring him fear. 1 day ago, Xia-chun sent Rayleigh to the island where Luffy and the others were training. After informing them of Rayleigh's identity, everyone looked surprised. When Xia-chun said that he would find someone to teach them, they were curious about who Xia-chun would find. I didn't expect that such a famous strong man from the old times would be called here. As expected, Xia-chun still has a lot of face. When Rayleigh saw that there were 5 people, she suddenly felt that she had agreed too hastily. 4 or 5 people, the workload is a bit too much. But since he had already promised Xia-chun, Rayleigh naturally wouldn't say anything. All I can say is that he deserved to earn that piece of gold. Xia-chun originally wanted to ask Hawkeye to come over, but after thinking about it, he gave up. First of all, Hawkeye is not easy to hire. Even if Xia-chun is stronger than him, it is useless because Hawkeye will not buy it. Besides, Rayleigh's swordsmanship is also very good. At least it is more than enough to teach Zoro. In that case, there is no need to go into details. Rayleigh is also very good. After that, Xia-chun stayed there for another day and then went directly to the location of the Eternal Night Sea given by Morgans. Although Xia Chun has always believed in the famous saying, bitter first may not be sweet later, but sweet first is really sweet. But this time was a little different. He was not sure how long it would take him to find Dark Knight Island. If it took a long time, then time would really be wasted. That's why Xia Chun decided to come here to look for it first. If he can't find it, he will bring Luffy here to look for it when he has time. If he still can't find it, then don't blame him for dispersing all the dark clouds over the eternal night sea. He never thought of himself as a generous person. Why can others find it, but he can't? Do you look down on him? It is understandable that he would do something extreme out of anger. Time goes back to the present. Xia Chun is traveling at high speed in the eternal night sea, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. If an ordinary person were in such an environment, he would definitely not be able to see anything, but Xia Chun is not an ordinary person. His piercing eyes can make it seem as if he were in the daytime, even in the darkness, without any influence at all. It's just that Xia Chun was a little annoyed. Although he had just entered the eternal night sea not long ago, his speed was extremely fast. According to the information provided by Morgans, he has now explored more than half of the eternal night sea. But so far, let alone an island, not even a small amount has been seen. Could it be that his luck was so bad that Dark Knight Island happened to be in the remaining sea area? With this question in mind, Xia Chun's expression changed a lot a few minutes later. He has no fate. He searched the entire Eternal Night Sea, but still couldn't find the Dark Knight Island. This is unscientific. Xia Chun stroked his chin, thinking doubtfully. After a while, Xia Chun shook his head and gave up the idea of continuing the search. He had searched the entire sea area, but still found nothing, so he didn't think he would find anything if he searched again. There is no need to do this anymore. Just wait and see when you can bring Luffy over. Let's see if this so-called Dark Knight Island gives the son of the world any face. Thinking of this, Xia Chun turned around and prepared to go back. However, at this moment, Xia Chun seemed to sense something, and his figure that was about to leave stopped, and then he looked towards the sea below. He could feel a sudden wave coming from there, and this wave was getting stronger and stronger. After a few breaths, the seawater below Xia Chun suddenly began to surge, splashing huge waves and forming several huge whirlpools. What is this? Xia Chun looked down curiously and had a guess in his mind. After a few more breaths, countless black mist suddenly appeared on the sea, and then a huge black shadow appeared in front of Xia Chun. Xia Chun saw it clearly. It was an island. Seeing this, Xia Chun couldn't help but smile. He thought he must have found the Dark Knight Island. He was originally ready to leave, but the Dark Knight Island unexpectedly appeared in front of him. No wonder Morgans said that many people came here to find Dark Knight Island, but couldn't find it. It really depends on your luck. It seems that those who found this island are really lucky. After more than a minute, the noise in the sea finally subsided, and the full picture of Dark Knight Island appeared in front of Xia Chun. But at this moment, Xia Chun was lost in thought as he looked at the island. There was a hint of astonishment on his face. This island was very different from all the islands he had seen before, because this island is made entirely of black fog. Mountains, rivers, and trees are all made of black fog, and this black fog is even darker than the surrounding darkness. Ordinary people may not be able to notice these differences, but Xia Chun has sharp eyes and is looking down from a high altitude, so you can see everything on the island clearly. But the problem is, this is different from the information Morgans gave him. The Dark Knight Island in Morgans' data was quite different from the island he was looking at now. Even now, he wasn't sure if this was an island. The Dark Knight Island described in Morgans' information is just located in the Eternal Night Sea, so nothing can be seen, but it is certain that there is land on the Dark Knight Island. It was no different from an ordinary island, not like this thing filled with black fog, so weird. However, Xia Chun did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he was quite interested in the occurrence of this situation. The more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Thinking of this, Xia Chun prepared to go down and see if these islands made of black fog had any entity. However, just when Xia Chun was about to go down to take a look, an accident happened again. UST below Xia Chun's feet the black fog on the island suddenly began to surge and gather together. After a while, a huge portal made of black fog appeared in front of Xia. Looking at this sudden change, Xia couldn't help but have several question marks in his mind. The gate to the underworld? Before Xia could figure out what was going on, the black mist in the door continued to surge and then formed a whirlpool. Then a huge dark blue claw suddenly stretched out from the vortex, causing Xia to raise his eyebrows. This picture? Why does it feel a bit off? Is this something that should appear in this world? Space teleportation? Before Xia could react, the huge claws slammed into the black fog below, making a dull sound. Then a faint blue energy spread out in all directions with the point where the claw landed as the center. All the black fog was instantly frozen after coming into contact with this energy. In an instant, the island that was originally full of black fog turned directly into an iceland. The cold air was so strong that even Xia, who was standing on top of the sky, couldn't help but shiver. It is much stronger than Akiji's cold air. You have to know that with Xia current physical strength, Akiji's ice can at most cool him down, and it is completely impossible to make him shiver. But now, even though the cold air was so far away, he could still feel a bit of chill. It seemed like there was going to be some fun next. Xia narrowed his eyes and stared at the claw. He wanted to see what would crawl out of it next. This mysterious creature didn't let Xia wait long. Not long after one claw came out, another claw also stretched out. Next comes the head, and then the head again. 1, 2, 3 heads emerged from the vortex almost at the same time, followed by the body, the tail. When the creature appeared in its entirety in front of Xia, he also recognized what it was. The legendary beast guarding the gate to the underworld, the 3-headed hellhound. This is not comparable to the Sown one on Moria Island. Its entire body is dark blue, with blue ice crystals covering its 4 claws, and its 3 heads all have ferocious expressions. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Xia on the Summersalt cloud, and then roared loudly at the same time. Woof! Xia. A few black lines flashed across Xia's forehead. The image of the 3-headed hellhound that he thought was extremely ferocious just now dropped sharply in Xia's mind after it barked. In an instant, I felt that the level of pressure was lowered. It can only be said that this woof hardly makes Xia feel that it is extremely majestic. Instead, it feels like his watchdog. Xia looked at it and said calmly, "You don't have to make any noise." As if it understood Xia's words, the 3-headed hellhounds instantly bared their teeth and then raised their heads together. Dark blue energy gathered in their mouths, and when it reached a certain limit, it gushed out and attacked Xia together. Tail Beast Ball. Xia was a little confused watching this scene, but before he could think too much, he saw that the 3 energy waves were gradually merging together on their way towards him. At the moment the fusion was completed, a powerful aura came over him, and its power was several times stronger than the 3 energy waves just now. Looking at this scene, Xia was dumbfounded again. Are you 3 so shameless? Are you planning a joint attack? In that case, Xia's mind moved, and then a clone appeared beside him. The 2 of them struck a familiar pose. Xia looked at the 3-headed hellhound below and said calmly, "You like to engage in joint attacks, right? Since you don't like single combat. I also know a little about joint attack techniques." What? Cerberus is technically still one creature, but it just has 3 heads? Xia didn't care about that. Even when the 3 heads quarreled, it was like 3 dogs barking. Xia said one word, and they would bark 3 times. So, strictly speaking, it is not 1 dog with 3 heads, but 3 dogs sharing 1 body. After figuring this out, Xia's eyes narrowed, and he uttered 2 words. The Hegemon. As soon as the words fell, a purple energy wave rushed towards the blue energy wave. It wasn't long before the 2 energy waves collided with each other. At the moment of collision, an extremely powerful shock wave spread out in all directions with the 2 energy waves as the center. The dark purple and ice blue energy beams were in a stalemate in the air, and neither side could do anything to the other. Xia Chun couldn't help but feel shocked when watching this scene, and his eyes were full of shock as he looked at the three-headed hellhound below. The move Ba Shi is a more powerful move he developed based on the move Ba Hai, so he clearly understands how powerful this move is, especially with his current strength. If he performs this move again, it will be even more powerful and devastating. He dared to say confidently that in this world, no one except him could take his move head-on. Of course, this was his thought before today. As for now, the dog in front of him directly blocked his dominance. This was really hard for him to understand. Doesn't this mean that if this dog gets out, it will definitely be a 4 Emperors level fighter? A dog emperor? Is it necessary to be so abstract? However, Xia Chun always felt that this dog was not a species from this world. He had no evidence, but he just had this feeling. During the time Xia Chun was thinking, the 2 energy waves dissipated in the air because there was no follow-up energy output. Xia Chun was not the only one who was surprised at this moment. The 3-headed hellhounds below also had confusion in their eyes, and their 3 heads were all tilted. How come this human being in front of me is fine? Every time they used this move in the past, no human could resist it. Today, what the hell? Before their dog heads could come up with an answer, Xia Chun's figure instantly appeared above the dog head in the middle, raised the stick in his hand high, and then smashed it down hard. Qing Tian. Boom! The moment the stick hit the dog's head, there was a loud noise, and then the 3-headed dog of hell flew backwards instantly, whimpering at the same time. Without hesitation, Xia Chun took advantage of the victory and chased after the flying hellhound. However, just when he was halfway through the flight, a faint blue energy appeared around him. The moment he touched this energy, Xia Chun turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the 3-headed hellhound that had just been knocked away appeared in front of the ice sculpture that froze Xia Chun. It raised its huge claws high and slapped towards the frozen Xia Chun. Sizzle! The ice was instantly shattered, and Xia Chun flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. Ahem! Xia Chun touched his aching chest, looked at the 3-headed hellhound opposite him, and said calmly, "You have some skills, you little dog." Woof! Hearing Xia Chun's words, the hellhound raised its head proudly, and its tail wagged wildly. Xia Chun was slightly stunned when he saw this situation. It seems that this silly dog really understands what people say. Thinking of this, Xia Chun changed the subject. The speed is good, but the power is a little lacking. Xia Chun looked at the 3-headed dog of hell indifferently, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. This is indeed the case. If the claw just now was the full strength of the dog, then it would not pose any threat to Xia Chun. You just need to pay attention to the move that just blocked his dominance and the dark blue energy that suddenly appeared. Just now, he was accidentally frozen because he was not familiar with the dog's attack method. And this dog is useless even if he is given a chance. Xia Chun's body was sealed, and he had such a good opportunity, but he only gave him a slightly painful claw. I really just felt a little pain and, at most, a little chest tightness at the beginning, but now it's all fine. Xia Chun twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. His sight fell on the 3-headed dog of hell, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the 3-headed hellhound, and he swung the stick in his hand and smashed it hard. Woo-woo. The 3-headed dog of hell only had time to let out a whine before its body flew backwards like an arrow. Xia Chun stood on the somersault cloud, looked down at the 3-headed dog of hell below, and then rushed towards it again. The somersault cloud gave Xia Chun unparalleled speed, making him almost invincible at least in terms of charge. So in just a moment, Xia Chun appeared above the flying hellhound, gave it a kind smile, and smashed it down hard with the stick in his hand. Qing Tian! Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the 3-headed hellhound fell down at an extremely fast speed. With a loud boom, countless ice chips flew everywhere. This is not over yet. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. In battle, Xia Chun never gives the enemy a chance to breathe. With a thought, a clone appeared again. The Hegemon. A powerful wave of purple energy poured towards the 3-headed dog of hell below. The three-headed hellhound had just climbed up, with its three heads still dizzy, when it felt an extremely powerful force and subconsciously raised its dog heads. It would have been fine if you hadn't looked at it, but once you did, the three dog faces shrank in fear and hurriedly gathered energy in their mouths. Three energy waves rushed out instantly and also condensed into one in the air. But the result this time was different from the previous one, and the situation of equal strength did not appear again. The two energy waves only stagnated in the air for a moment, and then the purple one instantly defeated the blue one. Ahem! Xia-Chun touched his aching chest, looked at the three-headed hellhound opposite him, and said calmly, "You have some skills, you little dog." Woof! Hearing Xia-Chun's words, the hellhound raised its head proudly, and its tail wagged wildly. Xia-Chun was slightly stunned when he saw this situation. It seems that this silly dog really understands what people say. Thinking of this, Xia-Chun changed the subject. The speed is good, but the power is a little lacking. Xia-Chun looked at the three-headed dog of hell indifferently, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. This is indeed the case. If the claw just now was the full strength of the dog, then it would not pose any threat to Xia-Chun. You just need to pay attention to the move that just blocked his dominance and the dark blue energy that suddenly appeared. Just now, he was accidentally frozen because he was not familiar with the dog's attack method. And this dog is useless even if he is given a chance. Xia-Chun's body was sealed, and he had such a good opportunity, but he only gave him a slightly painful claw. I really just felt a little pain, and at most a little chest tightness at the beginning, but now it's all fine. Xia-Chun twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. His sight fell on the three-headed dog of hell, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the three-headed hellhound, and he swung the stick in his hand and smashed it hard. Woo-woo! The three-headed dog of hell only had time to let out a whine before its body flew backwards like an arrow. Xia-Chun stood on the somersault cloud, looked down at the three-headed dog of hell below, and then rushed towards it again. The somersault cloud gave Xia-Chun unparalleled speed, making him almost invincible at least in terms of charge. So in just a moment, Xia-Chun appeared above the flying hellhound, gave it a kind smile, and smashed it down hard with the stick in his hand. Ching-tian! Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the three-headed hellhound fell down at an extremely fast speed. With a loud boom, countless ice chips flew everywhere. This is not over yet. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. In battle, Xia-Chun never gives the enemy a chance to breathe. With a thought, a clone appeared again. The hegemon, a powerful wave of purple energy poured towards the three-headed dog of hell below. The three-headed hellhound had just climbed up, with its three heads still dizzy, when it felt an extremely powerful force and subconsciously raised its dog heads. It would have been fine if you hadn't looked at it, but once you did, the three dog faces shrank in fear and hurriedly gathered energy in their mouths. Three energy waves rushed out instantly and also condensed into one in the air. But the result this time was different from the previous one, and the situation of equal strength did not appear again. The two energy waves only stagnated in the air for a moment, and then the purple one instantly defeated the blue one. Although one of the reasons was that Xia-Chun used more strength this time than before, the more crucial reason was that the hellhound responded too hastily. There wasn't much strength that could be exerted in a desperate situation. After defeating the three-headed dog of hell, Basher fell directly on it. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound erupted, and the body of the three-headed dog of hell smashed into the ice, causing the ice to continue to break and countless ice chips to fly. After all the noise disappeared, a huge pit appeared below. The three-headed dog of hell was lying quietly at the bottom of the pit with a lot of scars on its body. But the blood that flowed out was not red, but blue blood. Woo! Woof! Ah! The three dog heads made different sounds one after another, and then struggled to get up from the ground. Then he looked up at Xia-Chun, his eyes full of fear. At this time, Xia-Chun was a little surprised to see that the three-headed hellhound was not seriously injured. He didn't expect that this puppy was not only strong in attack, but also had good defense. At least Xia Chun, in his normal state, was not confident that he could still jump around after being hit by his own bashur. If he were in stone ape form, it would definitely be much better. Although he would be injured, it would definitely be less serious than this puppy. And as long as his physical strength is not exhausted, all the injuries he suffers will not be considered injuries. It will recover in an instant. Xia Chun stretched out a finger, hooked it at the three-headed dog of hell, and said lightly, "Come here, you little b*****************. D." On the other side, Nine Snake Island, the royal palace. I knew that Master Xia Chun would not die. That fake news from a few days ago was trying to deceive me. Do you really think I'm so easy to fool? I'm not a 3-year-old girl. Master Xia Chun is so powerful. How could he die so easily? Hancock excitedly grasped the newspaper in both hands, his joy evident in his words. A short old lady with white hair on the side couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw this scene, and then said, "Snake Princess, you didn't say that when you saw the newspaper about his death a few days ago. You were so angry that you burned all the newspapers, and then you cried every day. Do you think I didn't see it?" Plate. Hancock's face, which was originally extremely happy, was instantly filled with anger after hearing these words. She rushed to the old woman, raised her slender white legs, and kicked her. "Old woman, why do you talk so much nonsense?" In an instant, the old woman flew high into the sky and disappeared into the horizon, leaving only a sound echoing in the air. "Snake Princess, are you going to kill me?" "Tisk, damn old woman. She does nothing all day long but complain." New Granny, a woman with blonde hair and a woman with green hair on the other side, saw the old woman flying out and shouted hurriedly. Then he turned his attention to Hancock, said helplessly, "Sister, Granny New is just talking about you. Is it necessary to move your feet directly?" "Humph! Who asked her to expose my weakness? Kicking her away is considered a light punishment. And even if I kicked her away, so what? I will definitely be forgiven because I am so beautiful." As she spoke, Hancock tilted her head back and pointed her finger forward, looking quite condescending. In an instant, the eyes of Hancock's two sisters turned into heart shapes, and they completely forgot what had just happened. After a while, when they came to their senses, they looked at Hancock with helplessness. Their sister's beauty, plus the ability of the sweet fruit, are so exaggerated and attractive to people that even though they are women, they will still be immersed in their sister's beauty. After a few breaths, Hancock picked up the newspaper again and looked at Xia Chen's face on the newspaper. Her cheeks suddenly turned red and her eyes were blurred. Adult Xia Chun. Xia Chen stood on the somersault cloud, took out the map he got from Morgan's, and looked at it carefully. If the door just now is the door to the underworld, then this is where I am now. Xia Chen's eyes fell on a certain point on the map, and he murmured softly, "Looking at it this way, the next nearest place is..." Xia Chen's eyes moved on the map and then stopped at a certain place. Blood Falls. The moment Xia Chen saw this name, a scene emerged in his mind. There were 3 people coming to a blood-red waterfall, and during the climbing process, 2 of them were frozen in place, but the other protagonist didn't feel anything at all. When he was about to explore, Gold Saint. Just kidding, this was actually a scene described in another anime he watched in his previous life. It just suddenly occurred to me. I wonder if the blood waterfall here is any different from the one he saw in the anime. Of course, there definitely can't be any Gold Saints, otherwise Xia Chun would report them for intrusion. With this in mind, Xia Chun put the map into the system's space, identified a direction, and rushed in that direction. Not long after, Xia Chun saw his destination from afar. There's no way. This blood waterfall is too conspicuous. You're the only red thing in the black fog. It's hard to spot you. And the most striking thing is a giant tree of the blue sky. A second later, Xia Chun arrived in front of the blood-red waterfall. The land is still made up of black fog, forming a shape similar to a mountain. Then, at the top of the mountain, a blood-red streak spread down from it, stretching across the black fog, looking particularly shocking. And Xiachen also discovered that this so-called waterfall was not water, but mist, only it was red and flowing. At the top of the blood-color waterfall was the huge willow tree that had shocked Xiachen just now when he saw it from a distance. Now that he has come forward to see it, Xiachen is even more shocked. Looking up, you can't see the treetops at all, as if it is connected to the sky. Countless willow branches hang down, and even though there is no wind, they keep dancing, giving people an indescribable sense of shock. Xiachen couldn't help but sigh like this, and then he seemed to suddenly think of something, and the expression on his face froze. No wind, but it can move? The moment this thought appeared in Xiachen's mind, he felt a strong wind coming from behind him and subconsciously dodged to the side. The next moment after he dodged, an extremely huge willow branch swept past the place where he had just been. The strong wind even gave Xiachen a free hairstyle. From this, we can imagine how comfortable it would be to be hit by the willow branch if Xiachen had not dodged. However, before Xiachen could react, countless willow branches attacked him at the same time. #degree. Xiachen only had time to make an expression before he was stuck in a situation of dodging continuously. These willow branches came towards Xiachen like a violent storm, with no intention of giving Xiachen any time to breathe. But it doesn't work. If Xiachen relied on his own speed to face these attacks, he would be exhausted because these attacks were too dense and extremely fast. But he is cheating. It's said that he is invincible with the somersault cloud at his feet. Xiachen's figure kept flashing in the air. Even though the attacks of these willow branches were extremely violent, they still couldn't touch even a hair of Xiachen. This continuous attack lasted for half a quarter of an hour. Xiachen stood on the somersault cloud, his face not red, and he was not out of breath, just like a normal person, without any consumption at all. On the other hand, the willow branches of the huge tree opposite were dancing up and down, as if tired. Watching this scene, Xiachen inexplicably felt as if there was a person standing in front of him, breathing. But it's not that far off, actually. From the attack, just now, Xiachen could see that this tree also had its own consciousness and could be called a tree demon, human and beast. A tree, a monster. After having its own consciousness, it doesn't make much difference whether it is a tree or a human, just like the tree zombies created by Moria's fruit ability or the trees created by Big Mom. In fact, in some aspects, they're no different from humans. Of course, only in some aspects related to racial reproduction. The difference is still very large. This racial boundary is still a bit difficult to cross. Okay, let's get back to business. Xiachen's eyes fell on the tree, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not surprisingly, this tree is the boss of the Blood Waterfall. That's right, Xiachen felt that his current behavior was no different from running around and fighting bosses in the game. Every time he arrives at a place, there's a boss waiting for him to conquer. After conquering, he can get rewards. It's basically the same routine. The so-called reward Xiachen got should be the fragment he just got. Thinking of this, Xiachen's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at the tree demon and said, "It seems that this is still a collection-type series of tasks. I wonder if I can get a fragment after I kill you." After saying that, Xiachen narrowed his eyes, and then his body suddenly became extremely huge. Xiachen immediately activated the stone ape form. He was no longer interested in playing with these things. A quick victory was the real goal. Don't waste his time. Rock spike. Xiachen's mind moved, and countless rock spikes suddenly appeared in the air. Then he looked at the tree and said with a smile, "You like to compare numbers, don't you? I just don't know whether you have more branches or I have more rock thorns." As soon as the words fell, Xiachen's eyes focused, and then countless rock spikes fell towards the willow tree. The scene was extremely spectacular. Faced with this situation, the willow tree was not willing to be outdone, and also controlled its branches to rush towards these rock thorns. Bang! There was a dull sound when the branches collided with the rocks, and Xiachen's rock spikes did not last long when facing these branches before they were broken. But Xiachen was not at all panicked when watching this scene. as this result was within his expectations. Although none of the branches had hit him just now, he dodged so many attacks and could tell the strength of them. They were indeed quite strong. But do you have as many branches as I have rock spikes? Xia Chun thinks he has many advantages, one of which is using the majority to bully the minority. Countless rock spikes were broken by the branches of the willow tree and turned into rubble and fell down. But in a blink of an eye, more rock spikes appeared, one after another. For Xia Chun, summoning these rock spikes consumed very little of his physical strength, and it was even slower than his recovery speed. So for this skill, Xia Chun is like having an infinite mana bar. Just use it. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. When the firepower is sufficient, no Gyuki snake god can be feared. The fact was just as Xia Chun expected. Facing his continuous offensive, the willow tree seemed to be getting weaker and weaker and was gradually showing signs of being unable to hold on. At a certain moment, a rock spike broke through the branches and landed on the willow tree with incredible precision. This attack was like turning on a switch, and rock spikes hit its body one after another. Bang! 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 Countless dull noises were heard, accompanied by countless pieces of gravel falling. The willow tree kept retreating under this attack. It turned out that the willow tree also had long legs. Well, you didn't embarrass the other trees in this world. Otherwise, they could all run away, but you couldn't, and then you would be laughed to death. Back to the point, wounds began to appear on the places hit by the rock spikes, and green liquid slowly flowed out of them. After Xia Chun's attack ended, the willow tree was covered with wounds, with basically no intact parts left. Green liquid flowed down the trunk. It fell onto the black fog below and formed a green lake directly on the black fog. The willow tree was extremely listless at this time, with countless branches drooping weakly, looking even weaker than those reward guys who rewarded themselves dozens of times a day. Suddenly, it began to sway, and countless branches seemed to converge towards the center consciously. After a while, a pointed cone made up of countless branches appeared in front of Xia Chun, with a faint green light flashing all over it. "Oh, what's this trick?" Xia Chun said calmly, seemingly not taking its attack seriously at all. The next moment, the huge branch tips suddenly moved and rushed towards Xia Chun. Looking at the sharp cone that was countless times larger than himself, Xia Chun did not show any panic in his eyes, and he did not even make any defensive moves. It was not until the spike was about to fall on Xia Chun that Xia Chun slowly opened his mouth and uttered a few words. "Embrace everything." As soon as the words fell, countless khaki light spots suddenly appeared around Xia Chun, illuminating the surrounding space, and then quickly rushed towards Xia Chun, eventually forming several circles of halo that enveloped Xia Chun. The halo keeps rotating with mysterious patterns on it, which looks very safe. The next second after the halo was formed, the spike came in front of Xia Chun and hit the halo directly. Boom! An extremely loud sound resounded through the sky, and at the same time an extremely strong shock wave spread in all directions. The black fog below was blown continuously. On Xia Chun's side, the huge cone and Xia Chun's figure were completely incomparable. With such a size difference, theoretically speaking, Xia Chun had no chance of winning. But there is often a huge discrepancy between theory and practice. When it comes to body size, bigger is not necessarily better. Xia Chun looked at the sharp cone that was so close to him that it could not move forward at all, and there was no surprise in his eyes. "Are you kidding? This is the Emperor's skill. It gives me a sense of security, right?" The next moment, Xia Chun's mind moved, and his body began to grow larger, and soon he turned into a giant ape. At this time, Xia Chun's body was even slightly larger than the willow tree, and he was looking down at it from above. Although he had just said that bigger is not better, he suddenly remembered the words of a powerful man named Lei. It's not that bigger is better, 100 million. The willow tree on the opposite side was stunned at this moment. It couldn't understand why the tiny creature just now suddenly became bigger than it. Was this cheating? However, Xia Chun didn't intend to give it time to think so much. He raised his arm and punched it. Bang! A powerful punch hit its trunk directly, sending its huge body flying. Xiaochen didn't give it a chance to catch its breath and continued to rush towards it. Bang! Bang! One after another, dull sounds were heard, and countless fists fell on it. Xiaochen's violent attack lasted for a full minute. A minute later, the bark of the willow tree had been knocked off a lot, revealing the inside, and countless branches were broken in half, making it look very miserable. After Xiaochen knocked it to the ground with one punch again, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he took a step back, raised one hand, looked at the willow tree under him, and said lightly, "Everything moves in the sky." In an instant, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky behind Xiaochen, and then an extremely huge meteorite slowly emerged from it. Then Xiaochen waved his hand lightly, and the huge meteorite smashed towards the willow tree below. Before it got close to the willow tree, the strong wind carried by the meteorite had already caused the black fog below to surge continuously, forming a hollow in the middle. The next moment, boom! The meteorite landed on the willow tree with a huge roar and continued to smash it downwards. Layers of black fog were constantly being broken. When all the noise died down, the willow tree had disappeared, leaving only a huge circular pit below, which was pitch black and bottomless. Xiaochen glanced at him calmly, and then his body began to shrink, but did not return to its original appearance. He was planning to go to the Valley of Winds right away. If there was still a boss, he would just fight it quickly. As for this tree demon now, sorry, it can survive. Xiaochen has the same last name as it. As expected, there was silence for more than 10 breaths, and there was no movement at all, until, call out. A dazzling golden light burst out from the pit, and the light became brighter and brighter. Xiaochen, who had seen similar scenes before, was not curious about this one, but it just confirmed one of his guesses. It's really a collection task. After a while, the object emitting golden light floated in front of Xiaochen. The moment Xiaochen stretched out his hand to grasp it, another burst of extremely strong golden light emanated, but Xiaochen had already closed his eyes in advance. Are you kidding me? How could he fall in the same place twice? When the golden light faded, there appeared another fragmented object as expected. Seeing this, Xiaochen took out the fragment he had obtained before from the system space. The moment the fragment came out, there seemed to be some magnetic force between the two fragments. They actually flew directly towards each other and then merged together. As expected, there was another flash of golden light. When the light faded, the fused object appeared in front of Xiaochen. The moment he saw this object, although it was still incomplete, Xiaochen could tell at a glance what its complete form was.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.